Settle in, adjust your position. Let your breathing slow. What you're about to hear isn't a race toward answers. It's a quiet walk through candlelight and shadow where the questions matter more than the conclusions. You're safe here. 500 years ago, in a Prague tower that no longer stands, an unnamed alchemist worked through smoke and silence, chasing an impossible idea that matter could change, that transformation could be understood, that the elements had a secret language. This isn't a story of triumph. There are no perfect heroes, only an ordinary person with honest doubts, careful observations, and the patience to fail without giving up. As you listen, drift as you need to. Let the words come and go like waves. If you fall asleep, the furnaces will keep burning, the experiments will continue, and the night will move forward without asking anything from you. The candle is lit, the door is opening, the spiral staircase waits. Let us begin. The cobblestones hold the day's warmth long after the sun disappears behind the crooked roof lines of Prague. It is 1580, or perhaps 1581. The year matters less than the season, which is autumn, and the hour, which is that uncertain time when the sky hasn't quite committed to darkness, but has abandoned any pretense of light. Somewhere between the fading bronze of sunset and the deepening indigo of true night, the city transforms. The streets smell of smoke, not the clean smoke of a winter hearth, but the complex mixture of a medieval city preparing for evening. Tallow candles being lit in workshops, kitchen fires banked for the night, the last remnants of the day's cooking, cabbage and pork fat and bread crust, mixing with the sharper smell of the blacksmith's forge cooling, the leather tanner's acid settling, the fuller soap residue evaporating from freshly cleaned wool. The stones themselves seem to exhale. All day they've absorbed the traffic of carts and horses, the scuff of thousands of shoes, the impact of goods being loaded and unloaded. Now they release that accumulated energy as warmth, as a kind of geological breath that rises toward the cooling air. If you pressed your palm against the wall of any building in this hour, you would feel the day's history written in temperature. The church bells mark compline. This is the 8th and final prayer service of the day, the one that acknowledges darkness and asks for protection through the vulnerable hours of night. The bells ring from St. Vitus Cathedral first, their deep bronze tones cascading across the Vltava River. Then the smaller churches respond, each with its own voice, creating a conversation of metal and air that spreads across the city like a net being cast over water. As the bells fade, something else becomes audible. The absence of sound. The merchants have closed their stalls. The street vendors have sold their last loaves or given them to beggars or taken them home to families. The taverns are full but muffled, their noise contained behind thick doors and small windows. The workshops have gone quiet. The construction on the bridge has ceased. Even the dogs seem to understand that this is the hour between. Not day, not night, but the pause between them. Most windows go dark as the Compline bells finish. Candles are expensive. People rise with the sun and sleep soon after it sets, their circadian rhythms unmediated by any light source but fire. The city prepares for the long October night, which will last perhaps 14 hours. 14 hours of darkness, of sleep, of dreams and stillness. But in the old town, near the astronomical clock, but far enough from the main square to escape constant attention, there stands a tower. It is not remarkable. Prague has many towers. Watchtowers, bell towers, defensive towers, left over from older fortifications, private towers, owned by wealthy families who can afford vertical ambitions. This particular tower is narrow, built of the same honey-coloured stone as everything else. Its windows small and irregularly spaced in the way that suggests the building has been modified over generations for purposes its original architects never imagined. As the city darkens, this tower reveals something. One window on the 3rd floor, perhaps 40 feet above the street, remains illuminated, not brightly. This is not the aggressive light of a feast or celebration. This is working light, steady, contained. The kind of light that suggests someone intends to see what they redoing for hours yet to come. If you stood in the street below and watched this window over weeks and months, you would notice a pattern. The light appears every evening, always after the Compline bells, always in the same window. It burns through the night, sometimes until matins, the pre-dawn prayer service, sometimes later. Occasionally, it burns until the sun rises and makes it irrelevant, at which point it vanishes, not extinguished but absorbed into the greater light of day. The neighbours notice. Of course they notice. Neighbors always notice anything unusual, anything that deviates from the expected pattern of life in a city where patterns are how you survive. They notice and they talk, and they speculate. Who works through the night? What work requires darkness and privacy and such stubbornness against sleep? The theories vary. Some say the tower's occupant is a scholar, translating ancient texts, copying manuscripts, the kind of work that requires absolute concentration and no interruptions. Others say he is an astrologer, reading the positions of stars and planets, calculating horoscopes for wealthy clients who need to know when to plant crops or sign contracts or conceive children. Still others whisper darker possibilities, sorcery, necromancy, communication with entities that only answer after the sun has withdrawn its protective influence. But tonight, for the first time, we will know. Tonight the door opens. Tonight we climb the spiral staircase. Tonight we learn what happens in that illuminated room when the city sleeps and the night watch walks their routes, and the only other witnesses are rats and cats and the occasional drunk stumbling home from a tavern. The door at the base of the tower is heavy oak, reinforced with iron bands. It is not locked. This is itself unusual. Most people in a medieval city lock their doors obsessively, afraid of thieves, afraid of violence, afraid of the 100 things that can go wrong when you own anything worth taking. But this door stands closed yet unlocked, as if the person inside doesn't fear intrusion, or has nothing worth stealing, or perhaps knows that the true barriers to entry are not physical. The door swings inward on iron hinges that have been recently oiled. Someone cares for this building, someone maintains it. The darkness inside is absolute for a moment, and then your eyes adjust, and you see the beginning of a staircase, spiraling upward to the right, as all defensive staircases do. The design forces intruders to expose their right side, their sword arm, while defenders descending have their right arm free to strike. But this tower has not seen defense in generations. Now it sees only the footsteps of one man, ascending and descending, day after day, night after night, year after year. We begin to climb. The stairs are worn smooth in the centre, where centuries of feet have passed. The stone has become a shallow bowl, each step holding the memory of every previous ascent. Your feet find these depressions automatically, guided by the accumulated wisdom of erosion. The walls are close on both sides. You could touch them both simultaneously if you extended your arms. The air here is cooler than outside, with the particular chill of stone that never sees sun. As we climb, we should speak of the man we're approaching, though we won't know his name for some time yet. And when we finally learn it, we'll discover it matters less than we expected. Names are what the outside world uses to categorize and control. Inside this tower, identity is measured differently. The townspeople call him the Alchemist, though they say it with various tones depending on who is speaking and what they believe. Some say it with reverence, as if the word itself contains power. Others say it with skepticism, the way you might say fortune teller or rain maker, acknowledging the claim while doubting the substance. Still others say it with fear, because alchemy occupies uncertain territory in the medieval worldview. Is it natural philosophy or forbidden art? Is it chemistry or witchcraft? Is it a legitimate pursuit of knowledge or a dangerous collaboration with forces better left alone? What do we actually know about him based on what the city has observed? He came to Prague 11 years ago, arriving with 2 trunks and a letter of introduction from someone important enough that the city authorities allowed him to rent the tower without the usual questions about origin and intention. He was perhaps 30 years old then, though estimates varied. He had the kind of face that could be younger or older depending on the light, smooth enough to suggest youth, but with something in the eyes that suggested he'd already seen more than most people see in a lifetime. He doesn't attend the market. This is unusual enough to be noteworthy. In a medieval city, the market is not just commerce but social infrastructure. It is where you hear news, maintain relationships, demonstrate your place in the community hierarchy. To avoid the market is to avoid society itself. Yet the alchemist never appears there. His food, his materials, his necessities, all are delivered by a young man, barely more than a boy, who arrives irregularly and leaves quickly, making no eye contact, answering no questions, moving through the streets as if trying to be invisible. This young man, we'll learn later that he is an apprentice, though that term barely captures the complexity of their relationship, is the alchemist's only consistent connection to the city beyond his tower. Everything else comes through written correspondence, or doesn't come at all. The alchemist doesn't frequent taverns. He doesn't join the craft guilds, though what he does arguably qualifies as craft. He doesn't appear at public executions or festivals or church services, except for the absolute minimum required to avoid accusations of heresy. This last point is important. He attends Sunday Mass perhaps once a month, sitting in the back, leaving immediately after fulfilling the bare minimum of observance. This is concerning to some neighbours but not quite actionable. The church authorities have noted it but haven't moved against him, which suggests either that his patron has protected him or that his irregularity doesn't quite cross the threshold into punishable deviation. The smoke from his chimney is another topic of neighbourhood discussion. It is not the white-grey of wood smoke, it is not the black of coal. Sometimes it is almost yellow, sometimes it has a greenish tinge, sometimes it smells acrid, like vinegar mixed with sulphur, sometimes it smells sweet, almost pleasant, like roses rotting in honey. These variations suggest that whatever he burns upstairs isn't fuel for warmth but material for transformation. At night, the light from his window sometimes changes colour. Usually it is the warm orange of candle flame, but occasionally, and multiple neighbours have confirmed this, the light turns blue, green, or deep red, or sometimes flashes bright white, for just a moment before returning to its normal hue. These colour changes coincide with louder noises from inside, glass breaking, liquid boiling, occasional small explosions that rattle the windows in nearby buildings, and send the alchemist neighbours to their own windows peering toward the tower, wondering if tonight is the night the whole structure goes up in flames. Yet despite these disturbances, no one has called the city watch, no one has reported him to authorities, no one has organised to drive him out, as medieval communities were perfectly capable of doing when they perceived threat or intolerable deviance. Why? The answer, whispered but widely known, is simple. He has protection. Someone powerful values his work or his potential. Someone has made it clear that the alchemist is not to be disturbed. This protection might come from a wealthy merchant, a noble family, perhaps even someone in the court of Rudolf II, the Holy Roman Emperor who rules from Prague Castle and is known for his interest in the occult sciences. Whoever the patron is, their influence creates a bubble around the alchemist, a space where he can work without the normal constraints of community surveillance and judgment. But protection comes with its own pressures. If you're funded by someone powerful, you owe them results. If you're shielded from community judgment, you're vulnerable to your patron's disappointment. The alchemist might be free from his neighbour's interference, but he is bound to his patron's expectations, and that binding might be even more restricting than the alternative. The townspeople have noticed something else, something harder to articulate, but nonetheless real. The alchemist looks progressively worse as the years pass. When he first arrived, he was merely pale, merely thin, merely private. Now, on the rare occasions when he is seen on the street, usually very early in the morning, when he is disposing of waste materials in the river, he looks like something that should have died, but forgot. His skin has a greyish quality, his hands shake visibly. He moves with the careful deliberation of someone whose body can no longer be trusted to obey simple commands. His hair has gone from dark to grey to nearly white, even though he can't be older than 40. Whatever he does in that tower is consuming him. That much is obvious. The question is whether it is consuming him in service of some genuine discovery, or simply consuming him, offering nothing in return but the illusion of purpose. There is a saying among alchemists passed around in their coded letters and obscure manuscripts. The work works on the worker. It means that the processes you study begin to study you in return. The substances you seek to transform begin transforming you. You pour yourself into the crucible, and eventually you realize you're what is being heated, dissolved, sublimated, and reborn. Looking at the alchemist, wasted and trembling and grey, the neighbours wonder if he has discovered anything or simply been discovered by something that is slowly taking him apart to see what he is made of. We're halfway up the stairs now. The third floor approaches. The door to his laboratory is just ahead, and behind it the light that never quite goes out, the work that never quite finishes, and the man who belongs more to his experiments than to the city that surrounds him. Whatever we find inside will answer some questions. But it will also raise others because true mysteries don't resolve themselves cleanly. They unfold into deeper mysteries like Russian dolls of uncertainty, each answer revealing a smaller, harder question nested inside. The door ahead is ordinary wood, iron-banded, with a simple iron ring for a handle. But doors are always more than themselves. They're thresholds, boundaries, transitions between states. On this side, we're still part of the ordinary world. On the other side, we enter the space where ordinary rules are deliberately suspended, where matter is encouraged to behave unusually, where the expected relationships between cause and effect are tested and often violated. The door is closed but not locked. The alchemist is inside. He expects no visitors at this hour. He expects nothing but the work, his materials, his furnaces, and the long night ahead. We push the door open. The hinges are silent, recently oiled, like the door at the tower's base, and we step across the threshold into a different world. The smell arrives before vision adjusts to the new light. It is overwhelming, an assault on the senses that makes you instinctively step backward, your body rejecting the atmosphere before your mind can process it. But you force yourself forward, breathing through your mouth, giving your olfactory system time to adapt, and gradually the smell resolves into distinct components. Sulfur. Yes, that is the sharpest note, acrid and egg-like, the smell of matches struck in darkness, of volcanic springs, of fallen angels and damnation. The medieval nose associates sulfur with hell itself, which is partly why alchemists use it, because transformation requires invoking the infernal. But underneath the sulfur is vinegar, sharp and sour, cutting through the other smells like a blade through cloth. And underneath that, something sweet, rosewater perhaps, or honey, or the particular sweetness of certain metals when heated. And underneath everything, permeating everything, the smell of something organic changing state, fermentation, putrefaction, the boundary zone between alive and dead, where things develop their own momentum and become something neither one nor the other. There are other smells too, harder to identify. The mineral coldness of stone, the bitter char of burned parchment, the metallic tang of substances that shouldn't be liquid but are, the ozone smell that follows lightning and appears wherever electricity flows. Though no one in 1580 would use that word because electricity is still a curiosity involving amber and cat fur, not yet understood as a fundamental force. As your eyes adjust to the candlelight, the space reveals itself in layers. The room is larger than you expected, taking up most of the third floor, perhaps 20 feet by 20 feet with a ceiling that slopes upward to follow the tower's roof. 2 windows, both shuttered now against the October night. The walls are stone, the same honey-coloured limestone as the exterior, but here they restained and marked by years of smoke, splashes and accidental impacts. The floor is also stone, but covered in places with thick boards, and those boards are covered with stains that create a map of every spill and accident in the laboratory's history. The light comes from perhaps a dozen candles, arranged strategically around the space, beside workbenches, near bookshelves, next to areas where the alchemist will need to see details clearly. But there is another light source too, the furnaces. 3 of them, each glowing at different intensities, their fire-lit mouths creating pools of orange warmth in different parts of the room. The furnaces breathe, they consume air and expel heat, and make the shadows dance in ways that simple candles never achieve. And in the center of this space, bent over a table, back toward the door, working with absolute concentration, is the alchemist himself. He hasn't noticed our intrusion, or he is so accustomed to ignoring interruptions that he doesn't acknowledge it. His posture tells a story, shoulders hunched forward, head tilted down, one hand steady despite the tremor we know he carries, the other hand moving with practiced precision. He is wearing a stained leather apron over a simple wool robe that might once have been brown, but is now an indeterminate color composed of years of chemical accidents. His hair, white and thinning, is longer than fashionable, tied back with a leather cord. His feet are bare on the stone floor, an odd detail until you realize that shoes would be constantly destroyed by the corrosive substances he handles, and bare feet allow him to feel the temperature of the floor, an early warning system for liquid spills or excessive heat. He is muttering to himself, a constant low stream of words that might be Latin, might be Czech, might be his own private language, composed from multiple sources and personal invention. Alchemists often develop private vocabularies, because the work requires naming things that don't have official names, describing processes that aren't in any textbook, capturing observations that resist conventional language. As we watch, he performs a gesture that looks almost ritualistic. He picks up a glass vessel with his left hand, holds it up to the candlelight, swirls it gently, watches the liquid inside catch and reflect the flame. He is not performing ceremony, he is reading. The way the liquid moves, the way it reflects light, the way it clings to the glass walls or flows cleanly away. All of these are data, information about viscosity and purity, and readiness for the next step in whatever process he is conducting. Satisfied with what he sees, he sets the vessel down and turns to his furnaces. This is when he notices us, or rather, when he chooses to acknowledge that he is noticed. His head tilts slightly, and without turning fully toward the door, he speaks. Close it. The draft disturbs the flame balance. His voice is neither welcoming nor hostile. It is simply factual. The voice of someone whose primary concern is maintaining proper experimental conditions, not social niceties. We close the door. The draft ceases. The candle flames stop their flickering and return to steady vertical burning. The alchemist nods slightly, accepting this correction, and continues his work. For several minutes, nothing else happens. We watch him move through his space with the unself-conscious grace of someone who has performed these movements thousands of times. He knows where everything is. He doesn't fumble or search. His hands go directly to the tool he needs, the substance he requires, the vessel that is appropriate for the task. This is choreography learned through repetition, the physical manifestation of years spent in this exact space, doing these exact things. He approaches the first furnace, a cylindrical structure about 3 feet tall, made of brick and clay, with a grated opening at the bottom for air and fuel, and a larger opening at the top where vessels can be placed. The heat emanating from it is substantial. We can feel it from across the room. The alchemist reaches toward it without hesitation, his hand passing close enough to the opening that you instinctively flinch, but he knows exactly how close he can approach without burning. He adjusts something. Fuel position probably, using an iron rod. The flames inside shift from orange to orange, white. He watches for a moment, confirming the change, then moves to the second furnace. This one is lower and wider, more like a hearth than a furnace, with a flat top where multiple vessels can be warmed simultaneously. On it currently sit 3 clay crucibles and 1 glass alembic, all at different stages of whatever processes they re-undergoing. The alchemist checks each in turn, not touching them but assessing them through observation, the color of their contents, the rate of bubbling, the amount of condensation on the glass. He makes a small note on a piece of parchment with a piece of charcoal. No ink, we notice ink, can evaporate or run in this humidity and heat. Charcoal is permanent. The third furnace is the most interesting. It is taller than the others, perhaps 5 feet high, and it is enclosed except for small vents. This is an Athena, a self-feeding furnace designed to maintain constant low heat for extended periods. The name comes from the Arabic al-tana, meaning oven, and the design allows fuel to be added from the top, while ash falls through grates at the bottom, meaning the fire never needs to be extinguished and relit. Some alchemical processes require continuous heat for weeks or even months. The Athena makes this possible. The alchemist opens a small door in the Athena, S-side, and peers inside. The interior glows deep red. He nods to himself, closes the door, and adds fuel to the top. Charcoal, precisely measured, counting each piece. 10 pieces. He records this on his parchment, X marks, meaning 10, followed by a symbol that might be shorthand for charcoal, or might mean something else entirely in his private notation system. Then finally, he returns to his main work table and addresses us directly for the first time, turning to look at whoever has entered his sanctuary. But we not seeing him as he sees us. We observing from a different position, from the privileged perspective of narrative, from a vantage point that lets us see the whole room, the whole night, the whole story that is about to unfold. We not intruders in his space. We witnesses to a moment in history, a night in 1580, when an unnamed alchemist in a Prague tower conducted experiments that would matter in ways he could never know and wouldn't matter at all, in ways he desperately hoped. The candles continue burning, the furnaces continue breathing, the substances in their vessels continue their slow transformations, and we continue deeper into the mystery of what really happened here, in this room, on this night, and on hundreds of nights, like it, when the city slept and one man stayed awake, convinced that matter would surrender its secrets if he only watched carefully enough, waited patiently enough, and refused to accept that some mysteries might be designed to remain unsolved. The work table dominates the room. It is approximately 8 feet long and 3 feet wide, made of thick oak planks that have darkened over the years from pale honey to deep brown, almost black in places where substances have soaked into the grain. The wood surface is no longer smooth. It is a topographical map of violence done to matter. Burn marks like craters, deep gouges from tools that slipped or were driven with too much force, stains in colours that wood should never be, green and purple, and a particularly disturbing orange that seems to glow faintly in candlelight. If you could read this table the way historians read documents, you would see the entire history of the alchemist's work written in scars. That circular burn mark near the left edge, that is from a crucible that cracked and spilled molten metal, creating a moment of terror when the alchemist had to decide whether to try to salvage the material or just evacuate and let it burn through. He chose evacuation, which is why there is a deep char mark, but the table didn't catch fire. The decision probably saved his life. The long gouge running diagonally across the center, that is from when he was using a chisel to break apart a mass of fused material, and the chisel skipped, driving across the wood with enough force to create a valley a quarter-inch deep. The purple stains clustered near the right corner. Those are from experiments involving manganese compounds, attempting to understand why manganese could make glass purple, clear, or brown, depending on how it was processed. He never fully understood it, but the stains remain as evidence of trying. The table, geography determines workflow. The alchemist has organized his space with unconscious logic that reveals itself through observation. The left side of the table, nearest the windows, is where he prepares materials, grinding, measuring, mixing dry substances before they enter the transformative processes. This is the safest zone, the area least likely to produce sudden danger, which is why it is furthest from the furnaces. The right side of the table, nearest the Athena, is where he conducts operations requiring sustained heat. The center is neutral territory, where vessels can cool, where he can examine results, where paperwork and notation happen. On the table, surface currently, an array of equipment that would seem half alien and half familiar to a modern chemist. An alembic, a glass distillation apparatus consisting of a cucurbit, the round-bottomed vessel that holds liquid, an alembic head, the cap with its characteristic curved beak, and a receiver, the collection vessel. This particular alembic is hand-blown glass, probably Venetian, expensive enough that its presence here represents significant investment. The glass has a slightly greenish tint, imperfect by modern standards, but remarkable for 1580. 3 crucibles of different sizes, made of clay, so heavily used that it has become partially vitrified, transformed by heat into something between clay and glass. The interiors are stained with metallic residues, silver here, copper there, something that might be gold or might be brass, or might be the alchemist's attempt to create one from the other. The question of whether he succeeded is less interesting than the fact that he tried, repeatedly, systematically, recording each attempt with the care of someone who believes pattern will eventually reveal truth. A mortar and pestle carved from marble, substantial enough that it probably weighs 20 pounds. The interior is stained every color that stone can become when it grinds substances it was never meant to touch, yellows and reds and blacks, and that particular iridescent sheen that suggests mercury has been present, mercury with its ability to amalgamate with other metals, dissolving them into liquid solutions that challenge the medieval understanding of solid versus liquid, metal versus not. Metal, a set of scales so delicate that breathing near them would affect their reading. The scales sit under a glass cover, protection from drafts and humidity, with brass pans suspended by silk threads, less likely to stretch or contract with humidity than metal chains. The weights are arranged beside the scales in a fitted wooden box, starting with pieces that weigh approximately 1 pound, down through ounces. Scruples, a unit used by apothecaries, about 1.3 grams, and finally grains, about 65 milligrams. The smallest weight is a tiny piece of silver wire, calibrated against larger weights, capable of detecting differences too small for the naked eye to see reflected in quantity. A collection of tools, tongs with long handles for manipulating hot vessels, stirring rods made of glass and iron and wood, different materials for different substances, iron for salts, glass for acids, wood for solutions that would corrode everything else, a series of scrapers and spatulas, funnels in various sizes, filters made of cloth and paper, and several tools whose purpose isn't immediately obvious, custom-made solutions to specific problems the alchemist encountered and solved through improvisation, and books, 3 of them currently open on the table, their pages held flat by smooth river stones, acting as paperweights. The books are manuscripts, not printed volumes, copied in various hands by various scribes over various decades. The text is Latin mostly, though one book includes passages in what might be Arabic or Hebrew, languages the alchemist may or may not be able to read. though he has made marginal notes in Czech beside these passages, suggesting he has worked through them with dictionaries or informants. The books are not beautiful. These aren't the illuminated manuscripts you find in monasteries, with their gold leaf and elaborate capitals and miniature paintings. These are working documents, practical references, written by people who cared about content over aesthetics. The pages are stained from the same substances that stained the table. Some pages are partially burned. Others have been repaired with new parchment sewn over damaged sections, creating palimpsests where newer text overlays older, unreadable remnants. But look closer at the table surface itself between the equipment and books, and you'll see something peculiar. Marks carved directly into the wood. Not writing exactly though, some marks resemble letters. Not pictures exactly though. Some suggest images, circles, triangles, stars, spirals. These are sigils of a sort, though not the elaborate magical symbols you find in grimoires. These are simpler, more personal, mnemonic devices, reminders, markers for where certain operations should be performed. Near the left edge, where preparation happens, there is a series of parallel lines like a tally, perhaps counting repetitions of an experiment, perhaps marking the phases of the moon. Many alchemists believed lunar phases affected chemical operations, and while modern science dismisses this for terrestrial chemistry, the belief shaped practice. Near the center, there is a perfect circle about 6 inches in diameter, carved deep enough that it has become a shallow depression. Inside the circle, smaller circles, and inside those, marks that might be planetary symbols, or might be chemical notation, or might simply be decorative. The alchemist creating beauty in the midst of functionality, because humans cannot resist making meaning out of marks. And there, along the front edge of the table, barely visible unless you are looking for it, scratches that resolve into letters if you view them at the right angle. A date, 1574. The year he acquired this table, or the year he began his serious work, or the year something significant happened that needed commemorating. He carved it into the table, S-edge, where he would see it every time he worked, a reminder of when this particular chapter of his life began. The table is not just furniture, it is a partner in the work, marked by every experiment, seasoned by every spill, shaped by years of impact and heat and chemical assault. It is infrastructure and memory, practical surface and historical record. When the alchemist eventually dies and his equipment is dispersed, this table will probably be sold to someone who needs a heavy work surface, a butcher perhaps, or a carpenter. And whoever buys it will plane away the surface marks, erasing the evidence of everything that happened here, returning it to generic wood, useful but no longer meaningful. But tonight, the table is alive with possibility. On its surface, an experiment is in progress. In the alembic, a murky liquid is slowly heating, approaching the temperature where its components will separate, where the volatile will ascend and the fixed will remain, where transformation happens through nothing more mysterious than careful application of heat and time and attention. The alchemist places his hand on the table, S surface, feeling its solidity, its permanence, its scarred reliability. Then he picks up a glass rod and begins stirring the liquid in the cucurbit, preparing it for the next phase of separation, coaxing it toward revelation, 1 degree at a time. The north wall of the laboratory is entirely occupied by shelves, floor to ceiling, filled with vessels containing substances that bear names more poetic than accurate. This is the alchemist's pharmacy, his library of matter, his collection of ingredients for transformation. But reading these shelves requires learning a language deliberately designed to confuse outsiders. Start with the top shelf, where the most commonly used substances reside: oil of vitriol in a glass bottle sealed with wax. The liquid inside is clear and slightly viscous, innocent, looking until you understand that it is sulfuric acid, capable of charring organic matter, dissolving metals, burning through skin in seconds. The name vitriol comes from the glassy appearance of the crystals from which it is derived, copper sulfate or iron sulfate, heated and distilled, producing an acid that medieval alchemists could make but couldn't fully explain. Beside it, aqua forte, which is nitric acid, more immediately dangerous than oil of vitriol, because it releases choking fumes even at room temperature. The alchemist keeps this bottle double sealed, wax over cork, and stored far enough back on the shelf that accidentally knocking it over would require significant effort. Aqua fortis could dissolve silver and copper, producing beautiful coloured solutions: blue for copper, clear for silver, which seemed like transformation bordering on magic. Aqua regia, royal water, sits beside aqua fortis in a carefully labelled vessel. This is a mixture of aqua, fortis and spirit of salt hydrochloric acid, and it earned its royal name because it could dissolve gold, the king of metals. The mixture produces a complex cocktail of chlorine and nitrogen compounds that attack gold's typically inert surface, breaking it down into a yellow solution. To medieval eyes, seeing solid gold become liquid was either the height of alchemical achievement or the depth of alchemical blasphemy, depending on whether you thought gold's perfection should be preserved or transcended. Moving along the shelf, spirit of salt, hydrochloric acid, derived from heating salt with vitriol. Luna cornua, horn silver, actually silver chloride, which darkens in light, an early photochemical observation that wouldn't be exploited for photography for another 2 centuries. Butter of antimony, antimony trichloride, a substance the alchemist uses with particular caution because antimony compounds have a tendency to produce toxic fumes and violent reactions. Sugar of lead, lead acetate, which actually does taste sweet, though the alchemist knows better than to taste his materials routinely. Medieval physicians used sugar of lead as a medicine, particularly for women's ailments, slowly poisoning generations of patients who trusted their doctors and didn't understand why their symptoms worsened even as they followed prescriptions faithfully. Powder of algaroth, a complex antimony compound that precipitates as a white powder from solutions of butter of antimony. Why algaroth? Named after Victorius Algaroth, an Italian physician who developed a method for preparing it. Though the alchemist's own method probably differs in details, he is refined through trial and error. The second shelf holds metallic substances and their compounds, flowers of zinc, zinc oxide, which forms as fine white powder when zinc is heated in air, the metal seeming to bloom into something delicate and beautiful before returning to solid form when heated with charcoal. Crocus of Mars, iron oxide, the colour of rust and blood, used both as a pigment and as a starting material for extracting iron. Lapis calaminaris, a zinc ore, which when heated with copper produces brass, the medieval metallurgist's great trick, turning red copper into golden brass. Not quite the transmutation to gold, but close enough to suggest the process might be possible with the right techniques. Cinnabar, mercury sulfide, brilliant red, the primary ore of mercury, and a pigment so vivid it was worth more than gold by weight. The alchemist has several grades: rough natural ore that needs purification, and refined cinnabar. He has prepared himself by heating mercury with sulfur in sealed vessels, watching the 2 elements combine into something more colourful and stable than either alone. Realga and orpiment, arsenic sulfides, orange, red and yellow respectively, beautiful and deadly. Painters use these as pigments despite their toxicity. The alchemist uses them to study sulfur compounds and to understand why some materials are coloured while others are not. A question that won't be answered satisfactorily for another 200 years when light and atomic structure are finally understood. The third shelf holds organic materials, substances derived from living things or their remnants. Oil of tartar, potassium carbonate extracted from wine lees, the crusty deposits that form in wine barrels. This is a strong base, the opposite of acids, useful for neutralization and for reactions requiring alkaline conditions. Sal ammoniac, ammonium chloride, originally derived from camel dung near the Temple of Ammon in Egypt. Hence the name, though by 1580 alchemists have developed less aromatic methods of preparation. Antimony, the element itself, a silvery metal that breaks rather than bends, existing in a strange category between metals and non-metals. Medieval alchemists were fascinated by antimony's behaviour. It forms compounds with wildly different properties. It can purify gold by combining with impurities while leaving gold behind. It seems to dance between multiple states and identities. The alchemist has devoted months to antimony experiments, producing the various flowers and butters and regulaces that antimony yields under different treatments. Sal mirabilis, the wonderful salt, a mixture the alchemist has developed himself from multiple ingredients, saltpeter, sulfur, and organic materials, ground together, which when heated produces effects that are indeed wonderful, or terrifying, depending on your perspective. This is the mixture that exploded in his laboratory months ago, teaching him about deflagration and the enormous power stored in certain combinations of matter. Moving to the fourth shelf, red lion, green lion, eagle, serpent, crow, phoenix. Now we enter the realm of purely alchemical naming, where substances take on animal identities based on their perceived qualities, or the stages of the great work they represent. The red lion might be gold chloride, the green lion might be copper-based compounds. But the meanings shift depending on which text you are reading, which tradition you are following, which alchemist's private language you are trying to decode. This deliberately confusing nomenclature serves multiple purposes. It protects trade secrets from competitors. It maintains an aura of mystery that justifies high prices. It tests the worthiness of students. Only those dedicated enough to puzzle through the confusion deserve to learn, and perhaps most importantly, it reflects genuine conceptual confusion about what these substances actually are. Without atomic theory, without understanding of molecular structure, without even a clear distinction between elements and compounds, medieval alchemists named substances based on properties and behaviors and metaphorical resonances, rather than composition. The result is a chemistry, written in poetry, where multiple names point to single substances and single names point to multiple substances, where reading a recipe requires not just translation, but interpretation, where replicating an experiment becomes an act of creative problem solving because you are never quite certain what the original author actually meant. And yet, the system works after a fashion. Alchemists communicate with each other, knowledge transmits, techniques improve. The confusion is not absolute. It is just significant enough to create friction, to slow the process of collective advancement, to ensure that every generation has to rediscover some of what the previous generation knew. The alchemist runs his finger along the shelf, reading labels he has written himself, using his own private notation that combines standard symbols with personal additions. He knows what each vessel contains. He knows which combinations are productive and which are dangerous. He knows which substances are rare and expensive and which can be made in his laboratory from cheaper precursors. This is his vocabulary of matter. The alphabet from which he composes experiments. He reaches for a particular jar, one labelled with a symbol that doesn't appear in any standard text. His own mark for a substance he has isolated through a process he developed himself. Inside the jar, a silvery, white powder that, when heated, produces a pale blue, green flame and releases fumes that smell like nothing else in the laboratory. A unique scent, medicinal and bitter, that he has learned to associate with successful preparation. This is his secret weapon, his unique contribution, the substance he hopes will justify his patron's investment and save him from the slow bankruptcy that haunts every alchemist who can produce gold. It is not gold, but it does something interesting, something potentially valuable, if only he can figure out what exactly it is good for. He carefully measures out a small quantity of the powder onto a piece of parchment, folds the parchment into a packet, and carries it toward his furnaces. Tonight, this substance will encounter heat and acids and metals, and perhaps tonight it will reveal what it has been hiding, what purpose it serves, what transformation it enables. Or perhaps, like most nights, it will simply undergo changes he observes but doesn't fully understand, adding data to his notebooks without adding clarity to his theories, incrementing his knowledge without elevating his understanding, moving him forward through the fog without actually dispersing it. The shelves remain, labels waiting to be read, substances waiting to be combined, possibilities waiting to be explored. This is the library from which the alchemist composes his experiments, a collection of matter with borrowed names, familiar designations concealing unfamiliar realities, every jar holding both what it claims to contain and something else entirely, something that won't be properly named for generations yet to come. In the southeast corner of the laboratory stands a cabinet that differs from the open shelves, enclosed, locked, the wood darker and more ornate than the utilitarian furniture elsewhere in the room. This is where the alchemist keeps materials too valuable, too dangerous, or too controversial to leave accessible, even to himself without deliberate effort. The lock requires a key he keeps on a cord around his neck, never set down, never given to anyone else, including his apprentice. Tonight, he removes the key from under his shirt, inserts it into the iron lock, and turns. The mechanism clicks, heavy and well-made, German probably, purchased at significant expense from a locksmith who asked no questions about what needed protecting. The door swings open on hinges that have been recently oiled, revealing 3 shelves, dense with materials that embody medieval commerce, exploitation, and the blurred line between genuine rarity and elaborate fraud. Top shelf, mummy powder, actually mumia, held in a small wooden box. Inside, a dark brown powder with a faintly resinous smell, allegedly ground from Egyptian mummies. This substance has a disturbing history. Medieval Europeans believed that the bitumen used in Egyptian embalming possessed medicinal properties, able to treat wounds, cure diseases, extend life. Demand for mummy powder created an industry of tomb robbing, and when natural mummies became scarce, the deliberate production of artificial mummies using recently deceased bodies treated to resemble ancient remains. The alchemist uses mummy powder in preparations intended to preserve or restore, the logic being that a substance that preserved bodies for millennia must contain some essential principle of preservation. Whether his powder is genuine, from actual ancient mummies, or fraudulent, from recent corpses treated to appear ancient, or completely counterfeit, just resin and random organic materials, is unknowable. He purchased it from a merchant who swore authenticity. But such merchants always swear authenticity. What matters for his purposes is that the powder behaves consistently. It dissolves in certain solvents, resists others, produces characteristic colours when heated, and contains enough bitumen to have practical applications regardless of its actual human content. Beside the mummy powder, unicorn horn, actually the tusk of a narwhal, a single spiraled piece about 8 inches long, polished to reveal the internal structure, concentric rings of dentin, beautiful in a strange aquatic way. Medieval Europeans believed unicorn horn could detect poison, purify water, and cure numerous diseases. Noble families paid extraordinary sums for unicorn horn pieces, which were mounted in silver, displayed prominently, and occasionally scraped to produce powder for medicine. The alchemist knows his unicorn horn comes from a sea creature, not a mythical land animal. He has read enough natural philosophy to understand that narwhal tusks are being passed off as unicorn horns throughout Europe. But he keeps the specimen because it does have interesting properties. The porous structure of the tusk can filter certain impurities from liquids, and when ground to powder, it produces a calcium-rich material useful in various preparations. The myth matters less than the material utility. Mandrake root, occupying a small sealed jar, represents a different kind of problematic material. The root is vaguely human-shaped, 2 legs, a torso, sometimes features suggesting a face, which led to elaborate folklore. Mandrakes were said to grow beneath gallows, fed by the drippings of hanged men. They screamed when pulled from earth. Driving harvesters mad, they possessed magical properties for fertility, love, protection. The reality is more mundane and more interesting. Mandrake, Mandragora officinarum, contains powerful alkaloids, scopolamine, hyoscyamine, atropine, making it a genuine narcotic and anesthetic. Medieval physicians and witches used mandrake to produce sleep, visions, pain relief, and poisoning, depending on dosage. The alchemist uses it carefully, in very small quantities, as an ingredient in analgesic preparations. He also suspects that the visions associated with alchemical work, the hypnagogic states where insights emerge, might be partly attributable to low-level exposure to substances like mandrake, a troubling thought he has recorded in his private notes but hasn't resolved. Second shelf, minerals with properties that medieval science couldn't adequately explain. Lodestone, magnetite, capable of attracting iron, a phenomenon so mysterious it seemed magical, until you remembered that many things in nature display attractive or repulsive forces. The alchemist has several lodestones of different sizes, using them sometimes in experiments, sometimes just watching them interact with iron filings, trying to understand what invisible force operates between them. Asbestos, or rather a sample of fibrous mineral that resists fire. The alchemist keeps a small piece of cloth woven from asbestos fibers, which he can place directly in flames without it burning, a demonstration that always impresses visitors and which seems to violate the fundamental principle that fire consumes. He doesn't use asbestos in experiments, but he keeps it as a reminder that matter contains surprises, that the boundaries between possible and impossible are less firm than common sense suggests. Phosphorus, though he doesn't call it that. The element and the name won't be formalized for several decades. What he has is a preparation extracted from urine through a laborious process involving evaporation, fermentation and heat. The resulting substance glows in the dark with an eerie green. White light releases heat without combustion, and when exposed to air, sometimes bursts into flame spontaneously. He stores it underwater in a sealed glass vessel, handling it with extreme caution, because he has seen what happens when phosphorus ignites. It burns with an intensity that water can't extinguish. The glow of phosphorus fascinates him. It is light without fire, without the consumption of fuel, without heat in the ordinary sense. It seems to violate conservation, light emerging from matter with no obvious cost. Of course, there is a cost, chemical potential energy being released, but without thermodynamics, without an understanding of energy transformation, the phenomenon remains truly mysterious. The alchemist has spent hours in darkness watching phosphorus glow, trying to understand what he is seeing, whether the substance is burning very slowly or producing light through some entirely different mechanism. Third shelf, bottom, the truly dangerous substances, materials that require not just caution, but active danger management. Aqua regia, yes, but a special preparation, aged for months in sealed vessels, more concentrated and more aggressive than the fresh mixture on the open shelves. White arsenic, arsenic trioxide, deadly poison, useful metallurgically but requiring paranoid care because amounts too small to see can kill. Sublimate of mercury, mercury chloride, used in medicine despite being toxic, useful in alchemical work, but liable to produce choking fumes if heated too aggressively. And in the very back, wrapped in leather, sealed with wax, labelled only with a symbol he designed himself, a sample of something he is not entirely certain about. He acquired it from another alchemist, who acquired it from a traveller, who claimed it came from the East, perhaps China, perhaps India. The story varied with each telling. The substance is a dark grey, black powder that when added to certain solutions, produces effects the alchemist can only describe as enthusiastic, rapid reactions, colour changes, gas production, sometimes small explosions. He has tested it cautiously, in tiny quantities, and learned that it can accelerate reactions that would otherwise take hours. It is a catalyst, though that concept and terminology won't be developed for centuries. He doesn't know what it is, how it is made, or whether he'll ever be able to obtain more. It represents the frontier of his knowledge, material whose properties he can observe but whose nature he cannot penetrate, questions he can formulate but not answer. The locked cabinet represents a different kind of laboratory than the open shelves and worktables. Out there, the work is systematic, recorded, incrementally advancing. In here, the work is speculative, edging toward the dangerous, preserved behind a lock, because these materials can kill quickly if misused or stolen by someone who doesn't understand their power. But perhaps more significantly, the locked cabinet represents the alchemist's relationship with unknowing. These substances, genuine rarities mixed with frauds, useful materials mixed with toxic hazards, understood compounds mixed with complete mysteries, are his admission that the work isn't finished, that matter still holds secrets, that after years of study he is still standing at the beginning of understanding, peering into the dark, reaching for explanations that remain just beyond grasp. He takes what he needs from the cabinet, a pinch of serpent's tongue, actually crushed mercury sulfide, a sliver of the mysterious Eastern powder, and a fragment of something that might be gold or might be gold-coated silver. He has never been entirely certain. He locks the cabinet. The key returns to its cord, and he carries these materials back to his worktable, where they'll be tested, combined, heated, observed, and eventually either consumed in the experiment or returned to the cabinet to wait for the next use. The questionable origins matter less than the certain endings. Every substance in that cabinet, fraudulent or genuine, rare or common, will eventually be transformed into something else, contributing its properties to his evolving understanding of what matter can become when encouraged to exceed itself. The laboratory's warmth comes from three sources, three personalities of fire, each with its own temperament and purpose. The alchemist tends them with the attention some men give to horses or hunting dogs, not pets, but working partners whose moods and needs must be understood and accommodated. The first furnace, positioned against the east wall, is called an athener. The name comes from Arabic through Latin, meaning oven of long suffering, and the suffering referenced is the furnace's own. It burns continuously, day after day, week after week, sometimes month after month, never extinguished, never resting. The design enables this endurance, a tall cylindrical structure, perhaps 5 feet high and 18 inches in diameter, constructed from fire brick lined with clay that has been calcined repeatedly until it can withstand temperatures that would melt ordinary materials. The athener feeds itself in a way. Charcoal enters through an opening at the top, falls gradually through a narrow shaft in the center, and burns as it descends. The rate of descent determines the heat. Pack the charcoal tightly and it burns slowly, producing steady low heat for weeks. Pack it loosely and it burns faster, hotter, but for shorter duration. Ash falls through grates at the bottom into a collection chamber that the alchemist empties every few days. The system is elegant, almost autonomous, requiring intervention only for refueling and ash removal. Inside the Athena currently, a sealed glass vessel containing a solution that has been heating gently for 17 days. The solution started clear, became cloudy on the 3rd day, developed colour, pale yellow, on the 7th day, and has been gradually darkening, since now approaching a deep amber. What is happening inside is a kind of cooking, a breakdown of complex molecules into simpler components, but also a kind of concentration, as water evaporates through the vessel's cork stopper and leaves behind increasingly pure essence. The alchemist checks this vessel twice daily, morning and evening, making notes about colour and clarity. He doesn't open the vessel. That would admit air and humidity, disrupting the process, but he can learn enough through the glass. The colour tells him about oxidation states, about breakdown products, about whether the process is proceeding as expected or deviating into unexpected territory. Today the colour is correct for day 17. He nods to himself, satisfied, and adds a careful measure of charcoal to the Athena's top, maintaining fuel level, ensuring the fire that is burned for 43 consecutive days will burn for at least 43 more. The second furnace is entirely different in character. A brick hearth built waist, high, open at the front, with a flat-top surface where multiple vessels can be heated simultaneously at varying temperatures. This is the workhorse of the laboratory. The furnace used dozens of times per day for operations, requiring immediate heat, bringing liquids to boil, melting metals, calcining substances, testing reactions at high temperature. The second furnace arrangement consists of several heating zones at different temperatures. The back of the hearth, nearest the air vent and fuel bed, burns hottest. This is where the alchemist places crucibles for metalwork, where copper melts into red liquid, where silver pools like mercury, where even gold can be brought to the edge of transformation. The middle zone burns less intensely, suitable for reactions requiring sustained heat but not melting point temperatures. The front edge, furthest from the fuel, provides gentle warmth. Here vessels can simmer for hours, their contents bubbling slowly, releasing steam and vapour without the violence of boiling. Currently, the hearth hosts 5 vessels, a clay crucible in the hot zone containing copper and tin, creating bronze through mixture and heat. 2 alembics in the middle zone, one distilling wine to concentrate its spirit, another separating volatile oils from plant matter, and at the front edge, 2 flasks containing solutions that need only gentle encouragement, a green liquid that will deposit crystals as it cools, a clear liquid that becomes cloudy at certain temperatures, revealing precipitation of dissolved materials. The alchemist monitors this hearth constantly when it is active. Temperature fluctuations can ruin hours of work. A draft from an open door can cool one zone while overheating another. The amount of fuel, its arrangement, the airflow, all these variables require constant adjustment based on experience impossible to write down. You cannot learn this from books. You can only learn it by tending hundreds of fires, burning your fingers, scorching your eyebrows, watching reactions accelerate too fast or stall too slow, and gradually, over years, developing an intuition for heat that operates below conscious thought. He knows, without measuring, that the hot zone currently runs about 1100 degrees Celsius. Hot enough to melt copper, but not iron. Hot enough to calcine limestone, but not to vaporize gold. He knows this from the color of the coals, white, orange from the sound of the air moving through the fuel bed, a steady whisper, not the roar of excessive draft, from the way vessels placed in that zone glow dull red after a few minutes. Medieval alchemists didn't have thermometers. They had something better, direct sensory engagement with heat, touch and sight, and sound combining into knowledge that is embodied rather than intellectual. The third fire source is the simplest, and in some ways the most versatile, a bronze brazier filled with sand. The sand bath sits on a tripod over burning charcoal, and vessels nestle into the heated sand, which distributes heat evenly and gently. This is the safest heating method, nearly impossible to overheat, perfect for delicate operations where sudden temperature changes would cause problems. Cracking glass, driving reactions too fast, decomposing heat. Sensitive materials. The sand bath is particularly useful for long, slow extractions. The alchemist places a flask of plant material and solvent into the heated sand and leaves it for hours or days, the gentle heat encouraging the solvent to dissolve desired compounds while leaving unwanted materials behind. The sand's thermal mass means temperature changes slowly. Adding more charcoal doesn't immediately spike the heat. Removing charcoal doesn't immediately cool it. This buffering effect creates a forgiving system for operations that would be ruined by temperature instability. Currently, the sand bath hosts a single flask containing crushed madder root in alcohol. Over the past 6 hours, the alcohol has gradually extracted red pigment from the plant material, turning from clear to pink to deep crimson. The alchemist is not making dye. He is studying extraction efficiency, trying to understand what determines how quickly and completely solvents capture desired substances. He has varied temperature, time, and particle size across multiple experiments, keeping careful records, trying to find patterns that will let him predict outcomes rather than just hoping for them. The 3 fire systems together consume considerable fuel. The alchemist burns approximately 30 pounds of charcoal per Dalton Y, plus smaller amounts of wood for kindling and occasional high temperature work. This represents significant expense. Charcoal is not cheap, especially charcoal of consistent quality. Poor charcoal contains impurities that release fumes interfering with experiments. Good charcoal burns clean and hot, producing minimal smoke and maximum heat. The financial reality of fuel consumption is one reason so few alchemists can sustain their work. Materials are expensive, equipment is expensive, and underneath everything, quietly consuming resources day after day, are the fires. They never sleep because some transformations cannot be paused. You cannot stop a distillation midway and resume it later. The system's stability depends on continuous operation. You cannot bank the Athena's fire and relight it tomorrow. The vessel inside would cool, the process would stall, 17 days of work would be wasted, so the fires burn, and the alchemist tends them. And between the laboratory's heat and the October night's cold, an equilibrium establishes itself, the furnaces warming the space, the stone walls radiating that warmth into the night, and in that balanced exchange, the conditions necessary for transformation. The alchemist adds charcoal to the hearth's fuel bed, using an iron shovel, 6 scoops distributed evenly, counting each one because consistency matters. He learned this through failure, the time he added charcoal carelessly and created a hot spot that cracked a vessel, the time he added too little and watched a reaction stall halfway through, irretrievable, the time he added too much and watched the hearth belch smoke and soot that covered everything, requiring hours of cleaning and contaminating experiments that couldn't be cleaned. Now he counts. 6 scoops, always 6, and he places them deliberately, 2 in the back, maintaining the hot zone, 3 in the middle supporting the distillations, 1 near the front, just enough to keep the gentle heating zone from going cold. This pattern works. It produces the temperature distribution his current array of experiments requires. Tomorrow, with different experiments, he might use a different pattern. But tonight, this is the grammar of fire that creates the conditions for matter to speak. The meditative quality of fire, tending, is not accidental. The work requires presence, attention, a kind of active waiting that is the opposite of the frantic productivity modern life values. You cannot rush transformation. You can only create conditions where it becomes possible, then wait with patience bordering on faith. The alchemist settles onto a wooden stool positioned between the hearth and the worktable, a location that lets him monitor the fires while working on other tasks, grinding materials in the mortar, updating notes, reading texts, preparing for the next phase of ongoing experiments. The stool is worn smooth, shaped by years of his weight, positioned at exactly the right distance from the hearth to feel its warmth without being uncomfortable, close enough to the worktable to reach tools and materials without standing. This is his throne, though he would never call it that. This is the position from which he governs the laboratory, watching everything, tending everything, maintaining the conditions that make impossible things gradually become real. The fires burn, the night deepens. The transformations continue, molecule by molecule, degree by degree, moving toward outcomes the alchemist hopes for but cannot guarantee, because matter has its own agenda, its own rules, and the alchemist is not master but student, not commander but servant, not creator but witness to creation. Mercury obsesses the alchemist, the way certain melodies obsess composers, returning again and again, demanding attention, refusing to be fully understood. Of all the substances in the laboratory, mercury is the most paradoxical, a metal that flows like water, liquid at room temperature, when metals should be solid, silver, bright but darkening to grey when disturbed, capable of dissolving gold, yet unable to hold its own shape, cold to the touch despite its metallic nature, poisonous in every form yet used as medicine, named for the Roman god of messages and boundaries, because it seems to carry information between the solid and liquid worlds, between metal and not, metal between life and death. The alchemist keeps his mercury in a thick-walled glass vessel with a ground stopper stored in the cabinet, not because it is particularly valuable. Mercury is available, expensive but obtainable, but because spillage would be catastrophic. Liquid mercury forms tiny beads that scatter everywhere, rolling into cracks and crevices, impossible to fully recover, evaporating slowly and filling the air with invisible vapor that accumulates in the body over months and years, producing tremors, memory loss, personality changes, eventual death. He knows mercury is dangerous. Every alchemist knows this. The tremor in his hands is mercury. S signature, written on his body, the way his notes are written on parchment. But knowing danger and avoiding it are different things. Mercury is too important, too central to the work, too promising in its strange behaviors. So he works with it carefully, respectfully, fearfully, and accepts that this collaboration has costs written into the contract from the beginning. Tonight, S experiment involves what the alchemist calls the 7 deaths of mercury, a series of transformations that kill and resurrect the metal repeatedly, each cycle supposedly purifying it, bringing it closer to some perfected state where its full potential can be realized. The number 7 is not arbitrary. 7 visible planets, 7 metals, 7 stages of transformation, 7, the number of completeness in medieval numerology, the number where a cycle reaches fulfillment and begins again. First death combination with sulfur. The alchemist measures mercury carefully using a small glass cup, approximately 1 ounce, though his measurements are not precise by modern standards, more, about this much, than exactly 28.349 grams. Into a crucible it goes, silver, bright, pooling at the bottom, moving with that peculiar weight, without solidity that makes mercury seem almost alive. Then sulfur, bright yellow powder, measured more carefully because excess sulfur will create problems later. The ratio matters, too much sulfur and the product will be contaminated, too little and the reaction 1T complete. The alchemist has learned through repetition that mercury and sulfur should combine in approximately a 7-to-1 ratio by weight, though he doesn't think in these terms. He thinks, this much mercury requires this much sulfur, a knowledge expressed in the positions of his hands and the visual assessment of quantity, rather than in numbers. The crucible goes into the hearth, S middle zone. Now comes waiting. At room temperature, mercury and sulfur can coexist as neighbors. As temperature rises, they become lovers, combining with enthusiasm that produces heat and light. The alchemist watches through tinted glass. Direct observation would be too bright, too dangerous for vision. At first, nothing. The mercury remains liquid, the sulfur floats on top as a yellow scum. Then, as heat penetrates, the sulfur melts. It liquefies at 115 degrees Celsius, much lower than most substances. The yellow liquid mixes with silver mercury, creating a muddy grey. Still nothing dramatic, but as temperature continues rising past 200 degrees, the reaction begins. The mixture darkens. The crucible starts glowing, not from external heat but from reaction heat. The exothermic fury of mercury and sulfur uniting. The color shifts from grey to black to dark red. This is the first death, mercury losing its identity, its metallic brightness, its liquid freedom, binding itself to sulfur in a union so complete that the product cinnabar, mercury sulfide, seems to have nothing in common with either parent. The alchemist removes the crucible from heat before the reaction becomes violent. This is critical timing, learned through burning experience. Let it go too far, and the cinnabar vaporizes, releasing mercury and sulfur fumes that are individually toxic and together potentially lethal. Stop too soon, and the reaction is incomplete, leaving unreacted mercury mixed with cinnabar, contaminating the product. He judges by color. When the mass reaches a particular shade of dark red, Not quite black, not quite crimson. Somewhere between. The reaction has progressed far enough. He transfers the crucible to a stone slab where it can cool slowly. Rapid cooling would crack it, and crucibles are expensive enough that unnecessary breakage is wasteful. As the mass cools, it solidifies into a dense brick of cinnabar. This is mercury, first death, the liquid metal now trapped in solid crystalline form, its mobility sacrificed, its brightness exchanged for opacity, its independence surrendered to combination. Second death, calcination. The cooled cinnabar is ground in the mortar. Hard work, as the material resists crushing. The alchemist adds small amounts at a time, grinding with circular motions that have become automatic over years. The sound is satisfying, stone on stone, crystalline structure breaking down, large particles becoming small, small becoming fine, fine becoming powder. The powder is darker than natural cinnabar ore. Natural cinnabar is bright red, the color that makes it valuable as vermilion pigment. This synthetic cinnabar, made in the laboratory rather than mined from earth, is duller, darker, reflecting the violence of its formation. But for the alchemist's purposes it is actually superior, purer, more uniform, more predictable in behavior. The cinnabar powder goes into a shallow ceramic dish, which goes into the hearth's hot zone. This is calcination, heating in air, encouraging the substance to exchange components with the atmosphere, to break down, to release what it holds. As the cinnabar heats, it begins the second transformation. The powder darkens further, then shifts toward brown, then toward black. The mercury, sulfur bond, so enthusiastically formed hours ago, begins weakening under sustained heat. At approximately 580 degrees Celsius, the bond breaks entirely. Sulfur, the lighter element, escapes as sulfur dioxide gas. That acrid smell filling the laboratory, making the alchemist retreat to the window to breathe fresher air. Mercury, the heavier element, remains behind, but begins vaporizing too, creating a silvery vapor that the alchemist captures using a glass dome placed over the dish. This is the second death. Cinnabar decomposing under heat, dying back into its constituent elements, the compound surrendering to the elements from which it was made. Death through heat, death through breakdown, death as separation of what was united. Third through sixth deaths follow similar patterns, each involving different conditions, heating with salt, with acids, with metals, with alkaline substances, each supposedly refining the mercury further, removing impurities that might be invisible, but are nonetheless believed to corrupt the metal's essential nature. The medieval theory, impossible to prove or disprove with available equipment, is that each cycle of combination and separation makes mercury more perfectly itself, removes accidental qualities and reveals essential ones, brings it closer to some ideal form that exists only in philosophical space but can be approached through material operations. The modern reality is more complex. Some of these operations do purify mercury. Distillation, for instance, effectively separates mercury from less volatile impurities. Other operations accomplish nothing but transformation back and forth, cycling through states without qualitative improvement. But the alchemist cannot distinguish between productive and unproductive operations because he lacks the theory and measurement tools that would make such distinctions visible, so he performs all 7 deaths, faithfully, patiently, believing that tradition and repetition will accomplish what understanding cannot. By the time Mercury reaches its 7th death, dawn approaches. The alchemist has worked through the night, tending his furnaces, monitoring reactions, making notes about temperatures and timings and colors. His back aches from standing. His eyes burn from smoke and vapor. His hands, already trembling from chronic mercury exposure, shake more noticeably when he is tired, making the final operations, which require the most precision, the most difficult. The 7th death involves distillation of mercury from a complex mixture, capturing the vapor in a water, cooled condenser, watching silver droplets form and fall into the collection vessels. This is mercury's resurrection from vapor to liquid, from dispersed to collected, from dead to alive once more. The final product, mercury that has died and returned 7 times, looks identical to the mercury he started with hours ago. Same liquid silver brightness, same cold density, same tendency to form beads when poured, same everything visible. But the alchemist believes it is different, not radically transformed, not turned into gold or philosopher. Stone, but incrementally improved, marginally perfected, slightly closer to some ultimate potential. The question is unanswerable with 1580 technology. Some alchemical processes did produce genuine improvements. Distilled mercury is purer than all mercury, removing contaminants that affect properties. Other processes accomplished nothing but busy work, cycling through states without progress, transformation without improvement. But here is what the alchemist doesn't know, cannot know, will never know before mercury poisoning kills him. The 7 deaths are also his own. Each time he heats mercury, each time he creates mercury vapor, each time he handles mercury compounds, microscopic amounts enter his body, through his lungs, through his skin, through mucous membranes. The mercury accumulates in his brain, his kidneys, his nervous system, creating damage that is progressive and irreversible. The tremor in his hands, mercury dissolving the connections between nerves and muscles. The insomnia that plagues him, mercury disrupting sleep regulations. The periods of confusion and memory loss, mercury interfering with cognitive function. The personality changes his apprentice has noticed. Increased irritability, social withdrawal, bouts of irrational suspicion. Mercury writing neural chemistry. He is dying the way his mercury dies, through repeated transformation, through cycles of combination and separation, through incremental loss of essential nature. But while mercury can be distilled back to purity, human nervous systems cannot be restored once mercury claims them. The final mercury collects in its vessel, approximately 1 ounce, the same amount he started with, minus tiny losses to vaporization and spillage. It looks innocent, beautiful even, the way it catches candlelight and reflects it with liquid metal sheen. It looks like possibility, like potential, like the promise that matter can be perfected through art and effort and will. It looks like everything the alchemist believes in, and it is killing him slowly, imperceptibly, irreversibly, 1 molecule at a time. He stoppers the vessel. The experiment is complete. The notes are recorded. The furnaces still burn. But this particular investigation has reached its conclusion, or rather, has reached the point where it must be set aside for other work, other questions, other deaths and resurrections that cycle endlessly through the laboratory's nights. The mercury rests in its vessel, waiting for the next experiment, the next death, the next resurrection. And the alchemist, mercury, laden and trembling, moves on to other tasks, unaware that the substance he is trying to perfect is perfecting its own work in his body, bringing him closer to his own 7th death, from which there will be no distillation, no purification, no return. If mercury obsesses the alchemist with its paradoxes, distillation entrances him with its patience. Distillation is transformation through waiting. Alchemy at its most meditative, requiring nothing but heat, time, and attention sustained across hours or days until the apparatus delivers its verdict. Success, failure, or something ambiguously between. The alembic on the hearth has been running since yesterday evening, nearly 20 hours now. Inside the cucurbit, the round-bottomed vessel at the base, what was once 5 pints of red wine, now reduced to perhaps 3 pints of concentrated liquid, growing darker as the distillation progresses. Above, in the alembic head, the pathway for vapor, rising from the heated liquid, encountering the cooler metal of the head, condensing from gas back to liquid, trickling down the elongated beak into the receiver vessel. In the receiver, clear liquid, almost transparent, with just the faintest yellow tinge. This is the spirit of wine, the volatile component, what we would call ethanol, alcohol separated from water, and other wine components, concentrated to perhaps 40% or 50% by volume, much stronger than the original wine, but not yet the pure alcohol that modern distillation can produce. The alchemist watches a drop form at the beak, S-tip, growing heavier, finally falling with a soft plink into the receiver. He counts approximately 8 seconds between drops currently, which means the distillation rate has slowed. Earlier in the process, drops fell every 3 or 4 seconds. This slowing indicates progress. The most volatile components have already distilled, and now the apparatus is working through less volatile materials, requiring slightly more heat to vaporize. Distillation is one of alchemy's signature techniques, borrowed from earlier Arabic chemistry. The word alembic comes from Arabic al, anpi, q, which comes from Greek ambix, meaning cup, The technology traveled through cultures, each adding refinements. The basic principle is elegant. Substances with different boiling points can be separated by carefully controlling temperature. Heat a mixture just enough to vaporize the lowest boiling component. Capture that vapor, cool it back to liquid, and you've separated that component from the rest. Simple in principle, demanding in practice. Temperature control is critical. Too little heat and nothing happens. Too much heat and everything vaporizes together, defeating the purpose. The apparatus must be properly sealed. Any leaks allow vapor to escape uncaptured. The cooling must be adequate. If the alembic head is too warm, vapor passes through without condensing. Everything must be aligned correctly. Even a slight tilt can prevent condensed liquid from draining properly. The alchemist has been performing distillations for 15 years. He has developed instincts, how the apparatus sounds when it is running correctly, a gentle bubbling, steady, but not violent, how the condensate should flow in drops, not a stream, not sporadic sputtering, how the heating should be adjusted as the process continues, gradual reduction to prevent the remaining liquid from scorching. This particular distillation serves multiple purposes. Obviously, it produces strong spirits, the concentrated alcohol that medieval medicine uses as a solvent, a preservative, an antiseptic, an anesthetic. The alchemist sells some of his distilled spirits to physicians and apothecaries, one of his few reliable income sources. But the distillation also serves research purposes. He is testing how different heating rates affect the product, purity, how the shape of the alembic head influences vapor flow, how the age of the wine affects distillation efficiency. He is keeping detailed records, starting volume, heating rate, measured by fuel consumption, time to first drop, rate of drops at various stages, color and clarity of the distillate, volume collected, characteristics of the residue left in the cucurbit. Over dozens of distillations, patterns emerge. Some kinds of wine distill more easily than others. New wine produces a harsher tasting spirit than aged wine. Slower heating produces clearer distillate. Higher temperatures produce more product but lower quality. This is natural philosophy as empirical practice, systematic observation, careful record, keeping variation of parameters, attention to patterns. The alchemist doesn't use the language of controlled experiments. That vocabulary hasn't been invented yet, but he is doing something recognizable as experimental method, testing variables, accumulating data, refining technique. The waiting is essential. Distillation cannot be rushed. Apply too much heat in an attempt to speed things up and you'll overshoot. The wine will boil violently, sending liquid splashing into the alembic head, contaminating the distillate with undistilled material. The alchemist learned this the hard way years ago, watching what should have been clear distillate turn cloudy and dark, ruining hours of work because he was impatient, because he wanted results faster than the process could provide them. Now he knows better, now he waits. And in the waiting, other work gets done, grinding materials for later experiments, updating notes from earlier work, reading texts, planning next steps. The distillation runs in the background, a constant presence, a process that tends itself once properly established, requiring only periodic checking, but the checking matters. Every 20 minutes or so, the alchemist returns to the alembic, observes the drop rate, feels the temperature of the receiver. It should stay cool. If it is heating up, too much heat is reaching it, examines the clarity of the distillate, and most importantly, smells the vapor rising from the receiver. The smell tells him where the distillation stands. Early vapor smells sharp and clean, the lightest, most volatile alcohols vaporizing first. Middle vapor smells rounder, fruitier, the components that give wine its character. Late vapor smells heavier, sometimes acrid, sometimes with vegetal notes, the less volatile components that barely make it across. When the vapor starts smelling harsh or burned, it is time to stop. The distillation has extracted everything worthwhile, and continuing would only collect inferior material. He is approaching that point now. The drop rate has slowed to perhaps 15 seconds between drops. The smell has shifted from fruity to slightly sharp. The distillate's color has darkened just perceptibly. These signs together indicate the distillation is nearing completion, maybe another hour before he should stop heating and let the apparatus cool. While he waits, he contemplates what distillation reveals about matter. Wine is not a simple substance. It is a mixture of water, alcohol, acids, sugars, colors, and hundreds of other components in trace amounts. Heating reveals this complexity by separating what seemed unified. The wine that tasted like one thing turns out to be many things, each with its own identity, each capable of independent existence. This fascinates the alchemist from both practical and philosophical perspectives. Practically, separation enables purification, concentration, isolation of components with specific properties. Philosophically, if wine can be separated into components, perhaps all substances can. Perhaps every material is actually a mixture of more fundamental substances, and with the right techniques, everything can be broken down to its elements, understood, and potentially reassembled in new combinations. This philosophical speculation is remarkably close to actual chemistry. Matter is indeed composed of elements that combine in various proportions to create compounds. But the alchemist's conceptual framework is different. He thinks in terms of spirits and bodies, volatiles and fixed substances, pure essences and corrupting accidents. His vocabulary is philosophical and mystical rather than quantitative and empirical. But underneath the different language, he is groping towards something real. The distillation continues. Another drop forms, grows, falls. The candles burn down, and the alchemist replaces them. Light is necessary for observing color and clarity. The furnaces consume fuel and he adds more. Heat is necessary for driving the separations. The night progresses toward dawn and still the distillation continues, patient and inexorable, extracting drop by drop what the wine holds within it. There is a meditative quality to this work that the alchemist both loves and resents. He loves the calmness, the way distillation creates space for thought, the satisfaction of watching a process complete itself. He resents the time required, the way a single distillation can consume an entire day. The opportunity cost. What other experiments could he run if this one didn't demand such patience? But there is no alternative. Transformation requires time. You cannot negotiate with matter, cannot convince it to hurry. You can only create the conditions where change becomes possible, and then wait for change to occur at its own pace. Finally, after 23 hours of continuous heating, the alchemist judges the distillation complete. The drop rate has slowed to 1 per 30 seconds. The smell has turned distinctly harsh. The distillate is no longer clear but faintly cloudy. Continuing would produce inferior product. Better to stop, collect what has been gained, and reserve the residue for other purposes. He removes the receiver carefully. It contains perhaps 2 pints of clear, strong spirit, representing a day of work, and 5 pints of wine reduced to their volatile essence. He stoppers the receiver and sets it aside to rest. Newly distilled spirits are harsh. They improve with time, with exposure to air, with quiet aging that smooths their sharp edges. The residue in the cucurbit, about a pint of thick, dark liquid, goes into a separate vessel. This isn't waste. The residue contains sugars, acids, colors, all the components that didn't vaporize. Some alchemists discard this material. The alchemist keeps it, uses it in other preparations, finds purposes for what others waste. Economy matters in a practice that consumes resources voraciously. The apparatus must cool before being cleaned. Handling hot glassware is asking for burns and breakage. So the alembic sits on the hearth's edge, gradually returning to room temperature, while the alchemist turns to other tasks. The distillation is complete, but the work never is. There is always the next experiment, the next question, the next material waiting to reveal what it contains. He looks at the receiver filled with clear spirits, the fruit of a day's patient waiting. This is the reward. Transformation made visible, matter separated into components. Unity revealed as multiplicity. It is not gold, it is not the philosopher's stone. It is something more modest and more real, understanding purchased through attention, knowledge extracted drop by drop, wisdom distilled from experience the way alcohol is distilled from wine. The spirits will sell for enough to buy more wine, more materials, more time to continue the work. The cycle sustains itself. Transformation funding transformation. Discovery enabling discovery. Patience rewarded with small victories that justify the larger patience required to accumulate small victories into something approaching understanding. The distillation ends. The drop that has been forming for nearly a minute finally falls, the last return from this particular investigation. The alchemist makes his final notes, records the yield, assesses the quality, and closes this experiment's chapter in his book of transformations. Tomorrow, or perhaps the day after, he'll distill again, different material, same process, continuing the patient extraction of secrets that matter grudgingly yields to those who wait, who watch, who refuse to accept surfaces when depths can be reached through application of heat, time, and attention, sustained past the point, where most people would surrender to boredom or impatience or doubt. 4 months ago, the laboratory briefly became something else, a site of violence, a demonstration of forces that medieval understanding could barely begin to comprehend. A reminder that matter contains energies that can be released catastrophically when the wrong combinations encounter the right conditions. The evidence remains visible. On the ceiling, approximately 7 feet above the worktable, a scorch mark the size of a dinner plate, black at the center fading to brown at the edges. The plaster cracked radially from the impact point. On the north window, a pane of glass that is slightly clearer than its neighbors, obviously newer, installed to replace the pane that shattered outward on that memorable April evening. And on a shelf where broken equipment waits for possible repair or scavenging, a crucible that is no longer a vessel, but a twisted mass of ceramic fused into slag, melted and resolidified, its form distorted beyond function. The alchemist remembers the incident with uncomfortable clarity, the moment of absolute confusion when the world became noise and light and concussive force, followed by ringing silence, as his stunned ears temporarily stopped processing sound, followed by the slow return of awareness, the smell of smoke, the sight of debris scattered across his workspace, the realization that he was still alive and mostly intact, despite having just experienced something that should have killed him. What happened was, in retrospect, almost predictable. The alchemist was working with sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter, potassium nitrate, a substance he used in various metallurgical and chemical processes. He was attempting to create what he called philosophical sulfur, a purified form of sulfur supposedly capable of enabling transformations impossible with ordinary sulfur. The process involved grinding the 3 materials together in specific proportions, then heating the mixture in a sealed crucible. Then the mixture exploded. The alchemist couldn't he have known without modern chemistry, that he was essentially making gunpowder. Sulfur, charcoal, and saltpeter in the right proportions create a mixture that burns extremely rapidly, converting solid material to hot gas so quickly that the expansion creates explosive force. The Chinese had figured this out centuries earlier. Europeans were beginning to use gunpowder for warfare, but the alchemist, working from texts that described these materials in mystical terms rather than practical warnings, had no idea he was assembling a bomb. The proportions he used were approximately 10% sulfur, 15% charcoal, 75% saltpeter, not perfectly optimized for explosive force, but close enough. He ground them together in his mortar, mixing them thoroughly, because his texts emphasized that perfect integration of components was essential for philosophical operations. This thorough mixing is exactly what makes gunpowder most explosive: intimate contact between fuel, charcoal, and sulfur, and oxidizer saltpeter. Then he loaded the mixture into a clay crucible, sealed it with a fitted lid and lute, a paste of clay and fiber used to make vessels airtight, and placed it in the hearth's hot zone. The idea was to heat the mixture in absence of air, forcing the components to interact directly with each other, rather than with atmospheric oxygen, supposedly creating a refined product. The reality, as temperature rose, the mixture began reacting, sealed in the crucible with no escape. Pressure built rapidly. The reaction accelerated, heat causing more reaction causing more heat in a runaway cycle. Within seconds, the pressure exceeded what the crucible could contain. The explosion, when it came, was directed. The crucible lid, being the weakest seal point, blew off first, directing most of the force upward. This probably saved the alchemist's life. If the crucible had shattered sideways, propelling ceramic shrapnel horizontally, serious injury or death would have been likely. Instead, the lid and a column of hot gas shot upward, hitting the ceiling with enough force to leave the scorch mark, while the crucible body, though cracked, remained mostly intact on the hearth. The force of the ascending gas created a pressure wave that blew out the north window, the glass shattering outward into the night, raining down into the street below, where fortunately no one was passing at that moment. The sound, though loud inside the laboratory, was largely contained by the stone walls and absorbed by the surrounding city noise. Prague at night is not silent, and one more loud bang doesn't necessarily attract attention. The alchemist's immediate reaction was not fear but shock, a kind of cognitive freeze while his mind processed what had just happened. Then, as sensory input returned, assessment: was he injured? He checked himself systematically, Face, hands, torso, legs. Some minor burns on his hands from radiant heat, some ringing in his ears, but no major trauma. Was the laboratory on fire? He looked around frantically, but no, the explosion had been too fast to ignite much. And what did catch fire? Some parchment, some wooden tool handles burned out quickly or was easily extinguished. Was the building damaged? He inspected the ceiling where the scorch mark appeared, running his hands over the cracked plaster, checking whether the explosion had compromised structural integrity. The ceiling seemed sound, surface damage only, the thick stone construction having absorbed the force without critical failure. Then came a different reaction, fascination. The alchemist's fear transformed rapidly into curiosity. What had happened? Why had the mixture exploded with such force? What was the mechanism of this transformation from solid material to violent gas expansion? The mystical texts talked about substances containing fire or embodying explosive virtue, but those metaphors didn't explain the actual phenomenon. He spent the next hour examining the aftermath, the twisted crucible, the scorch pattern, the way debris had scattered. He tried to reconstruct the event's physics, which direction had force travelled, at what temperatures had materials melted, what sequence of failures had led to the specific pattern of destruction. And then, despite the danger he'd just experienced, despite the narrow escape from serious injury or death, he began planning how to recreate the explosion under controlled conditions. Because if a mixture could contain that much energy, if solid materials could transform so rapidly into expansive gases, then this phenomenon needed to be understood, studied, perhaps harnessed. Over the following weeks, the alchemist conducted a series of experiments, deliberately creating small amounts of the mixture, igniting them in open air, not in sealed vessels. That lesson had been learned, observing the flash and smoke and force. He varied the proportions, trying to understand which component contributed what to the effect. He discovered that the saltpeter was essential. Remove it, and the mixture just burned normally. The charcoal and sulfur provided fuel, but the saltpeter provided something else, something that made the burning extraordinarily rapid. He didn't develop the concept of oxidizer and fuel, didn't understand the chemistry at a molecular level, but he grasped the practical reality. Certain combinations of materials, when ignited, released energy far beyond ordinary burning. This energy could be dangerous in closed containers, but might be useful in controlled applications. The alchemist began experimenting with small-scale applications, creating bright flashes for theatrical effects, producing loud reports for signaling, and, most practically, developing methods for breaking rock. He discovered that small amounts of his explosive mixture, placed in drilled holes in stone, could crack the stone apart when ignited. This was potentially revolutionary for mining and quarrying. He shared this discovery carefully with acquaintances in the mining industry, not explaining how he'd developed the technique, not providing the exact mixture proportions, but demonstrating the effect and offering consultation on implementation. This led to small payments, some increase in reputation, and the satisfaction of seeing his near-disaster transform into practical utility. The irony wasn't lost on him. An attempt to create philosophical sulfur for mystical transmutation had instead revealed practical explosive power. The intended discovery failed. The accidental discovery succeeded. This pattern would repeat throughout his work. The outcomes he planned for rarely materialized, while unexpected results appeared regularly, challenging his assumptions about the relationship between intention and result, theory and practice, what he sought and what he found. In the perfect laboratory that exists only in imagination, every substance is pure, every vessel is clean, every process unfolds exactly as intended with no interference from unwanted materials or unpredictable variables. The alchemist's laboratory is not that place. It is a space where contamination is not an occasional problem, but a constant companion, an invisible participant in every experiment, sometimes saboteur, sometimes unexpected collaborator. Contamination takes countless forms. The air itself is contaminated, dust particles settling into open vessels, smoke from the furnaces depositing soot on surfaces, moisture from heated liquids condensing on cold stone walls and dripping back into experiments. The water used for cooling and dilution carries dissolved minerals from the well. Minerals that precipitate when water evaporates, leaving residues that interfere with reactions. The vessels themselves are sources of contamination. Clay crucibles leach alkali into solutions. Copper alembics introduce traces of copper into distillates. Even glass releases sodium and calcium over time, especially when in contact with acids. The alchemist's own body contaminates his work. His breath carries moisture and carbon dioxide into sensitive mixtures. His hands, no matter how carefully washed, transfer oils and particles. His clothing sheds fibers. When he sweats over a hot furnace, droplets of perspiration fall into open vessels, introducing salt and organic compounds that shouldn't be there. And then there are the deliberate contaminants, substances left over from previous experiments that couldn't be completely removed. A vessel used yesterday for copper compounds will retain microscopic traces of copper, no matter how thoroughly scrubbed. A mortar that ground cinnabar last week still holds particles of mercury sulfide in its microscopic crevices. The workable surface, scarred and stained from years of spills, actively contaminates anything placed on it, leaching various substances from its saturated wood. The alchemist fights contamination constantly. He has developed elaborate cleaning protocols. Vessels are rinsed with water, then with vinegar, then with water again, then dried with cloths that are themselves washed frequently. He wipes surfaces with damp cloths before beginning work. He covers vessels when not actively using them. He stores materials in sealed containers. He maintains separate equipment for different classes of experiments, never using the same crucible for both metalwork and organic distillations, never using the same mortar for both mineral and plant materials. Despite all precautions, contamination persists. He'll prepare what should be a pure solution and discover unexpected colors or precipitates. He'll repeat an experiment that worked perfectly last month and get completely different results. He'll purify a substance through multiple operations, only to find that the pure product still behaves inconsistently. The frustration of contamination is profound. The alchemist keeps a separate section in his notebooks labeled "Ruined by Unknown Corruption," a catalogue of experiments that failed not because his technique was wrong or his theory was flawed, but because something unwanted entered the system and altered outcomes unpredictably. This section grows thicker over time, page after page documenting careful work undone by invisible interference. But here is the paradox. Some of his most interesting discoveries came from contamination. Experiments that failed in their intended purpose succeeded in revealing unexpected phenomena. Unwanted substances created new compounds that proved more valuable than what he'd been trying to make. Take the case of his silver work from 3 years ago. He was attempting to purify silver through repeated dissolutions and precipitations, trying to produce the finest, most perfect silver possible. Philosophical silver, silver elevated to ideal state. The process required dissolving silver in nitric acid, aqua fortis, then precipitating it back out using copper metal, then melting the precipitated silver, then repeating the cycle multiple times. On the 4th cycle, something went wrong. The precipitated silver had a greyish colour it shouldn't have possessed. The alchemist assumed contamination. Some copper had co-precipitated with the silver, or some other metal had introduced itself. He almost discarded the batch as ruined, but curiosity made him test the grey silver anyway. He dissolved a small amount in aqua fortis, and the solution behaved strangely. Instead of the usual clear or pale blue colour, it produced a brown solution. When he added salt water to this solution, instead of the expected white precipitate of silver chloride, he got a curdy white precipitate that darkened rapidly in light, turning purple, grey within minutes. This was silver nitrate contaminated with something. The alchemist spent weeks trying to figure out what the contaminant was and where it came from. Eventually he traced it. Residual nitric acid in the vessel from previous operations had oxidized the copper he'd used for precipitation, creating copper nitrate in solution. When he precipitated the silver, small amounts of copper nitrate came along. When he redissolved everything in fresh nitric acid, he got a mixture of silver nitrate and copper nitrate. The contaminated mixture turned out to be more useful than pure silver nitrate. It had caustic properties that made it effective for treating certain skin conditions. It was easier to prepare than pure silver nitrate, and when carefully controlled, the degree of copper contamination could be adjusted to create different therapeutic strengths. The alchemist began selling this contaminated silver preparation to physicians, describing it as lunar caustic with martial virtue, silver with copper properties, copper being associated with Mars in alchemical planetary correspondences. It became one of his more successful products, funding months of additional research, all because contamination created something he hadn't intended to make. Similar accidents populated his work history. A distillation contaminated with sulfur produced an oil with remarkable preservative properties. A metal purification contaminated with arsenic yielded an alloy harder than either metal alone. A plant extraction contaminated with alcohol residue created a tincture more potent than water extraction could achieve. The pattern repeated so often that the alchemist began to wonder whether contamination was truly the enemy he'd always assumed. Perhaps purity was overrated. Perhaps complexity was where interesting properties emerged. Perhaps the quest for philosophical perfection, for substances refined to single essential nature, was missing the point entirely, and the real alchemy happened in mixtures, combinations, contaminated zones where multiple substances interacted unpredictably. This was a heretical thought in the alchemical tradition. The entire framework of the great work assumed that purification and simplification led toward truth, that complexity was corruption, that the goal was to strip away accidents and reveal essences. But the alchemist's experience kept contradicting this theory. His purest preparations often did the least. His contaminated accidents often did the most. He didn't abandon the purification paradigm, too deeply ingrained, too central to the conceptual structure he'd inherited, but he modified it privately, developing what he called productive contamination, deliberately introducing controlled amounts of impurities to see what resulted, not random contamination. That was just sloppiness. But systematic contamination, where he added specific substances in specific amounts and observed whether the results improved or degraded. This approach was remarkably modern in spirit. The alchemist was discovering empirically what chemistry would later formalize. Most interesting phenomena happen in mixtures, not pure substances. Catalysts work at tiny concentrations. Alloys outperform pure metals. Pharmaceutical effects often emerge from complex preparations rather than isolated compounds. Biology itself is contaminated chemistry. Living systems work precisely because they maintain productive contamination. Thousands of substances interacting simultaneously in carefully unbalanced equilibrium. But without the theoretical framework to understand what he was observing, the alchemist could only document patterns without explaining them. His notebooks filled with observations. Adding small amounts of copper improves silver caustic. Adding more copper degrades it. Why? Distilled spirits contaminated with wine residue taste better than pure spirits. Purity reduces quality. How? Iron contamination in glassmaking produces blue glass. Manganese produces purple. Cobalt produces deepest blue. Contamination creates color. What does this mean? The questions accumulated faster than answers. Each experiment revealed new complexity. Each attempt at simplification encountered resistance. Matter refused to behave simply, refused to resolve into tidy categories, insisted on maintaining messiness and interaction and unpredictable combination. The alchemist developed a private joke he sometimes shared with his apprentice. God is a terrible purifier. Everything he makes is contaminated with everything else. This was borderline blasphemous, suggesting divine creation was somehow imperfect, but it captured his growing conviction that contamination wasn't corruption, but essence, not accident but design, not problem but possibility. The Alchemist's library occupies 2 shelves along the west wall, perhaps 20 volumes, a mix of manuscripts and early printed books, each purchased at considerable expense, each supposedly containing knowledge essential for the great work, each more frustrating than helpful in actual practice. The books lie, not deliberately perhaps, but effectively. They promise secrets and deliver riddles. They claim to reveal and instead conceal. They present themselves as guides, while actually functioning as barriers, obstacles that must be overcome rather than aids that facilitate progress. Start with the most elaborate, a manuscript titled The Book of the Treasure of Treasures, hand-copied sometime in the previous century, 147 pages of dense text in Latin, with occasional Greek and Arabic phrases, decorated with crude drawings of alchemical apparatus and symbolic figures. The alchemist paid 2 months' income for this manuscript, purchased from an estate sale, believing based on its reputation that it contained the genuine teachings of a master alchemist. The reality, the book is almost deliberately obscure. Its instructions are contradictory. Its vocabulary shifts between literal and symbolic without warning. A passage that seems to describe a concrete procedure suddenly veers into allegory. Silver becomes the white eagle. Mercury becomes the philosophical child. Sulfur becomes the red servant. And you are left uncertain whether these are poetic descriptions of chemical substances or references to entirely different concepts. One recipe, which the alchemist attempted to follow for 6 frustrating weeks, instructs, Take the green lion and marry it to the red servant in the philosophical bed heated by gentle fire. Feed the marriage with white doves until the child is born black as night. Wash the child in mercurial streams until it becomes white as snow. Then give it the red tincture and it will become gold. This is gibberish. Or rather, it is poetry pretending to be instruction. The green lion might be acid, or copper compounds, or vitriolic materials, or something else entirely depending on which alchemical tradition you follow. The red servant is probably sulfur, but it could be cinnabar or other red substances. The white doves are almost certainly silver, but the text doesn't specify form or quantity. The philosophical bed is probably a vessel, but which kind? The gentle fire sounds specific, but isn't tea. Gentle to one alchemist might be intense to another. The alchemist tried multiple interpretations of this recipe. He combined acids with sulfur in various vessels at various temperatures. He added silver in different forms and amounts. He heated some mixtures gently, others more aggressively. He washed precipitates in mercury solutions. He applied heat treatments to the washed products. The results were uniformly disappointing. No gold appeared, no dramatic transformation occurred. He produced various compounds, some colored black, some white, some red, but nothing matching the recipe. Promises. After 6 weeks and considerable expense in materials, he concluded that either the recipe was fraudulent, or he lacked the secret key to interpret it correctly, or the recipe described something real, but his execution was flawed in ways he could identify. The manuscript's margins showed previous owners' frustrations. Marginal notes in various hands tried this. No result. What is white dove quantity? This seems to mean silver chloride. The author lies. These notes were somehow comforting. At least other alchemists had struggled with the same obscurity. But they were also discouraging. If generations of practitioners could make the recipe work, what hope did he have? Another book, a printed volume from Germany, The True Practice of Alchemy, revealed for the first time. The title, Promise of Revelation, proved empty. The book contained 60 recipes, each supposedly demonstrating alchemical principles, each more ambiguous than the last. The author used code names for materials. Azoth could mean mercury, or could mean universal solvent, or could mean something else entirely. The philosopher's mercury was supposedly different from regular mercury, but the text never explained how. Our gold was apparently not ordinary gold, but some special alchemical version, but how to obtain or recognize it wasn't specified. The book also contained warnings designed to protect trade secrets. The true proportions are known to initiate and must not be revealed to the unworthy. This meant that even when the text provided quantities, you could trust them. They might be deliberately wrong, requiring the reader to possess some secret ratio known only to initiated alchemists. How were you supposed to learn these secrets? The book didn't say, presumably through personal instruction from a master. But if you had access to a master, why would you need the book? The alchemist filled this book's margins with his own notes, tried as written, failed, added half the mercury, worse result, used double heating time, no improvement. The book became a record of failure, each recipe annotated with evidence that following the instructions didn't produce the promised outcomes. Some books were worse than obscure. They were actively contradictory. A manuscript on metallic transmutation claimed that gold was produced by combining mercury and sulfur in 3:1 ratio at moderate heat. Another manuscript claimed gold required mercury and sulfur in 7:1 ratio at intense heat. A third claimed mercury and sulfur could never produce gold. You needed mercury and special prepared sulfur, extracted from gold itself, which rendered the whole process circular and pointless. Which text was correct? The alchemist could tell. Each author claimed authority. Each cited ancient sources. Each promised results that the alchemist could replicate. He suspected all were wrong, but could be certain. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe his materials were impure. Maybe his technique was flawed. Maybe he lacked some crucial insight that would make everything suddenly comprehensible. The most frustrating books were those written in deliberate code. One manuscript used 3 languages within single sentences: Latin for verbs, Greek for nouns, Arabic for quantities. Reading required constant switching between linguistic registers and decoding cryptic abbreviations. Another book replaced material names with planetary symbols and zodiacal signs for Mercury, for copper, for gold, but also used these same symbols metaphorically, so you were never certain whether certi meant the actual metal mercury or some philosophical principle Mercury represented. Why did alchemical authors write this way? The Alchemist understood some reasons: protecting trade secrets from competitors, testing students' dedication and intelligence, maintaining an aura of mystery that justified high prices for instruction, and perhaps most significantly, genuine confusion about their own results. If you didn't truly understand why a process worked, you couldn't explain it clearly. So you wrapped it in symbolism and allegory and hoped that readers who successfully replicated the process would attribute their success to your teaching, rather than their own trial and error. But understanding why books were obscure didn't make them less frustrating. The Alchemist needed clear instructions, reproducible procedures, honest reporting of difficulties and failures. Instead, he got poetry, symbolism, deliberate obfuscation, and promises that exceeded any possible delivery. His apprentice once asked why he kept these books if they were so unhelpful. His answer was complex, because sometimes they contain one useful detail buried in pages of nonsense, because other alchemists reference them and I need to understand what they were talking about, because occasionally two lying books contradict each other in ways that reveal truth. If author A claims mercury must never be heated above moderate temperature, and author B claims mercury must be heated intensely, then the truth is probably that temperature matters, and different procedures require different heat. The books teach through their failures and contradictions as much as through any positive content. This was true, but incomplete. He also kept the books because they were what he had, without access to a master alchemist who would teach directly, without an institutional framework for transmitting reliable knowledge. Books were the only teachers available, however poor their teaching, so he struggled through them, cross-referenced them, tested their claims, documented their failures, and gradually accumulated practical knowledge that bore little resemblance to what the books actually said, but was somehow extracted from the process of engaging with them. Over time, the alchemist developed a hermeneutics of suspicion for reading alchemical texts. When a book said, "gentle fire," he tested a range of temperatures and observed which worked. When a book gave quantities, he tried those quantities but also half and double, seeing which produced better results. When a book used symbolic language, he generated multiple possible literal interpretations and tested each. When a book promised gold, he looked for what actually resulted and evaluated whether that had value even if it was the promised outcome. This approach transformed books from authorities to be obeyed into hypotheses to be tested. The alchemist didn't believe what he read, he investigated it. Text became the starting point rather than the end point, suggestion rather than instruction, question rather than answer, and yet, despite all frustration, despite all failures, despite all evidence that alchemical literature was unreliable at best and fraudulent at worst, the alchemist kept reading. Because occasionally, perhaps once per 100 pages, he encountered something genuinely useful, a technique he hadn't considered, an observation that matched his own experience, a practical tip that improved his results. These rare moments of genuine transmission justified the hours spent wading through nonsense. The books also served another purpose. They convinced him he wasn't alone. Other people had struggled with these same materials, asked these same questions, experienced these same frustrations. The marginal notes in old manuscripts created a community across time, alchemists separated by decades or centuries, leaving messages for each other in the margins, sharing failures and small successes, creating a distributed conversation that continued despite physical and temporal separation. The alchemist added his own marginal notes, knowing that someday, if his books survived him, another practitioner might read them and feel less alone, might learn from his documented failures, might continue investigations he couldn't complete. The books were simultaneously frustrating obstacles and precious links in a chain of inquiry that extended backward into history and forward into unknown future. On his desk currently, 3 books open simultaneously, each offering contradictory advice about metallic purification. The alchemist reads all 3, trusts none completely, synthesizes his own procedure combining elements from each, while adding modifications based on his own experience. The books inform his work without determining it, contribute without controlling, participate in a dialogue where their voice is heard but not decisive. This is maturity as a practitioner. knowing which sources to trust, how much, recognizing that no single text contains complete truth, accepting that uncertainty is permanent and complete understanding is impossible, but continuing the work anyway because partial understanding is better than none, because the questions are interesting even when answers are elusive, because the alternative, surrendering to ignorance, is intolerable. The books that lie remain on their shelves, each a monument to human desire to transmit knowledge and human inability to transmit it clearly. Each a mixture of insight and error so thoroughly blended that separating them is itself an alchemical operation requiring patience, skill, and willingness to accept loss. Sometimes discovery comes not from seeking but from noticing. Sometimes the most significant observations emerge not from designed experiments but from accidents, attended to with curiosity rather than dismissed as failures. The green salt was such an accident, unplanned, unexpected, and ultimately more interesting than whatever the alchemist had been trying to accomplish when it appeared. It began 3 months ago, in July's heat. The alchemist was working with copper and acids, attempting to prepare medicinal compounds for treating skin inflammations. Copper compounds had long been used in medicine: copper sulfate for cauterization, copper acetate, verdigris, for various external applications. The procedure was straightforward: dissolve copper filings in a mixture of vinegar and weak acid, allow the solution to evaporate slowly, collect the resulting crystals. The alchemist set up the dissolution in a wide ceramic dish, placed it on a shelf where it wouldn't be disturbed, and mostly forgot about it. The solution was supposed to evaporate over days, maybe a week. Other experiments occupied his attention. The copper dissolution was background work, not requiring close monitoring. 2 weeks later, he remembered the dish and went to check on it. What he found stopped him completely. The ceramic dish contained no liquid anymore, just an extraordinary formation of crystals. Not the usual blue-green crystals of copper sulfate. These were deep emerald green, growing in delicate structures that looked like nothing he'd seen before, radiating needles emerging from central points, creating star-burst patterns, 3-dimensional forests of crystal growing from the dish's surface. The formation was beautiful, genuinely beautiful, not just interesting or novel, but aesthetically remarkable. The green was so vivid it seemed to glow. The crystal structures were so delicate they seemed impossible. Surely they should collapse under their own weight. Yet there they stood, defying expectations about what solid matter could construct. The alchemist's first reaction was confusion. Why had this happened? The copper shouldn't have formed these particular structures. The slow evaporation should have produced ordinary crystals, not this extraordinary architecture. Something had gone wrong, or rather, something had gone differently, and the result was this unexpected beauty. He spent the next hour just looking at the crystals, sketching them from multiple angles, trying to capture their structure on paper. His drawings couldn't reproduce the 3-dimensionality or the exact color, but they documented the patterns, radiating structures, angular branches, the way smaller crystals nucleated around larger ones, the hierarchies of size creating complex landscapes at millimeter scale. Then the analytical work began. What were these crystals? He carefully extracted a few samples, dissolved them in water, and tested the solution's properties. Definitely copper. Based the blue color of copper in solution was unmistakable. But which copper compound? The crystals dissolved too easily to be copper sulfate, which is relatively stable. The vivid green suggested copper acetate verdigris, which is indeed that color. But copper acetate crystals didn't usually grow in these elaborate structures. The alchemist reviewed the original procedure, trying to identify what had caused the unexpected result. The vinegar, definitely. The weak acid, yes, he'd used dilute aquafortis. Nitric acid. The copper filings, standard material, nothing unusual. The container, just a ceramic dish. The location, a shelf near the window exposed to air and light. The time, 2 weeks instead of 1. Then he realized the container had been uncovered. Not deliberately, he'd simply forgotten to cover it, intending to do so later, and then forgetting entirely. The solution had been exposed to air for 2 full weeks. Vinegar is acetic acid. When copper dissolves in acetic acid in the presence of oxygen, you get copper acetate. But the formation of that acetate under slow, undisturbed evaporation, with continuous air access, had apparently created conditions perfect for these elaborate crystal growths. The alchemist became obsessed. He had to understand this, had to reproduce it, had to figure out what variables controlled the crystal formation. Was it repeatable, or was this a one-time fluke? Could he deliberately create these structures, or had he accidentally stumbled onto something inherently unreproducible? He designed a systematic investigation. Multiple ceramic dishes, identical copper amounts, identical vinegar, acid mixtures, but varying single parameters, covered versus uncovered, different evaporation rates controlled by vessel size, different temperatures, different amounts of light exposure. He set up a grid, 12 dishes, simultaneously, each with slightly different conditions, all labelled and documented. For 3 weeks he monitored them daily, sketching crystal formation as it progressed, noting colours, recording evaporation rates, measuring ambient temperature and humidity, creating what amounted to a scientific study, though he didn't have that vocabulary. Just methodical variation of parameters combined with careful observation and documentation. The results were fascinating. Not every dish produced the dramatic crystal structures. Some produced ordinary blue-green crystals. Others produced green powder rather than distinct crystals. But several did produce the star-burst formations, and careful comparison of conditions revealed patterns. The key variables, slow evaporation, faster evaporation produced less elaborate structures, continuous air access, covered dishes produced inferior crystals, moderate temperature, too cold and evaporation stalled, too hot and evaporation was too rapid, and undisturbed placement, any vibration or movement disrupted crystal growth. The combination of these factors created conditions where copper acetate could grow in its most elaborate crystalline forms. The alchemist also discovered something else. The crystal formations changed over time. Fresh crystals were bright emerald green. Exposed to light and air for days, they gradually darkened, taking on blue-black tones. This color shift was itself informative. It indicated ongoing chemical changes, oxidation continuing even after crystallization, the material remaining chemically active rather than reaching stable equilibrium. But why? Why did these conditions produce these structures? The alchemist couldn't answer this. He lacked the conceptual framework of crystallography, of molecular structure, of how atoms arrange themselves into lattices determined by chemical bonds and thermodynamic favorability. He could describe what happened, he couldn't explain why it happened. This was frustrating, but also liberating. Without the burden of needing to understand causes, he could focus entirely on observation and documentation. He sketched dozens of crystal formations, creating what amounted to a field guide to copper acetate crystallography. He noted variations in color from pale green to deep emerald to blue-black. He documented how crystal size related to evaporation rate. Slower evaporation produced larger, more perfect individual crystals. The work had no immediate practical application. These crystals were copper acetate, like any other copper acetate, medically and alchemically equivalent to less elaborate forms. Creating them in this beautiful structure didn't enhance their properties or increase their value. The investigation was pursued purely for understanding, for the satisfaction of controlling conditions to produce desired outcomes, for the pleasure of creating beauty through chemical manipulation. This was, in some sense, art. The alchemist was composing with matter, using chemical principles the way a painter uses pigments or a musician uses tones. The result was aesthetic rather than utilitarian, created to be looked at and appreciated, rather than to serve instrumental purposes. His apprentice understood this immediately. When the alchemist showed her his collection of crystal dishes, she responded not with questions about practical utility, but with simple appreciation. They're beautiful. How did you make them so perfectly? This was the right response, recognizing that not all laboratory work needs to justify itself through application, that pure investigation driven by curiosity and aesthetic appreciation is its own valid category of effort. The alchemist kept the best crystal formations, preserving them in sealed glass jars where air and light couldn't degrade them. They occupied a special shelf, specimens worth keeping, not because they were rare materials or valuable substances, but because they represented successful creation, evidence that patient attention to conditions could coax matter into extraordinary forms. The green salt incident changed how the alchemist approached his work in subtle ways. It reminded him that beauty could emerge from chemical processes, that the laboratory was a site not just of analysis and extraction, but of creation and artistry. It demonstrated that accidents could be more interesting than plans, that remaining open to unexpected outcomes was sometimes more productive than rigid adherence to experimental design. Most significantly, it revealed that his obsession with utility, with creating gold, with making medicines, with producing saleable products, was limiting. Some investigations deserved pursuit simply because they were interesting, simply because matter contained wonders that exceeded any practical application, simply because the question, "What will happen if I do this?" was worth asking even when this had no obvious purpose beyond curiosity. The green crystals sat on their shelf, growing slightly darker as weeks passed, despite the sealed containers, testimony to ongoing chemical activity even in seemingly stable matter. They were beautiful failures, attempts to make medicine that produced art instead. They were successful accidents, unintended outcomes that proved more meaningful than intended ones. They were reminders that the laboratory held possibilities beyond what any recipe or theory could predict, that matter had its own creative agenda, and that the alchemist's role was sometimes not to control, but to create conditions and then witness what emerged from those conditions with curiosity, attention, and appreciation. Medieval natural philosophy taught that metals grew in the earth like plants, developing slowly over centuries from crude ores toward perfection. Lead, the basest metal, was metal still forming, not yet mature. Gold, the noblest metal, was metal that had achieved complete development. This theory, inherited from ancient sources and elaborated by Islamic and European scholars, suggested that transmutation wasn't creation of something from nothing but acceleration of natural processes, helping metals grow faster than they would in the Earth's slow alchemical womb. The alchemist accepted this theory intellectually, but had never tested it experimentally. If metals truly grew, could that growth be observed? Could conditions promoting growth be identified and controlled? Could metallic generation be reproduced in the laboratory within human timescales? These questions led to one of his most ambitious and ultimately frustrating experiments, an attempt to create laboratory conditions that would allow metal seeds to grow into larger masses, demonstrating the reality of metallic life and potentially unlocking the secret of transmutation. The design was based on analogy to plant growth. Plants required earth, providing minerals, water, providing moisture, warmth, providing energy, and time, providing duration for slow development. Metal growth should require similar elements: mineral, rich substrate, moisture, gentle heat, and extended duration. The alchemist set out to provide these conditions in controlled form. He acquired a large ceramic vessel, a pot perhaps 2 feet tall and 1 foot in diameter, expensive but necessary for the scale of the experiment. At the bottom, a layer of crushed ore bearing traces of silver, providing seed metal that might grow if conditions were right. Above that, alternating layers of charcoal, representing earth, clean sand, providing structure, and powdered minerals including lime, salt, and various metal oxides, providing potential nutrients. Through this stratified structure, he carefully distributed tiny fragments of different metals: iron, copper, lead, tin, and a few specks of silver and gold, serving as seeds around which growth might occur. The entire assembly was moistened with water, infused with dissolved minerals, then sealed with a fitted lid, lubed airtight, to prevent evaporation. The vessel went into the Athena where it could receive constant gentle heat, maintained carefully at blood warmth, the temperature of living bodies, because the hypothesis was that metals lived and living things required warmth. The experiment was designed to run for 40 days. This duration was significant numerologically and religiously. 40 days and nights of the biblical flood. 40 days Moses spent on the mountain. 40 days of various transformative periods in sacred texts. The alchemist was not particularly religious, but he respected traditional timing, understanding that these durations came from generations of accumulated practice, even if their justifications were more mystical than rational. For the first week, nothing visible happened. The sealed vessel sat in the Athena, receiving its constant gentle heat, undergoing whatever slow internal changes might be occurring, giving no external evidence of progress or failure. The alchemist resisted the urge to open it and check. That would disrupt conditions, introduce air and contamination, potentially ruin the entire operation. Patience was required. Trust in the process was required. Faith that something was happening inside even though he couldn't see it. The second week was harder. Still no visible change. The vessel's exterior grew a thin layer of condensation as internal moisture vapor met the cooler clay surface. This was potentially encouraging. It indicated that moisture was circulating inside, perhaps carrying dissolved minerals from layer to layer, potentially feeding metal growth. Or it indicated nothing, except that water vapor condenses on cool surfaces, a phenomenon requiring no special explanation. By the third week, the alchemist's notes reveal growing doubt. Day 18, no change visible externally. Weight of vessel has not increased. weighed daily, no measurable difference. Condensation continues, beginning to suspect this operation is not proceeding as theorized. Will continue nonetheless through the full 40 days. This is scientific practice emerging, commitment to completing the designed experiment even when early indicators suggest failure. The alchemist could have stopped at 3 weeks, called it a loss, moved on to other work. Instead, he honored the experimental design, acknowledging that his doubt might be wrong, that change might be happening too slowly to perceive at 3 weeks, that judgment should be reserved until the full duration elapsed. The 4th week brought something, a smell, not dramatic, but detectable when he leaned close to the vessel. A mineral smell, slightly sulphurous, suggesting chemical activity inside. Reactions were occurring, whether they were the intended reactions, metal growth, or just random chemical interactions between the layered materials remained unknown, but at least something was happening. Day 40 arrived. The alchemist carefully opened the vessel, breaking the seal, removing the lid, and immediately facing disappointment. The interior looked mostly like it had 40 days prior. The layers were still distinct. No obvious masses of newly grown metal appeared. The seeds he de-distributed through the structure looked unchanged in size, but closer examination revealed subtler changes. The mineral powder between layers had fused in places, creating small concretions. The metal fragments had developed surface deposits, verdigris on the copper, rust on the iron, grey patina on the silver. The sand had cemented together in regions held by precipitated salts, and most interestingly, small crystalline structures had formed on some metal surfaces, whisker-like projections, dendritic patterns, evidence of some kind of growth process. Were these the metal growth he de-hypothesized? The alchemist examined them carefully, using his best magnification, a simple lens providing perhaps 3 times enlargement. The crystal projections appeared to be metallic. They had metallic luster, metallic color, but were they extensions of the seed metals? Or were they new deposits from solution? Without modern analytical tools, without understanding of electrochemical processes, he could definitively answer. He documented everything meticulously. Sketches of the crystal formations, descriptions of their locations, mostly at interfaces between different layers, measurements of their dimensions, typically less than half an inch long, hair, thin. He collected samples of the mineral concretions for later analysis. He saved the entire vessel contents, preserving the experimental result even though its meaning remained ambiguous. In his notes, he grappled with interpretation. The experiment demonstrates that metallic substances undergo changes under conditions of warmth, moisture, and time. Whether these changes constitute growth in the manner of plants is uncertain. The formations observed could be interpreted as growth, the metals developing extensions, adding material to themselves. They could also be interpreted as simple crystallization, dissolved materials precipitating onto metal surfaces as temperature and moisture fluctuated. I cannot distinguish between these interpretations with current methods. The hypothesis of metallic life remains neither proven nor disproven. The experiment reveals that I lack the means to test what I wish to test, that the question I am asking requires observational and analytical capabilities beyond my possession. This is remarkable honesty, admitting epistemic limitations, acknowledging that his tools and concepts were insufficient for the investigation he wanted to conduct. Many alchemists would have declared success, claiming the crystal formations as proof of metallic growth. Others would have declared complete failure, seeing nothing that matched dramatic expectations. The alchemist did neither. He occupied the uncertain space between success and failure, acknowledging what he de-observed while resisting premature interpretation. The sealed vessel still sits on a shelf in the laboratory, unopened since that day 40 years ago. The alchemist intended to open it eventually, to see whether longer duration produced more dramatic changes. But other experiments intervened, other questions became more pressing, and the vessel remained sealed, its contents continuing their slow transformations in darkness and isolation. This sealed vessel is a perfect metaphor for the alchemical enterprise, matter enclosed, undergoing changes that might be significant or might be trivial, impossible to evaluate without opening. But once opened, the conditions are irrevocably altered, and the experiment becomes unrepeatable. The sealed vessel holds both potential and uncertainty, promise and ambiguity, the hope that something important is happening, and the fear that nothing is. The living metal hypothesis remains unresolved in the alchemist's mind. He still believes metals might grow in some sense. The evidence from mining is suggestive, veins of ore seeming to regenerate over decades, depositions continuing in mines long after initial extraction, but demonstrating growth under laboratory conditions has proven beyond his capability. This failure, if it is failure, teaches something important. Not all questions are answerable with available methods. Some investigations must wait for better tools, better concepts, better understanding. The alchemist's frustration is knowing that the question is good, the investigation is well designed, but the means to conclusively answer don't yet exist. So the vessel waits, and the alchemist moves on to other experiments, and the hypothesis of living metals remains neither proven nor disproven, suspended in the same ambiguous space as so many alchemical claims. Not quite knowledge, not quite error, but something uncertain between them, waiting for future investigators with better tools to finally settle questions the alchemist could only pose. Not all experiments end with ambiguous results and careful documentation. Some end with terror, with the immediate recognition that death has come close enough to touch, with the kind of fear that changes how you approach your work forever after. It was February, 2 years ago. The night was particularly cold, the kind of cold that makes stone walls radiate chill and makes the furnace's heat feel inadequate, no matter how much fuel you feed them. The alchemist was working with antimony compounds, attempting to prepare what ancient texts called the regulus of antimony, a purified metallic form supposedly possessing remarkable properties. The process required heating antimony or stibnite, antimony sulfide, with iron and potassium compounds in a crucible, driving off the sulfur and reducing the antimony to metallic form. The texts described this as straightforward, but the alchemist had learned that straightforward in alchemical literature meant fraught with undescribed dangers that you'll discover through experience. He loaded the crucible, crushed stibnite, iron filings, potassium carbonate, all mixed thoroughly. The crucible went into the hearth's hottest zone. The theory was that heat would cause the iron to bond with sulfur, freeing the antimony to collect as metallic liquid at the crucible's bottom. Simple chemistry, though he didn't use that word. He thought of it as separation through affinity, materials preferring certain partnerships and abandoning others when given energy and opportunity. What the text didn't adequately explain was that antimony compounds, when heated, produce extraordinarily toxic fumes. Antimony oxide, antimony hydride, various sulfur compounds, all toxic, some acutely so. The texts mentioned that vapors may arise but didn't convey the reality, that these vapors can incapacitate quickly, that they're heavier than air and accumulate at floor level, that they cause respiratory failure if exposure is sufficient. The alchemist understood antimony was dangerous. He'd worked with it before, always carefully, always with good ventilation. But this particular night, the cold had made him close the shutters to preserve heat. The laboratory's usual drafts, which he normally cursed for disrupting careful heating, were blocked. Air circulation was minimal, the crucible heated. The mixture began reacting. At first, just the expected slight smoke. The alchemist monitored from a distance, watching for the moment when the mass would melt and separate. Then, without warning, the reaction accelerated. The crucible's contents bubbled violently. A crack formed in the crucible wall, not dramatic, just a small fissure, but enough. Smoke poured out. Not the normal smoke from furnaces, not even the acrid smoke from sulfur burning. This was dense, yellowish, white, and it filled the laboratory with terrifying speed. The alchemist's first breath of it produced immediate coughing, violent, uncontrollable, his lungs rejecting the air they'd just taken in. His second breath was worse. His throat closed, his lungs burned. His vision blurred at the edges, darkening as oxygen deprivation began affecting his brain. He knew with absolute clarity that he was dying, not might die. Was dying right now in his own laboratory, poisoned by his own experiment. His body's survival instinct overrode conscious thought. He needed air, fresh air, the window. He turned toward the north window. The one nearest the door tried to walk, and discovered his legs weren't coordinating properly. He managed 3 steps before his knees buckled. The floor came up to meet him, cold stone against his face. Shocking but also somehow distant process through the growing fog in his mind. He remembered fragments after that, pieces of experience disconnected from narrative coherence. The sound of his own breathing, laboured and wet. The smell of stone. The distant awareness that he needed to move, needed to reach the window, needed to escape the poison gas, but his body wouldn't respond to commands. The strange thought that dying was remarkably undramatic, No agony, no dramatic struggle. Just systems shutting down quietly while consciousness faded. What saved him was his apprentice. She arrived for morning duties earlier than usual. Why, she could never adequately explain, just a feeling that she should come early that day. She found the laboratory door barred from inside, his standard practice when working with dangerous materials. But she could smell the acrid vapor seeping through cracks around the door frame. She pounded on the door, calling his name. No response. She tried to force the door. Impossible, the bar was too strong. So she ran down the stairs into the street, found a neighbor with an iron pry bar, convinced him to help, and together they forced the door, breaking the bar's mounting, nearly breaking the door itself. The neighbor recoiled from the smoke, refusing to enter. The apprentice wrapped cloth around her face, held her breath, and went in. She found the alchemist on the floor, still breathing but barely conscious. She grabbed his arms and dragged him. He was heavier than she expected, dead weight resisting her effort. Dragged him across the floor, through the door, down the stairs, out into the street where February air, cold and clean, revived him slowly. He came back to consciousness in stages, first gasping breaths that hurt but pulled clean air into damaged lungs, then awareness of being outside, being held semi-upright against a wall, then recognition of his apprentice's face, frightened and relieved simultaneously. Then the full weight of understanding. He'd nearly died, would have died, had been saved only by improbable timing and his apprentice's courage. The next days were agony. His lungs felt like they'd been scoured with sand. Every breath hurt. He coughed constantly, producing greyish phlegm that tasted metallic. His throat was raw. His voice, when he could manage speech, was hoarse and weak. He couldn't work, couldn't tend furnaces, couldn't do anything but sit and breathe carefully and wait for his body to heal, if it would heal. His apprentice maintained the laboratory in his absence. She extinguished the furnaces' unnecessary fire risk with no one to tend them, ventilated the space thoroughly, cleaned up the spilled antimony mixture, carefully having learned from his experience, and basically preserved the laboratory against his eventual return. He did return after 3 weeks, but he was changed. The casual confidence with which he'd approached dangerous materials was gone, replaced by something closer to fear. Not paralyzing fear that prevented work, but healthy fear that demanded precautions. He installed new windows, ones that opened wider for better ventilation. He developed a rule, never working with volatile toxic materials without the door unbarred and a clear escape route. He began keeping a bucket of water near the workspace, not for extinguishing fire, but for plunging his head into if he inhaled toxic vapor, washing mucous membranes before poison could fully penetrate. Most significantly, he stopped working alone with the most dangerous materials. When operations involving antimony, arsenic, mercury vapor, or other acutely toxic substances were necessary, his apprentice was present, positioned near the door, ready to intervene if he showed signs of distress. This required trusting her with his life, a trust that the rescue had earned, but that still felt uncomfortable. Admitting vulnerability, admitting that his independence wasn't absolute, that sometimes survival required help. The apprentice understood this shift in their relationship. She'd seen him at his weakest, literally dragged him unconscious from a room that would have been his tomb. The power dynamics between master and student had equalized somewhat. He had superior knowledge, but she had proven capability in crisis that he couldn't match with expertise. They were, after the incident, more genuinely partners than they'd been before. The night of smoke and silence, he called it that because his memory included long periods of silence broken only by his labored breathing, became a dividing line in his practice. Before, a certain recklessness born of familiarity, the sense that he understood his materials well enough to take shortcuts. After, systematic caution, acknowledgement that understanding didn't equal control, acceptance that matter could kill quickly if respected insufficiently. The experience also changed how he thought about the alchemical enterprise. The old text spoke of the work requiring sacrifice, of alchemists giving their lives to the pursuit. He'd always interpreted this metaphorically, sacrificing time, comfort, wealth in pursuit of knowledge. Now he understood the texts were also literal. Alchemists really did give their lives, not metaphorically, but actually poisoned by mercury and arsenic and antimony, burned by acids and explosions, dying from accumulated damage that no medieval medicine could treat. The death count was hidden because it happened slowly, privately, in laboratories where practitioners worked alone. No monuments marked alchemists killed by their work. No records listed cause of death as mercury poisoning from years of distillation or respiratory failure from antimony fumes. They just died younger than average, trembling and confused, and often mentally changed by the substances they'd spent years handling. The alchemist was now consciously part of that tradition. The tremor in his hands, mercury, the persistent cough that developed after the antimony incident, lung damage that would never fully heal, the occasional confusion and memory gaps, neurological effects from accumulated toxic exposure. He was dying slowly, trading health for knowledge, making a bargain he hadn't consciously agreed to but couldn't now escape. This recognition brought a strange peace. If the work was killing him, then every experiment mattered more, every observation needed recording, every bit of knowledge needed preservation, because his time for contributing was limited. The urgency wasn't about achieving the great work or discovering transmutation. Those goals now seemed less important. The urgency was about understanding what he could, documenting what he learned, passing knowledge to his apprentice, so that his suffering wouldn't be wasted, so that the price he was paying would purchase something of value. The night of smoke and silence taught him mortality, not the abstract knowledge that everyone dies eventually, but the concrete understanding that he specifically was dying faster than necessary because of choices he'd made, that the laboratory was simultaneously the site of his life's meaning and the mechanism of his death, that knowledge extraction and life extraction were proceeding simultaneously. That matter was teaching him its secrets while claiming his body as payment. He accepted this bargain, not happily but consciously. The work continued, but it continued with new awareness, new caution, new respect for the fact that matter was powerful, and he was fragile, that curiosity had costs written into every experiment, that understanding sometimes required sacrifices measured in breath and balance, and years removed from the end of a lifespan. The cracked crucible from that night remains on a shelf, unrepaired, a memorial to the day he nearly died. Every time he sees it, he remembers the smoke filling his lungs, the floor against his face, the gathering darkness, and then his apprentice's hands pulling him back from that darkness, saving him for more work, more experiments, more years of trading health for understanding in the space where knowledge and death maintain their ancient partnership. The alchemist's work, despite its apparent isolation, exists within a web of economic dependencies and social obligations. The tower's rent must be paid, materials must be purchased, fuel must be procured. And none of this happens without money, which means none of it happens without the patron, the merchant who funds this enterprise in exchange for promises that become harder to keep with each passing year. Today is the first of the month, which means today the patron visits. The alchemist knows this not from appointment, but from pattern. The patron always comes first, checking his investment, assessing progress, reminding the alchemist that support is contingent on results. The visits have become more tense over time, as initial enthusiasm for the project has slowly calcified into skeptical persistence, as hope has gradually been adulterated with doubt. The knock on the door comes at midday. The alchemist has been preparing since morning, cleaning the laboratory to create an impression of order and purpose, arranging equipment to look impressive, positioning his most successful-looking products where they'll be noticed. This is theatre as much as science, performance as much as research. He descends the stairs and opens the street, level door. The patron stands there, a man in his 50s, well dressed in merchant's clothing that speaks of prosperity without ostentation, his expression already evaluating, already calculating value and cost. Behind him, 2 servants carrying a heavy wooden box. Master Physician, the patron says, using the courtesy title the alchemist doesn't quite deserve but doesn't correct. I trust I found you well. Well enough, the alchemist replies. His voice is hoarse still from the antimony incident, but he doesn't mention this. Please, come up. I have progress to show you. This is the opening move in their ritualized interaction, the patron's polite inquiry, the alchemist's modest affirmation, the invitation to ascend to where evidence of progress can be displayed. They climb the spiral stairs, the servants struggling with the heavy box, all of them breathing harder by the time they reach the 3rd floor. The laboratory impresses the patron, as it always does. The furnace is glowing, the vessels arrayed on shelves, the books opened on the work table, all create an atmosphere of serious intellectual work. The patron walks slowly around the space, examining equipment, noting new acquisitions, assessing whether his money is being spent appropriately. So, he says finally, tell me what advances you've made. This is the crucial moment. The alchemist cannot admit that his main advance in the past month was nearly dying from antimony fumes. He cannot confess that most experiments fail or produce ambiguous results. He cannot reveal that transmutation remains as elusive as ever, that the philosopher's stone is no closer to discovery than it was years ago. Instead, he must frame his work to sound promising, to suggest progress, to maintain the patron's investment. I have refined my understanding of metallic purification, the alchemist begins. This is true. His silver chloride work has indeed improved. The process I've developed produces lunar medicine of exceptional quality, valued by physicians throughout the city. Also true, his contaminated silver preparations sell reliably. I have also made progress in understanding ammoniac preparations, he continues, gesturing to vessels on the work table. The volatility of spirits has become more predictable under controlled conditions. This is mostly true. His distillation technique has improved incrementally. The patron listens, his face neutral. He has heard variations of this speech before. Finally he interrupts. But what of the primary work? What of multiplication? What of the great work itself? Here is the trap. The patron is not funding general chemistry research. He is funding transmutation research, the attempt to achieve what alchemists have claimed for centuries, turning base metals into gold, creating wealth from knowledge, achieving material transformation that justifies all expense and effort. The alchemist has not achieved this, cannot achieve this probably, but admitting failure means losing patronage, which means losing the laboratory, which means losing the work that gives his life meaning. So he cannot admit failure. He must instead perform promise, suggest proximity to breakthrough, maintain hope just barely credible enough to justify continued investment. The work progresses through stages, he says carefully. Current operations involve purification of base materials, preparing substances of sufficient purity to undergo the crucial transformations. This preparation cannot be rushed. Premature attempts at multiplication would fail, wasting material and time. This sounds plausible. It invokes traditional alchemical theory about the necessity of purification. It explains why results aren't visible yet while promising they're coming. It is also, essentially, evasion, postponing the test indefinitely by insisting prerequisites haven't been met. The patron's expression suggests he is not entirely convinced. You said similar things 6 months ago. How much longer does purification require? The alchemist feels pressure tightening. Perhaps another season, spring's return brings favorable conditions for certain operations. By summer, I anticipate demonstrating significant advancement. More postponement. Summer is months away. Anything could happen between now and then. Actual progress. New excuses. The patron's patience exhausting. But summer is far enough in the future that the patron can't immediately call the bluff. The patron considers this. Then he gestures to his servants, who open the heavy box they've been carrying. Inside, gold coins, quite a lot of them. The patron counts out a specific number, 12 coins, each stamped with the emperor's seal. This is your quarterly support, the patron says. Sufficient for rent, materials, and living expenses for the next 3 months. I provide this in good faith, trusting that your assurances of progress are genuine. The alchemist takes the coins, feeling their weight, literal weight in his hands, metaphorical weight of obligation. 12 gold coins represent substantial wealth, enough to sustain his work for months. But they're also a reminder of dependency, of the fact that his intellectual freedom exists only because someone with money chooses to fund it. However, the patron continues, his tone hardening slightly. I must also be frank with you. My patience, while considerable, is not infinite. Other alchemists have approached me, promising faster results, more direct paths to multiplication. I have remained loyal to you because I believe in your seriousness and your learning, but belief requires vindication. By summer's end, I will need to see demonstration, not theory, not promise, but actual demonstration of transmutative capability. This is the threat beneath the politeness. The patron is giving him perhaps 6 months. Produce results or lose support. The alchemist understands perfectly. I understand, he says simply. By summer's end, you will see what has been accomplished. The patron nods, satisfied with this commitment, or at least satisfied that the commitment has been extracted and recorded. The servants close the now empty box. The patron makes a circuit of the laboratory one more time, examining equipment as if inventorying his investment, then heads toward the door. One more thing, he says, pausing at the threshold. The test I propose for summer's end is this. You will demonstrate multiplication using material I provide. I will bring you ordinary iron. You will transform a portion of it to silver or gold in my presence. This will prove definitively that your work has achieved its goal. The alchemist's stomach tightens. This is the nightmare scenario, required to perform impossible transmutation on demand, using someone else's material, with no opportunity for preparation or substitution. If he fails, he is exposed as either incompetent or fraudulent. If he refuses, he is admitting the work is failing. "I understand the test," he says, keeping his voice steady. "I accept your terms." The patron smiles, not warmly but satisfied. "Excellent. I look forward to summer then. Good day." He descends the stairs. The servants follow. The alchemist listens to their footsteps fading, then the street, level door closing, then silence. He is alone with 12 gold coins and a 6-month deadline for achieving the impossible. He sits on his workstool, staring at the coins. Each one represents about 10 days of current lifestyle: rent, food, materials, fuel. 12 coins, 120 days, roughly 4 months. The math doesn't quite work out to the promised 3 months of support, but the patron always calculates conservatively. The message is clear, resources are limited, time is short, results are required. The alchemist knows what he should do: admit the truth, confess that transmutation remains beyond his capability, release the patron from this expensive and unproductive commitment. But doing so would end everything. The laboratory would close, the work would stop, the years he has invested would be rendered meaningless. He would have to find other employment, probably as an apothecary or physician, making medicines for mundane ailments, abandoning the larger questions that have consumed his adult life. So instead, he makes a different choice: to continue the charade, to hope for an unlikely breakthrough, and if breakthrough doesn't come, to prepare for demonstration through other means. He has 6 months to either achieve the impossible or convincingly fake it. Neither option is good, but they're the only options available. The coins sit on the table, catching candlelight, their golden colour mocking him. Everyone wants gold, the patron most of all. The irony is that the patron brought gold here, real, substantial, verified gold, to fund attempts to create more gold through alchemical transformation. If the process actually worked, if transmutation were genuinely possible, the patron wouldn't need to fund it because the alchemist could fund himself infinitely. The fact that alchemists always need patronage, always need funding, always live in precarious financial circumstances, this should be evidence enough that transmutation doesn't work. But hope is powerful, more powerful than logic, and as long as hope persists, patrons will continue funding, and alchemists will continue promising, and the cycle will continue until hope finally exhausts itself. The alchemist pockets the coins. He has 3 months of funded work, and then 3 more months of gradually increasing desperation, and then a day of reckoning when he'll either produce a miracle or produce a very good trick. The choice between those options, between discovering the impossible and successfully performing fraud, will be made over the coming months, as his research either yields breakthrough or yields nothing, as his conscience either permits deception or doesn't, as his desperation either exceeds his integrity or doesn't. For now, though he has resources and time, the work continues, the experiments proceed, and in the back of his mind, a plan begins forming, a plan he doesn't yet admit to himself, because admitting it would mean acknowledging that he is preparing to cross a line he'd promised himself he would never cross. The patron's gold will fund the alchemist's research. Whether it will also fund the alchemist's fraud remains to be seen. Among the alchemist's papers, filed between his experimental notes and his copied recipes, sits a document that tells the truth, his words to the patron carefully avoided, his financial ledger, a brutally honest accounting of income and expenses, assets and debts. The actual mathematics of trying to sustain alchemical research without royal patronage or independent wealth. The ledger is not meant for other eyes. Its margins contain no elaborate justifications or hopeful projections. It simply records numbers, what comes in, what goes out, what remains. And the story those numbers tell is one of slow economic dissolution, of a practice that consumes resources faster than it generates them, of a man spending himself broke in pursuit of knowledge that may or may not exist. Start with the expense side, because expenses are certain while income is variable. Rent for the tower, 2 gold coins per quarter. This is actually quite reasonable for the space. 3 floors, solid construction, reasonable location. The landlord hasn't raised rent in 5 years, possibly because having an alchemist as tenant comes with certain inconveniences, strange smells, occasional small explosions, neighbours complaining. The alchemist has negotiated this stability by being a reliable payer, never late, never defaulting. Charcoal and fuel, approximately 6 silver coins, per month. This is the largest regular expense after rent. The furnaces consume resources voraciously. The alchemist has tried to economize using wood when possible, banking fires during periods of low activity, minimizing waste. But certain operations require sustained heat, and sustained heat requires sustained fuel, and fuel costs money that accumulates relentlessly. Glassware and ceramic vessels, variable, roughly 4 silver coins per month, averaged across a year. Glass breaks, crucibles crack. Even with careful handling, equipment fails regularly and must be replaced. The alchemist tries to repair what he can, mending cracks with clay lute, reusing broken glass as raw material for other purposes. But some losses are irreplaceable, and replacement is expensive. Chemical materials highly variable, anywhere from 2 to 20 silver coins per month, depending on what experiments are active. Mercury, silver, gold for testing, various acids and salts, organic materials for extraction, metal ores for assaying. All these cost money. Some materials he can prepare himself from cheaper precursors, but many must be purchased from suppliers who understand their value and price accordingly. Books and manuscripts occasional but substantial expenses. The alchemist hasn't purchased a new book in over a year. They're too expensive, but when important texts become available, he feels compelled to acquire them despite the cost. His library represents perhaps 30 gold coins of accumulated investment. Living expenses, approximately 4 silver coins per month, food, clothing, incidentals. The alchemist lives modestly, eating simple meals, wearing practical clothing that lasts. He could live more cheaply, but below a certain threshold. Privation affects work quality. Hunger disrupts concentration. Cold makes fine manipulations difficult. Insufficient rest leads to errors. Support for his apprentice, 1 silver coin per month, plus occasional materials. She works for knowledge more than money, but she still needs basic support. The alchemist provides what he can, knowing it is inadequate, but unable to offer more without shortchanging the research itself. Total monthly expenses, roughly 18 to 24 silver coins, or approximately 2 gold coins, using the approximate conversion of 12 silver to 1 gold current in this era and location. Per quarter, 6 gold coins. Per year, 24 gold coins. Now the income side, which is less consistent. Patron, quarterly support, 12 gold coins per quarter, though actually about 10 gold coins when converted from the patron actual payment patterns. This is the foundation, the base funding that makes everything else possible. But it is also uncertain, contingent on the patron's continued belief in the work, always potentially at risk of cancellation if patience exhausts. Sales of medicines and preparations, variable, roughly 8 to 12 silver coins per month. The alchemist sells distilled spirits, mineral compounds for physicians, some cosmetic preparations. These sales are reliable but small, enough to supplement patronage but not enough to replace it. The income is also inconsistent, bunching up when large orders come through, drying up for weeks between sales. Consultation fees, occasional, perhaps 4 to 6 silver coins per quarter. Sometimes other craftspeople need chemical expertise, a glassmaker wanting to improve colors, a metallurgist needing advice on alloys, a physician seeking unusual compounds. These consultations pay modestly, but irregularly. Teaching fees, none currently. The apprentice is his only student, and she pays in labor rather than coins. In theory, he could take on wealthy students, willing to pay for alchemical instruction, but doing so would require time and attention he currently devotes to research. Total annual income, approximately 20 to 22 gold coins, maybe slightly more in good years. The mathematics are uncomfortable. Expenses of 24 gold coins per year, income of 20 to 22 gold coins per year. A deficit of 2 to 4 gold coins annually. Not catastrophic in any single year, but cumulative. The gap has to be filled somehow, either by selling possessions, borrowing money, or reducing expenses below sustainable minimums. The ledger shows the strategies the alchemist has employed to manage this structural deficit. Sold his better quality clothing 2 years ago, plus 2 gold coins. Now wears threadbare robes patched multiple times. Sold some books that turned out to be less useful than anticipated, plus 3 gold coins over the past 3 years. The library is now smaller but focused on works he actually references. Reduced meat consumption significantly. Saves perhaps 1 silver coin. Per month, he now eats primarily bread, cheese, vegetables, only occasional meat. This has health consequences. He is thinner than he was 5 years ago, probably nutritionally deficient. But it keeps costs down. Eliminated all luxuries, no wine, except for distillation experiments, no new clothing, no entertainments, no unnecessary expenditures. This saves perhaps 2 silver coins per month, but makes life aesthetically barren. Extended time between purchasing new equipment, uses cracked vessels longer than safe, makes do with inadequate glassware, accepts higher breakage rates because replacement is postponed. This is penny, wise and pound. Foolish equipment failure leads to failed experiments and wasted materials, but immediate cash flow concerns override long-term efficiency. Despite these economies, the deficit persists. The ledger's final pages, covering the current year, show the alchemist is approximately 3 gold coins in debt, borrowed from various sources, payable on no specific schedule, but nonetheless owed. This debt weighs on him, another form of pressure alongside the patron's expectations and his own research ambitions. The ledger also contains projections, the alchemist's attempts to model future scenarios. If patronage continues at current level, deficit increases slowly, debt accumulates gradually, reaches unsustainable level in perhaps 2 to 3 years. If patronage increases sustainable, but increasing patronage would require demonstrating results the alchemist can't guarantee. If patronage ends catastrophic, the research would stop immediately. The laboratory would close. He would need to find other employment just to survive. If he successfully demonstrates transmutation, real or performed, patronage likely increases substantially, possibly to 50 gold coins per year or more. This would make the practice sustainable and even profitable. But achieving this requires either impossible breakthroughs or successful deception. The ledger is depression, written in numbers. It shows that the alchemist is fighting a losing battle against simple arithmetic, that passion and dedication and hard work are insufficient, when income doesn't match expenses, that knowledge production costs more than knowledge sells, for in a marketplace that values gold over understanding. But the ledger also contains a section labeled Intangible Assets. The alchemist's attempt to account for value that doesn't translate to coin, knowledge accumulated, impossible to quantify, but significant. He knows more about chemical processes than almost anyone in the city. This knowledge could be monetized more aggressively through teaching, consultation, or selling proprietary formulas. But doing so would require time taken from research, reputation, mixed but substantial, known among physicians and craftspeople as reliable and skilled, known among other alchemists as serious and ethical, known among nobility as the patron's alchemist, which carries status. This reputation could be leveraged for additional patronage, but only if the current patron recommends him, or if he achieves something notable. The laboratory itself, the accumulated equipment, materials, books represent perhaps 50 gold coins of value if sold piece by piece. The space contains his life's work. This asset is simultaneously substantial and illiquid. He could sell it, but doing so would destroy the practice itself. The apprentice, her labor, her knowledge, her loyalty, these have value difficult to quantify. She effectively works for far less than her skills would command in other employment, subsidizing the research through her undercompensation. These intangible assets don't pay rent, they don't purchase charcoal, they don't feed anyone, but they represent forms of wealth that might eventually convert to tangible resources. If reputation leads to new patronage, if knowledge yields saleable products, if the laboratory's accumulated capability enables commercial success. The alchemist closes the ledger, filing it back among his papers. The numbers haven't changed from when he last looked at them, and they won't improve by being reviewed. But looking at them serves a purpose, maintaining honest understanding of his situation, avoiding the delusion that everything is fine when it isn't, acknowledging that material constraints limit what is possible regardless of how fascinating the questions are. The ledger is the reality check against which his work must be evaluated. It doesn't matter how brilliant an experiment is if he can't afford the materials to conduct it. It doesn't matter how important a question is if pursuing it leads to bankruptcy and the end of research capacity entirely. The work exists not in some pure realm of ideas, but in a material world where rent comes due, and fuel costs money, and survival requires income. This is the unromantic truth of alchemical practice. Most of the thinking is not about transmutation or transformation or philosophical mysteries, but about money, how to get it, how to stretch it, how to keep the enterprise running long enough that something valuable might emerge to justify all the expense and sacrifice. The ledger of half-truths tells the whole truth. The alchemist is slowly going broke, and unless something changes, a breakthrough, new patronage, successful deception, the work will end not with philosophical resolution, but with economic exhaustion, not with discovery of ultimate truth, but with a simple inability to continue paying for the search. The patron's deadline hangs over everything now. 6 months until demonstration day. 6 months to either achieve transmutation or convincingly simulate it. The alchemist has chosen, though he hates admitting it to himself, to prepare for simulation. This means developing a performance that will satisfy the patron's test, while technically being theatre rather than genuine transformation. The ethical boundaries trouble him. He is not a fraud, or rather he hasn't been until now. His work is genuine. His observations are honest. His claims about progress, while optimistic, are not deliberately deceptive. But preparing to fake transmutation crosses a line, transforming him from researcher who hasn't yet succeeded into charlatan who deliberately misleads. He justifies this crossing through various mental gymnastics. The simulation will buy time for genuine discovery. The patron wants to believe, so I'm helping him maintain belief. Other alchemists do far worse. The alternative is losing the laboratory and ending all research. These justifications are flimsy, and the alchemist knows they're flimsy, but they're sufficient to permit him to continue planning. The specific method he is developing involves substitution and misdirection, not crude switching of materials, but a more sophisticated approach, using the patron's lack of chemical knowledge. The test will involve transforming iron provided by the patron. The alchemist cannot actually transform iron to silver or gold. That is impossible with his methods. Probably impossible, period. But he can create situations where the patron thinks he is observing transformation, while actually observing something else. First approach, surface gilding disguised as transmutation. The alchemist has been perfecting a technique for coating iron with extremely thin layers of gold. The process uses gold dissolved in aqua regia, reduced onto iron surfaces through displacement reactions. The gold layer is microscopically thin, perhaps a few atoms thick, but sufficient to change the iron's appearance from grey to golden. In candlelight, with the patron positioned at appropriate distance, a small piece of surface gilded iron could pass for gold, at least briefly. The weakness, close examination would reveal the deception. Scratching the surface would expose grey iron beneath golden coating. Testing the piece's weight or malleability would immediately prove it wasn't gold. The patron would need to be prevented from such examination, distracted, convinced that prolonged testing would damage the delicate, newborn gold, persuaded to accept visual inspection as sufficient proof. Second approach, substitution during complex procedure. If the demonstration involves multiple steps, heating in crucibles, immersion in various solutions, transfers between vessels, opportunities arise for switching materials unobserved. The patron provides iron. At some point during the operation, that iron is substituted with pre-prepared gold or silver. The final product is revealed as transmuted when it is actually just substituted. The weakness requires exceptional sleight of hand and opportunity. The patron will be watching closely, suspicious of exactly this kind of trick. The switching would need to occur at a moment when the patron's attention is directed elsewhere, during a dramatic color change while examining other aspects of the process, when smoke or fumes temporarily obscure visibility. Such moments can be engineered, but the risk of detection is substantial. Third approach, the golden tree. This is more theatrical, more impressive visually, and potentially more convincing because it involves continuous observation. The technique grows metallic crystals from solution onto a substrate, creating tree-like formations. By carefully preparing a solution containing tiny amounts of gold dissolved along with base metals, the alchemist can create conditions where gold precipitates first, coating the substrate, and creating the impression that the base metal is transforming to gold as the tree grows. The weakness, the amount of gold produced is tiny, barely visible amounts forming delicate crystal structures. This couldn't be presented as practical transmutation producing usable quantities of gold, but it could be presented as a philosophical demonstration, proof of principle showing that transformation is possible, with the implication that scaling up is merely a technical matter requiring more time and resources. The alchemist practices these techniques in private, refining them, identifying problems, developing contingencies. His apprentice knows what he is doing. She helps with the preparations, understanding that her own continued learning depends on the laboratory remaining open. She doesn't judge him, or if she does, she doesn't voice it. They're collaborators in necessary deception, partners in fraud, undertaken to preserve genuine research capacity. The practice sessions reveal dozens of potential failure points. The gilding technique is too fragile. Samples that looked convincingly gold when first prepared lost their coating after a few hours. The substitution technique requires more dexterity than the alchemist possesses, especially with his mercury, tremor hands. The golden tree approach is too obviously tiny, scale to impress. Weeks of practice on to yield a perfect method, just slightly less imperfect methods. The alchemist begins to realize that no deception will be entirely convincing, that the patron will likely maintain doubts regardless of what is presented. The goal isn't to prove transmutation beyond doubt. That is impossible. The goal is to provide enough apparent evidence that the patron can choose to continue believing, to give him justification for maintaining patronage if he wants to maintain it. This shifts the alchemist's approach. Instead of trying to create perfect simulation, he focuses on creating plausible demonstrations supplemented by verbal theatre, explanations that sound sophisticated, references to ancient texts and traditional procedures, emphasis on the difficulty and delicacy of the process, suggestions that what he is showing is merely the first stage of longer work. The performance will need to satisfy multiple audiences, the patroness desire for proof, the patroness need to justify continued investment to his own family and business partners, and the patroness perhaps conscious desire to maintain hope even in the face of evidence that hope is unfounded. Human psychology, as much as chemistry, will determine whether the demonstration succeeds. As the deadline approaches, the alchemist's laboratory becomes divided into two parallel practices. The genuine research continues in one area, distillations, extractions, observations recorded honestly, while in another area the performance materials are prepared and rehearsed. The space physically embodies his split consciousness, part honest investigator, part desperate performer, both existing simultaneously because circumstances demand both. His notes show this division. In his research journal, continued investigation of silver precipitation from nitric acid solutions, observed that temperature significantly affects crystal formation. Lower temperature produces finer crystals, higher temperature produces larger, irregular masses. Practical implications for purification procedures. In a separate notebook labeled simply Summer, prepared gilding solution using 2 parts aqua regia, 1 part gold scrap, diluted with water application to iron surfaces using soft brush. Result, acceptable golden appearance initially, but coating unstable, need to develop a fixative or protective layer. Consider using thin varnish. Would this be detectable by the patron? These parallel records tell the story of a man living in 2 worlds, one where he seeks truth honestly, another where he prepares to present false truth for survival. The tension between these worlds creates constant psychological strain. He cannot fully commit to the fraud because his self-image as a genuine researcher prevents it. But he cannot abandon fraud preparation because his economic reality requires it. His apprentice watches this internal struggle with concern and sympathy. She understands the bind he is in, understands that the system of patronage forces this kind of compromise, that integrity becomes luxury when survival is uncertain. She also worries about what success in fraud would mean. Would it corrupt his genuine research, make him more willing to cut corners, erode the standards that have made his work valuable even when it hasn't produced gold? These are questions without easy answers. The summer deadline approaches, the demonstration performance takes shape, and the alchemist continues both his genuine research and his fraud preparation, hoping that somehow the former will suddenly yield breakthrough that makes the latter unnecessary, knowing that such hope is probably itself a form of self-deception, but maintaining it anyway because the alternative, accepting that he has become a fraud and will remain one, is psychologically intolerable. The laboratory fills with both kinds of preparation, honest vessels producing honest results, and theatrical vessels designed to produce convincing lies. The alchemist moves between them, tending both gardens, knowing that one contains truth, while the other contains only the appearance of truth, but unable to abandon, either because survival requires both knowledge and the simulation of knowledge, genuine capacity and performed capability, real understanding and theatrical demonstration. This is what patronage has made of him, not purely researcher nor purely charlatan, but hybrid creature living in the uncomfortable space between honesty and deception, between what he knows and what he must claim to know, between integrity and survival. The summer demonstration will resolve this tension one way or another, either through miraculous genuine discovery, or through successful fraud, or through failure that ends both the research and the charade. For now, the preparations continue, the genuine work advances incrementally, the performance rehearses and refines, and the alchemist lies split between two versions of himself, hoping they can somehow be reconciled before the patron's test forces him to choose definitively which one he will be. In the corner of the laboratory furthest from the furnaces, where the stone wall stays coolest and a narrow window admits morning light, the alchemist maintains something unrelated to transmutation or patronage or economic survival, a collection of sealed glass vessels containing plants. There are 7 vessels currently, ranging from small flasks to larger bell jars, each containing a miniature landscape, soil, moss, small ferns, in one case a tiny seedling that might someday become a tree if the vessel could accommodate its growth. The vessels are sealed with ground, glass stoppers coated with wax, making them airtight, creating closed worlds where the plants have lived for months, some for over a year, without addition of water or air. This is the garden behind glass, the alchemist's most private experiment, pursued not because any text recommends it, not because the patron funds it, not because it promises practical application, but simply because the question fascinates him: can life sustain itself in isolation? Can a sealed environment support a plant indefinitely, or will resources eventually exhaust and the system collapse? The vessels are not decoration. They're not horticultural experiments in the conventional sense. They're philosophical investigations made physical. Can order maintain itself? Can life create the conditions for its own continuation? Can a system be closed yet sustainable? The alchemist discovered this phenomenon accidentally, as so many of his genuine insights have emerged. 2 years ago, he was preparing botanical extractions, working with various ferns and mosses gathered from the forest outside Prague. He placed a sample in a flask with moist soil, intending to study the plant's properties over several days. He sealed the flask to prevent contamination, or thought he had sealed it for that reason, though perhaps he was also unconsciously creating conditions for preservation. Days passed. The botanical extraction project was abandoned for more pressing work. Weeks passed. The sealed flask remained on its shelf, forgotten. Months passed. One day, cleaning the laboratory, the alchemist rediscovered the flask and expected to find decomposed plant material, dead leaves, rotting soil. Instead, he found a thriving miniature ecosystem. The fern was still green, still growing slowly. The soil was moist, despite no water having been added for 3 months. The glass interior showed condensation patterns, water evaporating from soil, condensing on cool glass, dripping back down like rain in miniature. A cycle was occurring, a system was maintaining itself. Life was continuing in perfect isolation from the external world. This discovery astonished him more than any chemical transformation he'd observed. Here was genuine alchemy, matter organizing itself into sustainable patterns, creating order from initial chaos, maintaining complexity against entropy's constant pressure toward dissolution. And it required no furnaces, no exotic materials, no mystical procedures, just glass, soil, plant, water, and seal sufficient to maintain boundary between inside and outside. He began deliberately creating more sealed plant vessels, varying conditions to understand what factors determined success or failure. Some attempts failed immediately. Plants wilted within days, soil became fetid, the systems collapsed. Others succeeded partially. Plants survived weeks or months before eventually declining. And a few, like the current collection, achieved what appeared to be genuine equilibrium. Systems that might potentially sustain themselves indefinitely. The variables that mattered were subtle. Moisture level was critical. Too wet and mold proliferated, choking the plants. Too dry and vegetation desiccated, despite the sealed environment. Light exposure mattered. Too much direct sun overheated the small volumes, cooking the plants. Too little light and photosynthesis couldn't sustain growth. Plant selection mattered. Delicate species failed, while hardier ferns and mosses thrived. And something else mattered. Something the alchemist couldn't precisely identify: initial balance. The exact state of the system at the moment of sealing determined whether equilibrium was achieved or whether the system spiraled toward collapse. He documented everything: which plants succeeded, which failed, what conditions correlated with sustainability. His drawings of these systems were among his most careful and beautiful detailed sketches, showing root structures, leaf patterns, condensation droplets, the architecture of miniature worlds contained in glass. The vessels became more than experiments. They became companions, living things he checked on daily, not to measure or document, but simply to observe, to confirm they continued thriving, to draw comfort from their persistent vitality, in a laboratory dedicated to destroying materials to understand them, heating, dissolving, separating, reducing everything to components. The sealed gardens represented the opposite impulse: preservation, wholeness, life allowed to continue undisturbed. His apprentice understood this immediately. She spent long periods simply watching the vessels, observing how light played through glass and water and leaves, noting the slow growth of fronds, the gradual accumulation of condensation, and its eventual return to soil. She suggested they were like tiny worlds complete unto themselves, and the alchemist agreed. They were models of self-sufficiency, demonstrations that independence and sustainability were possible given right initial conditions and proper boundaries. The sealed gardens also represented freedom from the patron's demands. No one had commissioned this work. No economic calculation justified the time spent arranging soil and moss. No theoretical framework predicted what these systems would reveal. They existed purely because the alchemist wanted them to exist, because he found them beautiful and interesting and worth maintaining for their own sake rather than for any instrumental value. In quiet moments, usually early morning when the laboratory was still cool and his mind was fresh, he would sit near the vessels and simply watch them. Watch how morning light illuminated the leaves from behind, making them glow translucent green. Watch how condensation formed patterns on glass surfaces, creating temporary abstract art. Watch how shadows shifted as the sun's angle changed, transforming the three-dimensional landscapes inside the jars into constantly evolving compositions. This watching was meditation, a form of contemplation that asked nothing of him except presence and attention. No measurements needed taking, no notes required writing, no theories demanded testing. Just observation without agenda, looking without purpose beyond looking itself. Finding peace in the simple continuation of life that asked nothing from him except the occasional repositioning to optimize light exposure. The contrast with his other work was stark. Most experiments demanded constant intervention, adding heat, stirring mixtures, monitoring colors, adjusting conditions. The sealed gardens demanded nothing except to be left alone. Most experiments ended in transformation. Substances changed into other substances, nothing remaining as it started. The sealed gardens remained essentially themselves, changing only through growth and cycle, maintaining identity through time. Most experiments served external purposes, satisfying the patron, advancing research, generating saleable products. The sealed gardens served no purpose except their own existence and his pleasure in observing them. They represented luxury in a life otherwise governed by necessity, beauty in a space otherwise dedicated to utility, peace in a practice otherwise characterized by struggle. The largest vessel, a bell jar perhaps 8 inches tall and 6 inches in diameter, contained the most elaborate ecosystem. Multiple plant species, a tiny landscape with elevation variations, even a few small stones arranged to suggest mountains in miniature. This vessel had been sealed for 14 months and showed no signs of decline. If anything, it appeared healthier now than at the beginning, the plants having adapted to their constrained world, established equilibrium, found ways to coexist without depleting resources. The alchemist wondered if this vessel could continue indefinitely. In theory, if the seal remained perfect, if the glass didn't break, if no external perturbation occurred, why couldn't the system persist for years, decades, even centuries? The plants would grow, die, decompose, their materials recycling through soil, feeding new growth, maintaining the cycle. Water would evaporate and condense endlessly. Light would provide energy. The system was complete, self-contained, potentially eternal. This possibility, that he'd created something capable of outlasting him, that these sealed worlds might continue long after the laboratory closed and his own life ended, gave him peculiar satisfaction. Most of his work would disappear, experimental results forgotten, compounds decomposing, vessels broken, notes lost or discarded. But the sealed gardens, if they truly achieved permanent equilibrium, might persist as monuments, evidence that he'd understood something about creating sustainable order, that his hands had shaped systems capable of independent continuation. Of course, this was probably romantic delusion. The vessels would almost certainly fail eventually, seals degrading, glass breaking, some unpredicted factor disrupting equilibrium. Nothing lasted forever, especially nothing as fragile as glass containing something as delicate as life. But the possibility, however remote, that these miniature worlds might genuinely achieve permanence was worth entertaining, worth hoping for, worth maintaining even when practical judgment suggested the effort was wasted. His apprentice once asked why he kept the sealed gardens when they contributed nothing to his official research. His answer surprised him with its honesty. Because they're the only things I've made that don't require me. Everything else in this laboratory needs constant attention, constant intervention, constant me. These vessels need nothing except to be left undisturbed. They're proof that matter can organize itself toward life without someone forcing it, that sustainability is possible without control, that the best thing I can sometimes do is create conditions and then get out of the way. She understood, perhaps more fully than he did himself. The sealed gardens were his argument against the entire alchemical enterprise as traditionally conceived. Alchemy claimed mastery over matter, transformation through will and knowledge, perfection achieved through art. The sealed gardens demonstrated something different, that matter had its own wisdom, its own tendency toward organization, its own capacity for sustainability that human intervention often disrupted rather than enhanced. This was heretical thinking in the alchemical tradition, but it was honest thinking based on observation. The alchemist's most successful creations were the ones he interfered with least. His most sustainable systems were the most independent. His greatest achievements were the systems that no longer needed him. The morning light shifts, illuminating the vessels from a new angle. Inside the bell jar, a fern frond unfurls incrementally, so slowly that motion is imperceptible, but unmistakably occurring. Water droplets catch light and shine like tiny jewels. The soil holds moisture and minerals and decomposing material that will feed next season's growth. The glass maintains boundary, protecting the interior while remaining transparent, allowing observation without intervention. The garden behind glass grows itself, transforms itself, sustains itself. The alchemist watches, learns and envies slightly this small sealed world that has achieved what he seeks but can never find. Perfect equilibrium, sustainable transformation, life that continues without external support, beauty that requires nothing but the right conditions and then the wisdom to leave those conditions undisturbed. Time governs the laboratory more tyrannically than any patron. Reactions require specific durations. Heat too briefly and transformation doesn't complete. Heat too long and products degrade. Distillations take hours that cannot be compressed. Crystal growth demands days or weeks of patience. But medieval timekeeping is imprecise. Mechanical clocks are rare, expensive, and unreliable, gaining or losing hours per day depending on temperature, humidity, and mechanical condition. The alchemist, whose work demands temporal precision beyond what available clocks provide, has developed his own systems for measuring duration. His methods are various, ingenious, and reveal sophisticated understanding of processes that unfold at predictable rates. The simplest, candles. The laboratory uses candles constantly for illumination, and the alchemist has learned that candles burn at remarkably consistent rates if conditions are controlled. A standard tallow candle of specific dimensions, burning in still air at room temperature, consumes approximately 1 inch of length per hour. By marking candles with horizontal lines at inch intervals, he creates a rough clock. When the flame burns down to the third mark, 3 hours have passed. But this works only for short durations and requires constant presence to observe. For longer intervals or operations that run while he sleeps, other methods are necessary. Water clocks represent his next level of sophistication. A ceramic vessel with a small hole drilled precisely in its base is filled with water. The water drains through the hole at a rate determined by hole size, water volume, and viscosity. The draining rate is surprisingly consistent. A vessel holding 1 pint of water with a properly sized hole drains completely in approximately 6 hours, giving or take a few minutes depending on temperature. The alchemist has calibrated several water clocks for different durations. A small one that drains in 1 hour, medium ones for 4 or 6 hours, a large one that takes 12 hours to empty. He can set multiple clocks simultaneously, creating a cascade of temporal markers throughout a long experimental session. The limitation: water clocks require manual refilling and cannot measure durations longer than their capacity. A 12-hour clock is useful, but some processes require 40 hours or 4 days or 17 days of consistent duration. For these, other methods are necessary. Incense sticks, imported from the East, burn at even more consistent rates than candles. Their compressed aromatic wood and resin combusts uniformly, and the sticks show no tendency to gutter or flare like candles do. A standard incense stick burns completely in approximately 90 minutes. The Alchemist has acquired several boxes of these sticks, expensive but worth the cost for their reliability. By noting how many sticks are required for a process to complete, he can replicate timing in future trials. This distillation requires 3.5 incense sticks is more precise than this distillation requires about 5 hours. But his most ingenious timekeeping methods involve chemistry itself. Certain reactions proceed at rates so consistent they function as natural clocks, requiring no human-made device, no mechanical parts, no calibration against other standards. The alchemist discovered this first with crystallization. A saturated solution of potassium aluminum sulfate, prepared at specific concentration and temperature, invariably produces first visible crystals after approximately 6 hours of undisturbed cooling. The timing varies by less than 30 minutes regardless of season, ambient temperature within reasonable ranges, or minor variations in preparation. The solution itself is the clock. When crystals appear, 6 hours have passed. He extended this principle systematically, identifying multiple chemical processes with reliable timings. A specific dilution of silver nitrate solution, exposed to light, darkens noticeably after 2 hours, darker still after 4 hours, nearly black after 8 hours. The progression is linear enough that intermediate shades indicate intermediate durations. A copper sulfate solution of specific concentration, allowed to evaporate naturally, produces crystal formation beginning at approximately 4 hours, with crystal size increasing predictably. Small crystals mean 4 to 6 hours, larger crystals mean 8 to 10 hours. Substantial crystal masses mean more than 12 hours. A mixture of vinegar and iron filings develops color predictably. Faint yellow after 1 hour, deeper yellow after 3 hours, orange-brown after 6 hours, dark brown after 12 hours. The color progression tracks duration with surprising accuracy. The alchemist has documented perhaps 20 such chemical clocks, each calibrated carefully against his water clocks and candle measurements, each reliable within acceptable margins. His notebooks contain detailed descriptions. The mercury, salt clock, prepare solution of mercury and nitric acid, neutralize with salt water, observe precipitate formation. White cloudiness appears at 30 minutes, substantial precipitate by 2 hours, complete precipitation by 4 hours. Useful for timing operations in the 30-minute to 4-hour range. These chemical clocks have advantage beyond reliability. They re-automatic. Once started, they run themselves, requiring no attention. The alchemist can start a crystallization clock, begin some other experiment timed against it, and return hours later to find the crystals indicating exactly how much time has passed. The philosophical implications fascinate him as much as the practical utility. If chemical processes can measure time, what is time? Is it something external that matter responds to, or is it something intrinsic to matter itself? The rate at which transformations occur, the speed at which change propagates. Medieval philosophy inherited from Aristotle defines time as the measure of motion with respect to before and after. The alchemist's chemical clocks embody this definition perfectly. They re-motion, crystallization, color change, evaporation. They establish before and after, crystal absent then present, color light then dark, and they measure 6 hours, 4 hours, 2 hours through their progressive transformation. But if time is intrinsic to change rather than external to it, then processes don't happen in time so much as they generate time through their occurrence. This reverses the usual understanding. Instead of time being the stage on which change performs, change is the performance that creates time. The alchemist isn't sure he believes this radical interpretation, but it intrigues him, and his chemical clocks make it harder to dismiss. When he watches alum crystallize and uses that crystallization to measure duration, what is actually happening? Is the crystallization occurring across a duration that exists independently? Or is the crystallization itself creating duration through its progressive transformation? These questions have no immediate practical importance, but they occupy his thoughts during long experimental sessions, providing philosophical entertainment while physical work proceeds. His most ambitious timekeeping project, still incomplete, possibly impossible, is developing a chemical clock so consistent it could replace mechanical clocks entirely. The vision, a sealed vessel containing a reaction that proceeds at utterly predictable rate, with visible changes marking hours, with the entire cycle completing in exactly 24 hours, and then resetting automatically to begin again. This perpetual chemical clock has proven elusive. Most reactions either complete and stop, useless for ongoing timekeeping, or require external intervention to reset, defeating the purpose of automation. The few reactions he has found that are self-resetting, certain oscillating reactions where color shifts back and forth, cyclically, don't maintain sufficiently consistent periodicity to serve as reliable clocks. But the pursuit continues, driven partly by practical need and partly by the aesthetic appeal of the idea. A clock made entirely of chemistry, no gears or weights or springs, just matter transforming itself at nature's own pace, marking time through the inherent rhythm of molecular change. His apprentice has contributed to this work significantly. She noticed that certain fungal growths proceed at remarkably consistent rates. A particular bread mold, given consistent food supply and temperature, expands its diameter by approximately 1 centimeter per Dalton Y. This isn't precise enough for laboratory timing, but it demonstrates that living processes also have intrinsic rhythms, that biological time might be even more reliable than chemical time. Together, they've maintained a mold clock for 3 months, a sealed dish containing nutrient medium, a tiny initial mold colony, and nothing else. The colony expands in concentric circles, each ring representing 1 day's growth. The rings are visible, countable, permanent, a biological calendar that records time passage automatically. When the apprentice showed him this after 1 month, 30 visible rings, the alchemist was simultaneously delighted and disturbed. Delighted because it worked, because life could measure time as reliably as chemistry. Disturbed because the rings reminded him of tree rings, which meant they reminded him of age, which meant they reminded him of mortality. Every ring in that mold clock represented a day of his life consumed by experimental work. 30 days visible as concentric circles, time made spatial, duration converted to distance. He could see his spent time, could count the days he'd traded for knowledge, could visualize exactly how much life had passed while he pursued understanding. This visibility was uncomfortable. Time passing invisibly is one thing. You know it is happening, but you don't confront it directly. Time passing visibly recorded as rings in a mold colony, forced confrontation. Every new ring said, "Another day gone, another day you won't get back, another day closer to the end of investigation." But the discomfort was also valuable. It reminded him that time was finite, that postponing important experiments might mean never conducting them, that every hour spent on low-value work was an hour stolen from high-value questions. The mold clock became a memento mori, a biological reminder that life was duration, and duration was limited, and therefore experimental priorities mattered. The laboratory now contains multiple timing systems running simultaneously, candles burning at measured rates, water clocks draining steadily, incense sticks consuming themselves, chemical reactions changing colors, crystal formations growing, and the mold clock adding 1 ring per day to its expanding calendar. Together they create a temporal landscape, a forest of duration markers, each measuring time through different mechanisms, but all converging on the same message: change is happening, transformation is proceeding, time is passing whether noticed or not. The alchemist moves through this landscape of clocks, checking them, comparing them, using their various messages to coordinate his work. He starts a distillation and lights 2 incense sticks. When they're consumed, the distillation should be ready for next stage. He sets a crystallization timer and begins grinding materials. When crystals appear, he knows 4 hours have passed, and it is time for the next operation. He notes that the mold clock has added 2 rings since his last observation. 2 days have passed, 2 days of progress toward whatever end awaits. The clocks measure nothing, or rather, they measure everything. They don't measure mechanical time, the abstract hours of clocks and sundials. They measure process time, transformation time, the actual duration of change occurring in matter. They measure laboratory time, the currency in which experimental work is conducted, and they measure lifetime, the irreplaceable resource being spent continuously whether experiments succeed or fail. whether results are valuable or worthless, whether the work matters or doesn't. The alchemist has learned to read time in chemistry and biology rather than in mechanisms. He knows duration through color changes and crystal formation, rather than through hands moving around a dial. He experiences time as transformation, rather than as abstract flow, as matter doing what matter does rather than as some independent dimension in which matter happens to exist. This is perhaps his most significant shift from traditional natural philosophy. Time is not container, but process. Not background, but event. Not passive stage, but active performance. Time is what happens when matter transforms. And if you want to measure time accurately, don't look at clocks, look at crystals growing, colors changing, rings expanding, all the ways that matter marks its own passage through duration too fundamental to be measured by anything except itself. Precision in measurement separates careful investigation from casual observation. The alchemist understands this viscerally. How many experiments have failed because quantities were approximate rather than exact? Because about this much was good enough, because matter demands precision that eyes and hands alone cannot provide. His scales are his most valuable non-furnace equipment. A beam balance with brass pans suspended by silk cords, sensitive enough to detect differences of a single grain, approximately 65 milligrams. The scales cost him 2 months of his patron's support, purchased from an instrument maker in Nuremberg who specialized in equipment for apothecaries and assayers. They came in a fitted wooden case with a complete set of weights from 1 pound down to the smallest fraction he could afford. The scales sit permanently on his work table under a glass dome. Protection against air currents that would disturb readings, against dust that would accumulate on pans, against accidental contact that might knock them out of calibration. Approaching the scales requires ritual, moving slowly to avoid creating drafts, allowing materials to reach room temperature. Warm substances create convection currents that affect readings, using clean tools to transfer materials. Oils from fingers add mass. But precision in weighing isn't just technical. It is philosophical. What does it mean to weigh something? You are comparing unknown mass to known standard, determining how many grains or scruples or ounces of material you have by finding which combination of calibrated weights brings the balance to equilibrium. But equilibrium is never perfect. The beam always oscillates slightly, and you must judge when the oscillation is centered rather than biased toward one side. The alchemist has developed a keen eye for this judgment. He watches the beam's motion, notes the amplitude and frequency of oscillation, determines the point of approximate balance. Approximate because perfect balance is impossible. The beam is always slightly off. Center influenced by imperceptible air movements, by vibrations transmitted through the building structure, by temperature differentials, creating density variations in the air itself. For most purposes, approximate balance is sufficient. When measuring sulfur for an experiment, if the scales show 7 grains with the beam oscillating equally on both sides, that is close enough. The difference between 7 grains exactly and 7 grains plus or minus a fraction isn't significant for the operation's success. But sometimes precision matters more. When the alchemist is trying to understand stoichiometry, the proportional relationships between reacting substances, small differences become significant. If mixing mercury and sulfur in certain proportions produces cinnabar completely, but changing the proportion by just 10% leaves unreacted material, then those proportions need measuring with maximum accuracy. His equipment allows. This is where the smallest weights become crucial. He has a set of grain weights, tiny pieces of brass wire, each calibrated against larger weights, representing 1/4 grain, 1/2 grain, 1 grain, 2 grains. Manipulating these requires tweezers and steady hands, increasingly difficult with his mercury tremor. But he manages adding or removing a single quarter. Grain weight can shift the balance from one side to the other, revealing differences invisible to any other method. The philosophical question that haunts this precision: what are you actually measuring? Medieval natural philosophy distinguishes between substantial weight, how much matter a thing contains, and accidental weight, how heavy it feels in Earth's particular location. Aristotle taught that different materials have different natural places. Earth's natural place is down, fire's natural place is up, and weight represents the tendency to move toward natural place. But this theory creates problems. If weight is about natural place, why does the same object weigh the same in different locations? Why does gold weigh exactly twice as much as an equal volume of silver, regardless of whether you are measuring in Prague or Venice or London? The consistency suggests weight is intrinsic property rather than relational tendency. The Alchemist doesn't solve this philosophical problem, but his weighing practice implicitly rejects Aristotelian theory in favor of something more empirical. Weight is comparative property determined through balance, and whatever the metaphysical explanations, the practical reality is that materials have consistent mass ratios that can be measured and used predictively. This leads to one of his most interesting investigations, attempting to weigh immaterial things. If substances have weight, do their components have weight? If you heat a substance and it releases smoke or vapor, did the smoke have weight before release? Can you weigh fire? Can you weigh air? He designed an experiment: seal a known weight of material in a glass vessel, weigh the entire sealed system, heat it intensely, allow it to cool, weigh it again. If the weight changes, that would suggest that heating either added something, fire, heat itself, or released something that escaped even through glass. The results were confusing. Most materials showed no weight change. The sealed vessel weighed the same before and after heating, but some materials showed slight weight loss. The vessel was measurably lighter after heating, despite remaining sealed. How? The alchemist repeated the experiments multiple times, using different materials, different heating intensities, different vessel types. The pattern held. Most materials showed no change, but certain materials, particularly organic materials like wood, and certain metals when oxidized, showed consistent small weight losses after intense heating. The weight loss was tiny, typically less than a grain in systems weighing several ounces. This made measurement difficult and subject to error, but across multiple trials, the effect seemed real. Something was escaping, but what? The vessel remained sealed. Glass was impermeable to ordinary matter, yet weight was decreasing. His hypothesis recorded carefully in his notes: perhaps heat itself has negative weight. When material is heated intensely, heat accumulates within it. Heat naturally rises, observable fact. Warm air rises, flames point upward. If heat has negative weight, opposite, tendency toward up rather than down, then material containing heat would weigh less than material without heat. When I weigh the cooled vessel, the heat has dissipated through the glass. Glass allows heat passage even when sealed to matter, and the negative weight is removed, revealing the loss. This was creative thinking, but wrong. He was detecting actual mass loss from gases, escaping through imperfect seals, or from structural changes in materials at high temperature, not some mysterious property of heat itself. But without modern chemistry's understanding of gases, mass conservation, and atomic theory, his interpretation was a reasonable attempt to explain puzzling observations. He conducted variations on this theme, attempting to weigh air by sealing vessels at different pressures, attempting to weigh light by comparing vessels stored in darkness versus illumination, even attempting to weigh life by comparing freshly killed animals to their weight days later, finding that corpses weigh less, but attributing this to moisture loss rather than to some soul weight escaping at death. These experiments didn't produce clear answers, but they demonstrated systematic curiosity about fundamental properties of matter. The alchemist was asking good questions, even when his conceptual framework prevented him from interpreting answers correctly. His most philosophically sophisticated weighing investigation involved attempting to determine whether philosophical mercury purified through the 7 deaths, weighed differently than ordinary mercury. The theory suggested that purification removed accidental qualities, that corrupted essential nature, and perhaps these accidents had weight that purification removed. He measured carefully. 1 ounce of ordinary mercury, subjected to the 7 deaths, should theoretically become something lighter if accidents were removed, or heavier if accidents had negative weight, or the same if accidents were immaterial. The experiment was a test of alchemical theory using empirical measurement. The result: the mercury weighed the same before and after purification, within the measurement precision of his scales, approximately 1 grain in 1 ounce, or about 0.2% accuracy. The 7 deaths changed mercury's appearance, changed how it behaved in certain reactions, possibly changed its purity by removing contaminants, but didn't measurably change its mass. This result troubled the alchemist. If purification didn't change weight, What exactly was being removed? If accidents had no mass, were they really material? If they weren't material, how did immaterial properties affect material behavior? These questions led into philosophical territory, where his empirical methods could follow, where measurement gave way to speculation, but the discipline of measurement remained valuable. Whatever the metaphysical interpretation, the practical lesson was clear. Matter was conserved in his operations. Weight before equaled weight after accounting for materials actually lost, and this conservation was law he could rely on even when he didn't understand why it held. His apprentice learned the weighing technique from him with remarkable speed. She had better hands than he did, steadier, more precise, uncompromised by tremor. Within months, she could measure more accurately than he could, detecting balance points he missed, manipulating grain weights he fumbled. This reversal of competence, the master less skilled than a student in crucial technique, initially embarrassed him, then became a simple practical division of labor. When measurements mattered most, she weighed while he recorded. This collaboration revealed something about the nature of skill and knowledge. He understood why weighing mattered, what the measurements meant, how to interpret differences. She could execute the measurements better than he could. Together, they were more capable than either alone, his understanding guiding her precision, her execution enabling his interpretation. The scales became the site of their most productive partnership. Many of his final year's best experiments succeeded partly because her measurements were more accurate than his had been, allowing him to detect patterns in data that his earlier, less precise weighing would have obscured. The equipment was his, but the skill was hers, and the knowledge they generated together exceeded what either could have accomplished independently. The weight of nothing, the attempt to measure things that might not have mass, ultimately taught the alchemist that measurement has limits. Some properties resist quantification. Some qualities escape even the most sensitive scales. Matter reveals itself through weight and volume and temperature, but something else, organization, structure, potential, exists in matter beyond what measurement can capture. The scales remain under their glass dome, perfectly balanced in the absence of material being weighed, the beam at rest, the pans hanging level, waiting for the next measurement, the next comparison of unknown to standard, the next translation of material quantity into numerical value that can be recorded, analyzed, and used to constrain the infinite possible interpretations of what experiments show. Precision in weighing doesn't guarantee accuracy in understanding, but it eliminates certain classes of error, constrains interpretation, forces theory to conform to measurement rather than measurement to theory. The scales are instruments of honesty. They tell what they tell regardless of what the alchemist hopes to hear, reporting mass without judgment, revealing weight without bias, providing data that must be accepted even when unwelcome. This is the weight of nothing, the discovery that immaterial properties have no mass, that purification doesn't lighten matter, that heat and light and life cannot be weighed. It is also the weight of something, the discovery that matter itself has consistent measurable properties, that these properties follow laws, that careful measurement reveals patterns, that careless observation misses. The scales measure both, the presence of weight in material things and the absence of weight in immaterial properties, teaching through what they detect and what they fail to detect, through equilibrium achieved and through equilibrium forever impossible. After 15 years in the laboratory, the alchemist has developed a form of knowledge that exists below language, in the senses rather than in concepts. He can smell when an experiment is succeeding before any visible sign appears. He can hear the subtle differences between reactions proceeding correctly and reactions beginning to fail. His hands know the texture of properly prepared materials by touch alone, distinguishing readiness from not yet ready through tactile information. His conscious mind never fully articulates. This embodied expertise is what separates experienced practitioners from novices, what makes an accomplished alchemist seem almost magical in his ability to predict outcomes, adjust conditions, sense problems before they become catastrophic. It is knowledge that cannot be written in books because it resides in the body's trained responses rather than in the mind's explicit concepts. The smell, especially. The laboratory's atmosphere contains hundreds of volatile compounds simultaneously. Sulfur, vinegar, heated metals, burning charcoal, organic decay, mineral dust, and beneath everything else, the complex signature of whatever experiments are currently active. To an untrained nose, it is overwhelming, an assault of acrid and sweet and metallic notes blending into a confused whole. But the alchemist's nose, damaged certainly by years of chemical exposure, probably less sensitive than it was at 20 nonetheless, reads this atmosphere like text. The sharp edge underneath the sulfur smell means aqua fortis is evaporating somewhere, probably from the alembic on the hearth's edge. The sweet note appearing suddenly means a sugar containing material has begun caramelizing, which means temperature is too high on the sand bath. The metallic tang without corresponding visible smoke means mercury vapor is present, but not yet at dangerous concentration. Time to improve ventilation, but not time to evacuate. More subtly, he can smell success and failure in processes where success and failure aren't yet visible. A distillation that will produce pure clear spirit smells clean, almost austere, with sharp alcohol notes dominating. A distillation that will produce contaminated product smells complex, with undertones suggesting that various compounds are crossing over together. That separation isn't clean. He can't explain how he knows this. The smells are too subtle for conscious description, processed by olfactory regions of brain that don't connect directly to language centers. He just knows, the way perfumers know when a fragrance is balanced, or wine experts know when a vintage will age well. This knowledge was purchased expensively. Years of breathing laboratory air, accumulating volatile compounds in his tissues, damaging his respiratory system in ways that will eventually contribute to his early death. But in exchange, he gained the ability to read his workspace through smell with sophistication no instrument could match. His nose is calibrated equipment, trained detector, early warning system that has prevented countless disasters by alerting him to problems while correction was still possible. Sound, too, carries information that conscious analysis can't fully articulate. The rhythm of bubbling in a heated solution indicates reaction rate. Slow, steady bubbles mean gentle, controlled progress. Rapid, violent bubbling means reaction is accelerating dangerously. Absent bubbles when there should be sound means the mixture has gone inactive or has completed its transformation. The pitch of bubbling indicates viscosity and temperature. High pitch suggests thin fluid and moderate heat. Lower pitch suggests thicker fluid or higher temperature, creating larger bubbles. The sound of a fire tells him about fuel consumption, airflow, temperature distribution. A hearth fire that whispers steadily is burning cleanly at good efficiency. A fire that roars is getting too much air, consuming fuel rapidly, but not directing heat effectively. A fire that crackles and spits is burning wood with too much moisture, wasting energy on evaporation rather than heating. A fire that breathes sound rising and falling rhythmically indicates that airflow is pulsing, possibly from drafts created by temperature differences in the room, requiring adjustment of ventilation. Even the silence carries information. When a previously active process goes silent, bubbling ceases, crackling stops, steady dripping ends. Something has changed. The silence might mean completion, or it might mean failure. The alchemist has learned to distinguish these silences, not through conscious reasoning, but through pattern recognition accumulated over thousands of experimental hours. The silence of completion feels different from the silence of failure, though he couldn't explain that difference to someone else, or even articulate it clearly to himself. Touch provides another information channel. The alchemist's hands, damaged by acids, burned by heat, permeated by mercury, nonetheless remain sensitive instruments for evaluating materials and conditions. The texture of a powder tells him about particle size and moisture content. Smooth flow between fingers means fine dry particles. Gritty resistance means larger crystals, or moisture causing aggregations. The weight of a vessel in hand, lifted without looking, tells him approximately how much liquid it contains, whether evaporation has progressed as expected, whether he needs to add water or fuel, or make other adjustments. Temperature assessment by hand is crucial skill. He can't touch surfaces that would burn him, but he can position his hand at various distances and judge heat intensity by radiant warmth. Approximately 6 inches from a surface means it is roughly body temperature. Useful distance from a surface means it is moderate heat suitable for gentle operations. Can't approach closer than 12 inches means it is intense heat sufficient for metalwork. These judgments are approximate but surprisingly consistent. His hand is a thermometer calibrated through experience, reliable within ranges that matter for his work. His apprentice is learning this embodied knowledge, though learning is the wrong word. She is developing it, growing it, training her senses to read information that textbooks can't teach. He watches her progress with satisfaction and nostalgia. She is at the stage where smells are becoming distinct, rather than uniformly overwhelming, where she can occasionally predict an outcome, based on subtle sensory cues, where her hands are beginning to develop the calluses and scars that mark an alchemist's hands, along with the sensitivity that emerges paradoxically from tissue damage. Teaching this knowledge is difficult because it is non-verbal. He can't tell her what to smell for. He can only expose her to situations repeatedly until her olfactory system learns to distinguish patterns. He can't describe the texture of properly prepared mercury amalgam. He can only let her handle it repeatedly until her fingers know. He can't explain the sound of a distillation entering its final stage. He can only make her listen dozens of times until her ears recognize it automatically. This is traditional craft knowledge, the type that requires apprenticeship rather than schooling, presence rather than text, repeated exposure rather than systematic instruction. It is the knowledge that couldn't be written down even if the alchemist wanted to write it, because language has no vocabulary for these subtleties, because conscious description can't capture pre-conscious perception, because the knowledge exists in trained reflexes rather than in articulated concepts. It is also knowledge that will die with practitioners unless transmitted through direct contact. When the alchemist dies, if his apprentice hasn't learned his nose's library of smells, that knowledge disappears. When she dies, unless she has trained someone else, her accumulated sensory expertise vanishes. Books can preserve explicit knowledge, recipes, procedures, theories, but embodied knowledge requires living transmission, bodies teaching bodies, senses training senses. This creates urgency. The alchemist knows his time is limited. The mercury tremor, the respiratory damage, the accumulated poisoning, all suggest his body is failing faster than typical aging would explain. He has perhaps a decade left, maybe less. Within that decade, he needs to transfer to his apprentice everything his senses have learned, every subtle distinction his nose can make, every tactile judgment his hands have mastered, every sound his ears have learned to interpret. But this transmission is incomplete and will remain so. Some knowledge is too deeply embodied to transfer, too specific to his particular sensory configuration, too dependent on exact experiences he has had that she hasn't. When he dies, some of what he knows will die with him, and the same will be true when she dies eventually. This is the fragility of craft knowledge. It exists in bodies, and when bodies fail, knowledge fails with them. Yet the urgency also creates intensity in their collaboration. Every time she successfully identifies a smell, he was testing her on. Every time her hands correctly judge a material's readiness without consciously analyzing it. Every time her ears detect a problem, he was waiting to see if she'd notice. These small victories matter enormously. They're victories against forgetting, against the entropy that dissolves knowledge when practitioners die, against the inevitable loss that time imposes on all human understanding. The smell of almost that particular quality in the air when an experiment is close to completion, but not quite there yet. When another hour or another degree of temperature or another addition of reagent will push it across the threshold to success, is knowledge he hopes she'll acquire. It is perhaps the most valuable sensory skill he possesses, because it tells him when to be patient and when to act, when to wait and when to intervene. When almost is enough and when almost isn't yet sufficient. She is beginning to smell it occasionally. Not consistently, not reliably, but in moments she'll pause, sniff carefully, and say, "It is almost ready," in a questioning tone that suggests uncertainty, but also perception. He confirms or corrects, and either way she is learning, her nose slowly calibrating itself against reality, developing the ability to read the invisible messages that chemicals broadcast through the atmosphere. This unwritten language of the senses will never be completely spoken aloud, never be fully taught or fully learned, but it will be transmitted partially, imperfectly, sufficiently. The apprentice will know less than the master when he dies, but she'll know more than anyone else, and that partial knowledge will have to be enough, because complete knowledge transfer is impossible across the boundary between one body and another, between one lifetime and the next. The laboratory continues teaching through smell and sound and touch, rewarding attention with understanding, punishing inattention with failure, slowly converting experience into expertise that lives in muscles and membranes rather than in mind, that operates below consciousness rather than through it, that succeeds before thinking has time to articulate what success requires. This is the knowledge that books cannot hold, that languages cannot speak, that only bodies can carry and only other bodies can learn. It is fragile knowledge, mortal knowledge, knowledge that asks to be honored precisely because it is so vulnerable to loss, so dependent on living transmission, so impossible to preserve by any means, except the intimate transfer that occurs when one person teaches another, not through words but through presence, not through explanation but through demonstration, not through telling but through showing until the shown becomes seen, until perception sharpens into insight, until the unwritten language becomes legible to senses trained to read it. The alchemist's work schedule defies natural human rhythms. Some operations require continuous attention for 20 hours or more, distillations that can't be paused, reactions that must be monitored constantly, heating that requires fuel addition every 30 minutes throughout day and night. During these extended sessions, the boundary between waking and sleeping dissolves, and the alchemist enters states of consciousness that are neither fully alert nor properly asleep. These liminal states bring visions, not dramatic hallucinations, not religious revelations, but subtle alterations in perception, where the mind begins processing information differently, where patterns become visible that normal consciousness doesn't detect, where connections emerge that logical thinking wouldn't pursue. It typically begins around hour 16 of continuous work. The alchemist is tired, but not yet exhausted, his attention sustained by the work's demands but no longer sharp, his thoughts drifting even as his hands continue their practice motions. He is tending a furnace, watching a distillation, grinding materials in the mortar, and in the repetitive rhythm of these activities, consciousness begins to shift. The candle flames start seeming animate, not just flickering randomly, but dancing with purpose, communicating something through their movement. The shadows on the walls develop depth and texture, becoming landscapes rather than mere absence of light. The apparatus on his work table, alembics, crucibles, vessels, appears to rearrange itself when he is not looking directly at it, though when he turns his full attention to any piece, it is exactly where he left it. These are early signs of exhaustion, induced altered consciousness. The alchemist recognizes them, has experienced them hundreds of times. They're not alarming, just evidence that his brain is beginning to operate differently, processing sensory input with less conscious oversight, allowing pre-conscious pattern recognition systems more influence. Around hour 20, if he continues working, the visions become more elaborate. He'll stare into a bubbling solution and suddenly see the individual molecules, not as abstract concepts, but as vivid geometric shapes, dancing and colliding and rearranging themselves in patterns that seem to make sense even though molecular theory won't be developed for another 2 centuries. These geometric visions are strangely accurate sometimes. He'll see crystalline structures that match what actually precipitates from solution. He'll see branching patterns that mirror how reactions propagate through mixtures. Are these genuine insights? Information emerging from subconscious processing of thousands of previous observations? Or are they just pattern, seeking minds finding patterns in noise, seeing meaning where none exists? The alchemist can't determine definitively, but he has learned to trust certain visions while dismissing others, developing a triage system for his own altered perceptions. One particular vision recurs frequently enough that he has documented it carefully, when he has been distilling mercury for many hours, inhaling low levels of mercury vapor that accumulate despite ventilation. He sees what he calls the silver tree. The vision shows mercury as a branching structure, like a tree's roots or a river's tributaries, flowing and dividing and recombining in patterns that seem organic rather than metallic. The tree pulses with silver light, breathes in and out, shows him pathways through its structure that he could follow if he were small enough. This vision is almost certainly a hallucination induced by mercury poisoning. The vapor affects his nervous system, disrupting normal neural firing patterns, creating phosphenes and synesthetic perceptions. But within the hallucination, he has gained useful insights. The branching pattern suggested to him that mercury might form complex structures at scales too small to see, that liquid metal might have internal organization, not apparent to direct observation. This led to experiments where he tried to detect such organization through careful measurement of mercury's properties at different temperatures and pressures. The results were ambiguous. He found some suggestive patterns, but nothing conclusive. Still, the vision provided a hypothesis worth testing, a question worth asking, even if the answer remained elusive. Another recurring vision appears when he has been working with sulfur compounds and breathing their vapors for extended periods. He sees fire inside solid matter. Not metaphorically, he literally perceives objects containing flames, burning internally, but contained within material boundaries, their heat and light locked inside until proper operations release them. This vision aligns perfectly with traditional alchemical theory about sulfur, being the principle of combustibility, the philosophical fire contained in all flammable materials, but it also provides practical insight. The vision's intensity correlates with how vigorously materials burn when ignited. Materials that show bright internal fire in the vision always burn energetically in practice, while materials with dim or absent internal fire burned poorly or not at all. This suggests the vision is accessing real information about chemical composition, translating molecular properties into visual metaphors that pre-modern cognition can process. The most philosophically troubling visions appear during the deepest exhaustion, around hour 30 of continuous work, when the alchemist is barely functional, maintained vertical only by will and by the necessity of completing whatever operation he is monitoring. At this stage, he sometimes perceives the laboratory itself as alive, the apparatus breathing, the furnaces thinking, the vessels communicating with each other in a language just below audibility. The entire space becomes organism, and he becomes cell within it, serving the laboratory's purposes rather than it serving his. This vision is disturbing because it reverses the expected relationship. The alchemist should be master, the laboratory his tool. But in extreme exhaustion, that hierarchy collapses. He feels himself subordinate to the space, serving its needs, existing as component in a larger system whose purposes exceed his understanding. The laboratory wants something from him, not gold, not transmutation, but something harder to articulate. Attention, perhaps, dedication. The willingness to sacrifice sleep and health and comfort in service of investigating matter's mysteries. When these deep visions appear, the alchemist knows he is approaching dangerous territory. This is the edge of delirium, the boundary where exhaustion becomes medical emergency. Usually he stops at this point, banks the furnaces, secures materials, and sleeps for 12 hours to recover. Usually, but not always. Sometimes the operation genuinely can't be interrupted, and he pushes through into even stranger territories of consciousness. Past hour 35, if he has ever gone that far, linear time stops feeling linear. Past becomes present, becomes future in confused simultaneity. He is conducting this experiment right now, but he is also conducting it yesterday and tomorrow, all instances occurring together in eternal moment. The distillation he is monitoring has been running forever, and will run forever. The drops falling from the alembic's beak marking time that simultaneously accumulates and remains static. In these states, he has had genuine insights about the nature of transformation. He is perceived, though he couldn't later, articulate clearly, that change doesn't happen in time, so much as change creates time, that transformation is more fundamental than the duration across which it occurs. These perceptions align remarkably with philosophical insights that won't be formally developed for centuries, suggesting that extreme altered consciousness can sometimes access understanding that normal waking consciousness can't reach. But it is also in these states that he has made dangerous mistakes, confusing past operations with present ones. He has added wrong materials to mixtures. Losing track of how long processes have been running, he has overheated or underheated reactions. Experiencing time non-linearly, he has sometimes forgotten whether he has already added a component or merely intends to, leading to double additions that ruined experiments or created dangerous situations. His apprentice has learned to recognize when he is entering these altered states. His movements become slower and more deliberate, his speech simplified, his attention fixed too intensely on single tasks, while neglecting broader awareness. When she notices these signs, she intervenes, gently insisting that she can monitor things for a few hours while he rests, taking over operations before his compromised judgment creates problems. This intervention requires trust from both sides. He must trust that she is competent to maintain operations without his oversight. She must trust that he'll actually rest when he says he will, rather than lying down for 30 minutes and then resuming work. Their partnership has developed to the point where these mutual trusts are mostly warranted, though occasionally he wakes from exhausted sleep to find her still maintaining the laboratory, after 8 or 10 hours, herself now entering the early stages of exhaustion. Altered consciousness. The visions between waking and sleeping occupy ambiguous epistemological territory. They're not reliable. Many visions are clearly hallucinations with no correspondence to reality, but they're not entirely unreliable either. Some visions contain genuine insights that translate into useful hypotheses or productive research directions. The challenge is determining which visions to trust and which to dismiss. The alchemist has developed heuristics, geometric visions that remain consistent across multiple observations, are more trustworthy than chaotic or constantly changing perceptions. Visions that align with experimental results are more reliable than visions that contradict demonstrated facts. Visions that other alchemists have reported independently are more credible than private visions that no one else corroborates. These heuristics help, but uncertainty remains. The alchemist has learned to hold visions loosely, entertaining them as possibilities rather than accepting them as certainties, testing their implications without committing fully to their validity, remaining open to insights they might contain while maintaining skepticism about their literal truth. In his more reflective moments, he wonders whether future investigators will experience similar visions, or whether improved equipment and better understanding will eliminate the need for altered consciousness in chemical investigation. Will future alchemists work in normal waking states, relying on instruments rather than intuitions, on measurements rather than visions? He suspects not, suspects that investigation will always require pushing consciousness beyond comfortable boundaries, that the most interesting discoveries will always emerge at the edges of normal perception, that visions of one kind or another will remain part of how humans encounter nature's deep patterns. The specifics will change. Future investigators might not see silver trees or internal fires, but the essential experience of consciousness expanding to accommodate understanding beyond current concepts will persist. For now, though, the visions remain his private companions during long laboratory nights, his strange guides through territories where exhaustion and curiosity meet, where the boundaries between observer and observed become permeable, where matter seems to reveal itself in languages that waking consciousness can't quite speak, but altered consciousness can sometimes approximate. He records what he can, sketches of geometric patterns seen in solutions, descriptions of color progressions observed in flames, notes about insights that emerge during exhausted hours. These records are fragmentary, often cryptic even to himself, when reviewed later in normal consciousness, but they're data nonetheless, evidence that human perception extends beyond ordinary awareness, that training and exhaustion and chemical exposure combine to create alternative ways of encountering matter, ways that might access information that normal consciousness filters out as noise, but that altered consciousness processes as signal. The visions between waking and sleeping teach him that knowledge has multiple pathways, that understanding emerges not just from logical analysis, but also from intuitive leaps, from pattern recognition operating below conscious awareness, from states of mind that conventional wisdom would dismiss as compromised, but that occasionally deliver insights that logic alone couldn't reach. He remains uncertain about the vision's ultimate value, uncertain whether they've genuinely contributed to his understanding or merely created the illusion of deeper insight. But he continues working the long hours that induce them, continues pushing his consciousness beyond normal boundaries, continues seeking truth through whatever means available, including means that require sacrificing sleep and sanity, means that extract their price in damaged health and distorted perception, means that future generations might consider primitive or unnecessary, but that currently represent the best tools available for interrogating matter's mysteries. Scattered throughout the Alchemist notebooks, filling margins and occupying entire dedicated pages, are drawings unlike anything in standard alchemical texts, not the traditional symbolic images, dragons consuming suns, kings and queens consummating marriages, ravens and eagles and phoenixes representing stages of the great work. These drawings are attempts to depict processes that resist verbal description, to capture in visual form the transformations he observes when matter changes state. One series shows what he calls the dance of Mercury. Across 6 sequential images, Mercury is depicted not as simple liquid, but as flowing, curving, almost animate substance. In the first image, it is a pool, static, contained. In the second, it begins moving. Curves suggest flow, motion lines indicate direction. By the third image, the Mercury has divided into multiple streams, each following its own path. The fourth shows the streams recombining, merging back into unified mass. The fifth depicts the mass rising, becoming vapor, though how do you draw something becoming invisible? The sixth shows the vapor condensing, returning to liquid, completing the cycle. These drawings are simultaneously literal and metaphorical. They accurately represent Mercury's physical behaviors. It does flow in distinctive ways. It does divide and recombine. It does vaporize and condense. But they also represent something else. Mercury's seeming autonomy, its tendency to behave as if it has intentions, its resistance to being controlled completely. The drawings capture both what Mercury does and how it feels to work with Mercury. The sense that this substance has properties bordering on life, that it moves with purpose, even when that purpose isn't conscious. Another series attempts to show crystallization, the moment when dissolved material suddenly begins precipitating, changing from invisible presence in solution to visible solid formation. This is extraordinarily difficult to depict because the interesting part is the transition itself, the instant when disorder becomes order, when random molecular motion suddenly organizes into geometric structure. His approach, showing the same vessel multiple times on the same page, with the solution becoming progressively more structured. In the first image, the liquid is depicted with chaotic swirls. He is trying to show molecules in random motion, though molecular theory doesn't exist yet, and he is working from intuition about what dissolved material might be doing. In subsequent images, the swirls begin organizing, patterns emerge from chaos, small regions of order appear within disorder. The final image shows complete crystal formation, regular geometric shapes occupying space that was previously just liquid. What makes these drawings remarkable is that they're attempting to depict the invisible. He can't see molecules, he can't observe crystallization at the scale where order actually emerges. But through thousands of observations of the macroscopic results of these processes, he has developed intuitions about what must be happening at scales too small to see, and the drawings are attempts to visualize those intuitions. Some drawings are more abstract, representing not specific substances but general processes. One shows transformation itself, a series of connected circles, each slightly different from its predecessor, the changes between them indicated by arrows and symbols. This is his attempt to depict the concept that transformation is gradual, that substances don't change instantly from one thing to another, but pass through intermediate stages, that the path between states matters as much as the states themselves. Another abstract series attempts to show heat. How do you draw heat? It is not a substance, not visible, not tangible, in the way that solid or liquid is tangible. His solution, drawing heat as radiation from a source, using increasingly dense lines to indicate increasing temperature, showing how heat spreads through materials and affects their structure. It is not scientifically accurate by modern standards. He is treating heat like a substance that flows, which is close to but not quite correct. But it is a serious attempt to visualize an invisible phenomenon, to make manifest something that exists only through its effects. The most complex drawings attempt to show time. Several pages are devoted to this challenge. How do you depict duration, change across time, the progressive nature of transformation? His approach uses multiple techniques. Sequential images showing stages of a process, spiraling forms suggesting cycles, branching structures showing how one state can lead to multiple possible futures depending on conditions. One particularly ambitious drawing attempts to show the relationship between time and transformation. A central spiral represents the alchemical operation, with branches extending from different points along the spiral, showing what happens if you stop the process at various stages. Stop too early. First branch, and you get incomplete transformation. The drawing shows partially changed material, neither original nor intended final form. Continue to the midpoint, second branch, and you get intermediate products, shown as distinct substances with their own properties. Continue to completion. The spiral's end, and you get the intended result, shown as ordered, perfected form. This drawing is remarkably sophisticated conceptually. It is representing the idea that transformation has temporal structure, that the timing of interventions determines outcomes, that the same starting materials can produce different results depending on when you stop or alter the process. Without time, series photography or modern visualization techniques, he has created a static image that nonetheless conveys dynamic process, change, temporal dependency. His apprentice studies these drawings with fascination. She sees in them things he might not have consciously intended, patterns that emerge from his visual thinking that weren't explicit in his verbal descriptions. The drawings become teaching tools more effective than his explanations, because they engage different cognitive systems, because visual understanding sometimes precedes verbal understanding, because seeing can teach what telling cannot. She also adds her own drawings, creating a collaborative visual language. Her style is different, more precise, more geometric, less metaphorical, but complementary. Where his drawings emphasize flow and transformation, hers emphasize structure and relationship. Together, their combined visual vocabulary becomes richer than either could have developed alone. One of her contributions is a series showing apparatus arrangements from multiple angles, top view, side view, cutaway view, showing interior structure. These engineering drawings prove unexpectedly useful for understanding how equipment works, how vessels connect, how materials flow through distillation systems. The alchemist realizes he has been building apparatus for years without fully visualizing their three-dimensional structure, working from tacit knowledge and trial and error rather than from explicit spatial understanding. Her drawings externalize that understanding, making it teachable, replicable, improvable. The drawings also serve documentary function. When an experiment produces unexpected results, the alchemist often draws what happened. The color changes, the precipitate formation, the way materials distributed themselves in the vessel. These visual records sometimes reveal patterns that verbal descriptions miss. Looking back through months of experimental drawings, he notices that a particular color progression recurs in multiple experiments he hadn't realized were related, suggesting an underlying commonality that verbal notes didn't capture. But many drawings remain private, shown to no one, not even his apprentice. These are the drawings that emerge from his deepest exhaustion, from the altered consciousness, states where visions become compelling. These drawings don't depict anything real in the conventional sense. They show the silver tree he sees in mercury vapor, the internal fire he perceives in sulfur compounds, the organic organization he senses in crystalline structures. These private drawings exist in his notebook's back pages, sometimes marked with symbols indicating they're speculative or visionary rather than observational. He keeps them because occasionally they've proven useful. A drawing made during delirium contained a structural insight that later translated into a successful experimental design. But he doesn't share them because they're too strange, too personal, too likely to be misunderstood as evidence of madness, rather than evidence of alternative ways of perceiving. The tension between public and private drawings mirrors his larger tension between conventional natural philosophy and his own developing understanding. The public drawings can be explained, defended, related to existing knowledge. The private drawings resist explanation. They make sense to him in moments of altered consciousness, but often seem bizarre when reviewed in normal awareness. Yet he can't dismiss them entirely because they contain something, some knowledge or insight that doesn't fit into conventional frameworks, but nonetheless feels important. Future historians examining these notebooks will puzzle over the drawings, particularly the private ones. Without access to the alchemist's consciousness, without experiencing what he experienced, the drawings seem cryptic at best, incoherent at worst. Some scholars will dismiss them as mere doodles, marginalia without significance. Others will overinterpret them, seeing mystical meanings or hidden codes that the alchemist never intended. The truth is simpler. The drawings are attempts to think visually about problems that resist verbal thinking, to capture insights that emerge from non-linguistic cognition, to communicate with himself across time. The drawings made in exhaustion reviewed later in clarity. The drawings made in clarity consulted during subsequent exhaustion, creating a dialogue between different states of consciousness mediated through visual symbols. The drawings nobody understood, not other alchemists who might see them, not even sometimes the alchemist himself when reviewing them later, are nonetheless valuable. They're evidence that understanding has multiple modes, that knowledge can be visual as well as verbal, that perception can be trained to see patterns that language hasn't yet learned to describe. The drawings are prophecies of future scientific visualization, anticipating by centuries the use of diagrams, flowcharts, structural formulas, and computational models that would become central to chemistry's development. For now, they remain private language, visual vocabulary comprehensible primarily to their creator, occasionally to his apprentice, rarely to anyone else. They fill his notebook's margins and dedicated pages, creating a parallel text to his verbal descriptions, sometimes confirming the words, sometimes contradicting them, always adding dimensions that words alone couldn't convey. The drawings are his attempt to show what he sees when he looks deeply at transformation, to map the invisible territories where matter reorganizes itself, to translate into two-dimensional marks on paper the four-dimensional dance of substances changing across time. They fail completely by certain standards. They don't capture reality photographically, don't represent structures accurately, don't communicate unambiguously, but they succeed by other standards. They think on paper, they explore visually, they preserve perceptions that would otherwise evaporate like mercury vapor, leaving no trace except memory, and memory is even more fragile than drawings. The alchemist's day begins not with routine but with wrongness. He climbs the stairs to his laboratory as he has thousands of mornings before. But this morning something is different before he even reaches the third floor. The smell is wrong. The particular mixture of chemical odors, normally layered and familiar, is disturbed, mingled with something else. Fresh air, as if the laboratory has been ventilated recently. Though he closed everything securely the night before, he reaches the door and stops. The wax seal he places on the door frame each night, not a lock exactly, but a marker that would break if the door opened, is broken. Not obviously, not dramatically, but unmistakably. Someone has entered his laboratory during the night. The fear is immediate and visceral. This space is his entire life. His work, his livelihood, his years of accumulated knowledge and material investment. Violation of this space is violation of self. He pushes the door open carefully, not knowing what he'll find, prepared for destruction, for theft, for sabotage. The interior appears undisturbed at first glance. The furnaces are cold. He banked them last night as usual. The apparatus sits on the worktable, apparently unchanged. The vessels on shelves seem properly positioned. But as he looks more carefully, wrongness accumulates. A book is open that was closed. Papers on his desk are slightly disarranged. The locked cabinet, he rushes to check. The lock is intact, but scratches around the keyhole suggest someone tried to pick it and either failed or succeeded and relocked it afterward. He checks his most valuable materials. The mercury vessel, still sealed, same weight. The silver compounds present. The small amount of gold he keeps for testing, still there. Whoever broke in didn't take obvious valuables. What did they take? What did they want? He begins systematic inventory, checking everything against his mental map of the space. Most equipment is present. Most materials are accounted for. The violations are subtle. His private notebooks have been moved, not stolen but definitely examined. The margins show fingerprint smudges that aren't his, someone with smaller hands, or perhaps wearing gloves to avoid leaving obvious traces. His experimental records for the past month have been read. Pages that were lying flat are now curled slightly from being turned. The locked cabinet worries him most. He unlocks it with trembling hands, the tremor worse with adrenaline and fear, and checks its contents. The questionable materials are all present: mummy powder, unicorn horn, the mysterious Eastern catalyst. But one item is missing: a notebook, not his main experimental journal, but a supplementary book where he recorded his most speculative thinking, his failures, his honest assessments of which theories weren't working. Why would someone steal that particular notebook? It contained nothing of monetary value, no secret formulas for creating gold, no marketable recipes. It contained his doubts, his documentation of experiments that failed, his growing suspicion that traditional alchemical theory was fundamentally flawed. It was his most honest writing, the place where he admitted what he wouldn't admit to the patron or other alchemists, that transmutation might be impossible, that the great work might be a delusion sustained by wishful thinking and self-deception. The realization of what has been taken is almost worse than if they'd stolen his gold. Whoever took that notebook now possesses evidence of his doubts, his failures, his increasing conviction that the work he is being paid to do cannot succeed. This is ammunition for destroying his reputation, for convincing his patron to withdraw support, for revealing him as a fraud, not because he has deliberately deceived anyone, but because he has begun suspecting that the entire alchemical enterprise is deception, that he has been deceiving himself as much as others. Who would want this information? The possibilities multiply. A rival alchemist, hoping to discredit him and steal his patron. The patron himself, suspecting failure and seeking confirmation before withdrawing support. City authorities investigating possible fraud or heresy. Even a well-meaning colleague concerned about his welfare and seeking evidence of whether he is still mentally stable. Each possibility carries different implications and requires different responses. If it is a rival, he needs to preemptively discredit whatever they might reveal by controlling the narrative. If it is the patron, he needs to accelerate his fraud preparations for the summer demonstration. If doubts are already raised, only a convincing performance will salvage the situation. If it is the authorities, he might need to flee entirely. If it is a concerned colleague, he needs to manage relationships and reassure everyone of his continued competence. But he can't determine who until he gathers more information. He needs to investigate discreetly, watch for signs of who might use the stolen information, prepare contingencies for various scenarios. The break-in has transformed his secure workspace into a compromised environment, his private research into potentially public scandal. He sits at his worktable, trying to calm his racing thoughts and assess rationally. The violation feels personal, and is personal, but he needs to think strategically. What is the worst that can happen? Loss of patronage, certainly. Damage to reputation, probably. But is his physical safety threatened? Are legal consequences possible? Could this lead to accusations of fraud or heresy that might result in imprisonment or worse? Medieval Prague is relatively tolerant of intellectual deviance. The court of Rudolf II attracts scholars, alchemists, and natural philosophers precisely because they're allowed more freedom than in other European cities. But tolerance has limits. If the stolen notebook fell into wrong hands, if its contents were framed as evidence of demonic consultation or deliberate fraud rather than honest investigation, consequences could escalate beyond economic loss to actual danger. The morning passes in distracted inventory and anxious speculation. He tries to work on routine tasks, grinding materials, cleaning equipment, but concentration is impossible. Every sound from the stairwell makes him flinch. Every shadow seems threatening. The laboratory, which has always been a sanctuary, now feels exposed, vulnerable, no longer safely private. His apprentice arrives mid-morning for her usual work session. She immediately senses something wrong. His body language, his distraction, the disarray he hasn't fully corrected. He tells her what happened, watches her face cycle through shock, fear and anger. "We need to find out who did this," she says immediately. "How? I can't report it to authorities without explaining what was stolen, and explaining that would raise questions I don't want to answer. I can't confront suspects directly without revealing that I know about the theft. We're blind here." She thinks for a moment. "Your notebook contained your private doubts." "Yes. Everything I wouldn't say aloud. All my honest assessments of failure and impossibility." "Then whoever took it expects you don't want that information public." "Obviously. Which means they're planning either blackmail or public revelation. If blackmail, they'll contact you with demands. If public revelation, they'll spread the information to damage you. Either way, we'll know soon who has it based on who acts on the information." Her logic is sound but cold comfort. Waiting to discover his enemy through their actions means waiting in uncertainty, maintaining normal routine while internally preparing for catastrophe. But she is right. They have no immediate alternative except vigilance. "There is another possibility," he says slowly. "Someone might have taken it not to use against me, but to understand whether I'm worth continuing to fund or associate with. Someone already invested in my work, wanting to know the truth before making further commitments. Your patron, perhaps, or another alchemist who has been considering collaboration, or even," he hesitates then continues, "a student or colleague genuinely concerned about whether I'm still pursuing valuable research or just wasting time and resources on impossible goals." This interpretation is less paranoid but more melancholy. If someone broke in out of concern rather than malice, the violation still stings, but the implications are different. It suggests his doubts have been visible despite his efforts to hide them, that his facade of confidence has been unconvincing, that people close to him sense his crisis of faith in the work. The day proceeds in tense normalcy. They work on scheduled experiments, maintain furnaces, and prepare materials for upcoming operations. But underneath the routine, both are thinking about the break, in its implications, its possible consequences. The laboratory is simultaneously a workspace and crime scene, sanctuary and compromised territory, home and violation. As evening approaches and his apprentice prepares to leave, she pauses at the door. "I could stay tonight, watch the laboratory while you sleep, make sure no one returns." He considers this. The gesture is kind, protective, but also impractical. "You need rest as much as I do, and if someone wants more information, there is nothing you could do to stop them physically. Besides," he trails off. "Besides what?" "Besides, I'm not sure I want to stop them. Whoever took that notebook now knows the truth about my doubts. Maybe that is information that should be public. Maybe it is time to stop pretending." She looks at him sharply. "You're not seriously considering just giving up?" "I'm considering whether continuing is ethical. If I can't deliver what I've promised, if I'm becoming convinced that what I've promised is impossible, shouldn't I say so? Shouldn't I release my patron from a commitment that is consuming his resources for nothing?" "You don't know it is nothing. You've discovered useful things. Your preparations have value even if they're not transmuted. Useful things that don't justify the expense or the promises. Value that doesn't match the claims." He is speaking his deepest fears aloud, perhaps for the first time. "I think I've become what I never wanted to be. A charlatan. Not because I'm deliberately lying, but because I'm maintaining a facade of confidence in outcomes I no longer believe are possible." She doesn't have an immediate answer to this. "Finally, then change what you promise. Tell the patron the truth, that you're pursuing understanding rather than gold, that the value is in knowledge rather than in transformation. Some patrons might accept that. Mine won't. He is funding the search for gold, not the search for truth. Truth doesn't pay his debts or increase his wealth." They're both silent for a long moment. The broken seal on the door, the stolen notebook, the violated laboratory. All have brought into sharp focus the precariousness of the alchemist's position, the unsustainability of his current course, the approaching crisis that the summer demonstration will precipitate regardless of what he does. His apprentice leaves finally, and he is alone with his compromised space and his exposed doubts. He should reseal the door, take additional security measures, and do something to restore the laboratory security. Instead, he leaves the door unsealed. If someone wants to return, let them. If his doubts need to be public, let them be public. If the charade needs to end, perhaps the break-in is how it ends. Not through confession, but through exposure. Not by his choice, but by circumstances forcing choice. He sleeps poorly that night, waking repeatedly to sounds that might or might not be someone in the laboratory. But morning arrives with nothing disturbed, no further violations evident. The break-in was singular, not ongoing. Whoever wants his notebook has it. What they'll do with it remains unknown. 3 days pass in tense waiting. Then, the response comes from an unexpected direction. On the 4th morning after the break-in, the alchemist's apprentice arrives visibly distressed. Her face is pale, her hands shake slightly, and she won't meet his eyes as she enters the laboratory. He knows immediately that something significant has happened, that the break-in's mystery is about to be resolved. "I know who took your notebook," she says without preamble. "It was my brother." The confession takes him completely by surprise. He'd considered many possibilities, but not this. That someone from his apprentice's family would be the intruder, that the violation would come from within their small circle, rather than from outside enemies. "Tell me," he says simply. The story emerges haltingly. Her brother, younger by 3 years, has been struggling financially. Debts from gambling, from failed business ventures, from the general precariousness of life for young men without inherited wealth or established trades. She'd mentioned to family that she was learning valuable knowledge from the alchemist, that she was gaining skills that would eventually allow her to support herself and perhaps them. Her brother fixated on valuable knowledge, interpreting it through the lens of his own desperation. If she was learning alchemy, the family's traditional understanding of alchemy was that it meant learning to make gold. If the alchemist could teach gold making, he must possess gold or the means to create it. The laboratory must contain wealth that could solve the family's financial problems. He broke in looking for material wealth. Gold, silver, valuable substances he could steal and sell. He picked the cabinet lock, not successfully. He gave up after scratching the mechanism, and searched through the laboratory, looking for obvious valuables. Finding none, frustrated and increasingly worried about being caught, he grabbed the notebook from the locked cabinet, thinking perhaps it contained secret formulas he could sell to other alchemists, or use himself. But when he actually read the notebook, sitting in the family's small apartment, struggling through the Latin and alchemical terminology, he discovered not formulas for wealth but documentation of doubt and failure. The notebook revealed that the alchemist wasn't withholding secrets, but rather didn't have secrets to withhold. That transmutation wasn't a discovered process being kept private, but an undiscovered process that might not exist at all. The brother was disappointed, then angry at the disappointment, then worried about what he'd done. He'd broken into the laboratory of a man under powerful patronage, stolen something that had no saleable value, and created evidence of his crime. If caught, medieval law's punishment for theft was severe. Loss of a hand at minimum, possibly hanging, if the theft was deemed serious enough. He told his sister what he'd done, partly from guilt, partly from fear, partly seeking her help in managing the situation. She was horrified, both at the crime itself and at the implications. If the alchemist reported the theft, her brother would face legal punishment that would destroy not just him but the entire family through association. If he didn't report it, she was complicit in concealing a crime against someone who'd been generous in teaching her. She spent 2 days agonizing over what to do before deciding that honesty was the only acceptable path. She is here now to confess, to apologize, to offer whatever restitution is possible, and to beg for mercy, not for herself, but for her brother, whose desperation led to a crime that would haunt him regardless of external punishment. The alchemist listens to all this with complex emotions. Anger at the violation, yes, that is present, but also sympathy for the brother's desperation, understanding of the apprentice's impossible position, and strange relief that the theft was motivated by naive greed rather than calculated malice. "Where is the notebook now?" he asks. "My brother still has it. He doesn't know what to do with it. He can't sell it. It has no value to anyone else. He can't return it without admitting what he did. He is just holding it, terrified, waiting for consequences. Does he understand what the notebook contains? Not formulas, but evidence of my doubts. Yes, he read it, he knows." She pauses. "He said to tell you he is sorry. He said he now understands why you live modestly despite having a patron, because the work doesn't produce gold, it just consumes resources. He said he was stupid to believe the stories about alchemy creating wealth. The alchemist considers this carefully. The situation is delicate. He could report the theft, invoke legal punishment, make an example of the brother to discourage others. But doing so would destroy his apprentice's family and would expose exactly what he doesn't want public. That the stolen notebook documents his failure and doubt, that reporting the theft would require explaining what was stolen and why it mattered. Alternatively, he could demand the return of the notebook and maintain silence about the crime. But how to trust that the brother won't try something similar again, or won't spread information from the notebook out of spite or further desperation? His apprentice waits for his response, visibly bracing for anger and consequences. When he speaks, his voice is calm, almost gentle. "I won't report this to authorities." She looks up, startled and hopeful. "But," he continues, "I need the notebook returned, and I need assurance that your brother understands why he cannot speak about what he read. Not because I'm threatening him, but because he would be harming me by revealing information I've kept private for good reasons." "He won't speak about it," she says quickly. "He is terrified of what he has done. He doesn't want anyone to know." "Then have him return the notebook. Not to me directly. That would be too uncomfortable for both of us. Leave it on my doorstep at night, or in some other neutral location where it can be retrieved without direct contact. Once I have it back, this matter is closed. I won't pursue punishment. I won't hold this against you. We'll pretend it never happened." The generosity of this response overwhelms her. Tears appear, relief, gratitude, shame all mingling. "Thank you, I don't deserve, he doesn't deserve. Perhaps not, but punishment wouldn't benefit anyone. Medieval law is brutal and disproportionate. Your brother made a stupid mistake born of desperation. That doesn't justify losing a hand or his life." And honestly, he hesitates, then continues, "I'm partly responsible. I've allowed people to believe I possess knowledge and capabilities I don't have. Your brother's incorrect assumptions about what this laboratory contains are partly my fault for maintaining ambiguity about my actual work." This is remarkably self-aware and generous framing, refusing to cast himself purely as victim, or the brother purely as perpetrator. The situation is more complex. A theft motivated by misunderstanding that the alchemist's own secrecy helped create. "There is one condition," he adds. "Your brother needs to understand something. The notebook he stole documents my private doubts. If he tells anyone what he read, family, friends, other alchemists, anyone, he will destroy my reputation and my livelihood. Not because I'm a fraud exactly, but because doubt is interpreted as failure in a field that demands certainty. I'm trusting him with dangerous information. I need him to understand that trust and honor it. I'll make sure he understands. He is not malicious, just foolish and desperate. He'll keep silence." Then we're agreed. The notebook returns, the incident is forgotten, and we continue our work. She nods, wiping her eyes, still processing the unexpected mercy. There is a long pause where neither speaks, the weight of what has been said settling between them. Finally she asks, "The things in the notebook, your doubts about transmutation, your growing conviction that it might be impossible, are they true? Do you really believe the great work can't be accomplished?" This is the question the whole crisis has been circling. The alchemist considers lying, maintaining the facade even with someone who is seen behind it, but the moment demands honesty. "I don't know. That is the truest answer I can give. I believe traditional claims about transmutation are exaggerated or false. I believe most alchemical literature is unreliable at best. I believe that if transmutation is possible at all, it is far more difficult and requires understanding far beyond what we currently possess. But do I believe it is absolutely impossible? I can't say that definitively. I just know that after 15 years of dedicated work, I haven't achieved it, and I haven't seen convincing evidence that anyone else has either. Then why continue? Why not just stop? Because I've learned other things. Because even if gold making is impossible, understanding matter's behavior is valuable. Because I've invested so much that stopping feels like admitting total failure rather than partial failure. And because, he pauses, searching for words, because I don't know what else I would do. This work is who I am, even if it is not producing what I originally hoped it would produce. She absorbs this, understanding perhaps for the first time the full complexity of his position, committed to work whose ultimate goals he doubts, sustained by momentum and identity, rather than by genuine hope of breakthrough, trapped between integrity that demands honesty and practical necessity that requires maintaining the appearance of confidence. "I'm sorry," she says simply. Sorry my brother violated your space. Sorry you're in this position. Sorry that honesty about doubt is dangerous in a field that demands certainty. None of that is your fault. You've been nothing but dedicated and helpful. You've learned quickly and worked hard. Whatever happens with my research, with the patron, with this summer's demonstration, you have skills now that will support you regardless. That is something real and valuable that has emerged from this work, even if philosophical Mercury and the philosopher's stone remain elusive. They talk for a while longer, processing the crisis, planning how to move forward. The conversation is honest, in ways their previous interactions haven't been. The theft and confession having broken down some barrier between master and apprentice, creating space for genuine rather than formal relationship. 2 days later, the notebook appears on the alchemist's doorstep, wrapped in cloth, anonymous. He retrieves it, confirms it is intact and complete, and files it away in the locked cabinet. The physical object is returned, though the knowledge it contained has escaped. The brother knows the alchemist's doubts, which means the apprentice knows explicitly rather than sensing implicitly, which means the secret is less secret than before. But surprisingly, this feels like relief rather than disaster. The forced partial honesty has reduced the pressure of maintaining total faith. At least with his apprentice, he can now speak openly about his doubts and difficulties. At least in the laboratory, he can be honest, rather than performing confidence he doesn't feel. The break in resolution changes their working relationship. They're more equal now. She has seen his vulnerability. He has shown her mercy. They've both acknowledged that the grand alchemical project might be failing, even as smaller successes continue accumulating. They're no longer master and apprentice in the traditional hierarchical sense, but colleagues collaborating in investigation, whose ultimate significance remains uncertain. The brother, according to the apprentice's reports, is profoundly shaken by the entire experience. He has learned that valuable knowledge isn't the same as marketable wealth, that breaking into laboratories yields understanding rather than gold, that desperation leads to actions you regret. He has promised to keep silence about what he read, and that promise appears genuine, motivated by guilt, by gratitude for unexpected mercy, by understanding that revealing the alchemist's doubts would be betrayal of someone who chose trust over punishment. The incident becomes strange gift, the violation that forced honesty, the theft that returned not just the notebook but also clearer understanding of relationships and commitments, the crisis that resolved into unexpected deepening of trust. The broken seal on the door has been repaired, but something else has been broken and remade in more honest form. The alchemist's relationship with his apprentice, his understanding of his own position, his acceptance that doubt and dedication can coexist, that uncertainty doesn't require abandoning the work, but rather requires changing how he holds it. After the crisis of the break-in and its resolution, something shifts fundamentally in the laboratory's atmosphere. The alchemist, having been forced into partial honesty about his doubts, finds that honesty liberating rather than crippling. He no longer needs to maintain perfect confidence in front of his apprentice. He can admit uncertainty, can share failures as readily as successes, can teach what he actually knows rather than what he wishes he knew. This transformation begins subtly. During an experiment that produces unexpected results, instead of trying to spin the outcome as somehow predicted or meaningful, he simply says, "I don't understand why that happened. Let's document it carefully and see if repetition reveals patterns." Or when she asks whether a particular alchemical text's claims are accurate, instead of defending the tradition or dismissing the text, he responds, "I've tested that claim 3 different ways and haven't been able to replicate the reported results. Either I'm doing something wrong, or the author was mistaken, or the author was deliberately obscuring. I genuinely don't know which." This honesty about the limits of his understanding is pedagogically revolutionary. Traditional master-apprentice relationships in alchemy are built on the assumption that the master possesses complete knowledge and transmits it gradually to the worthy student. But that model is based on fiction. No alchemist possesses complete knowledge. The field is full of gaps and uncertainties, and pretending otherwise serves mainly to perpetuate false confidence. The alchemist begins teaching her not just techniques but epistemology, how to evaluate sources, how to distinguish reliable from unreliable claims, how to design experiments that might answer questions, rather than simply confirming what you already believe. This is training in skepticism as much as in chemistry, in critical thinking as much as in practical operations. When a text claims that adding philosophical mercury to prepared gold produces multiplication, he explains during one lesson, you need to ask what exactly is philosophical mercury? How do I know when mercury is philosophical versus ordinary? What does prepared gold mean? How much of each ingredient? At what temperature? For how long? If any of these variables is undefined or deliberately obscured, the recipe is useless for replication. It might as well say, add the secret ingredient to the special material and magic happens. She absorbs this way of thinking quickly, perhaps because she came to alchemy without the full burden of traditional reverence for ancient sources. She is willing to question texts that the alchemist, despite his growing skepticism, still treats with residual deference. Her outsider perspective, as a woman in a male-dominated field, as someone who came to the work laterally rather than through formal channels, gives her freedom to critique assumptions he has internalized too deeply to easily examine. This creates an interesting reversal. Sometimes she sees problems or alternatives that he misses, not because she knows more, but because she knows less, because his expertise has created blind spots while her relative ignorance leaves her perception less constrained. He learns to value this, to actively solicit her unformed perspectives before his more expert but potentially biased analysis. The teaching becomes genuinely collaborative. They work side by side on experiments, both observing, both offering interpretations, both acknowledging when results confuse them. The laboratory is no longer a space of transmission from knowing master to ignorant apprentice, but space of joint investigation by two people with different but complementary perspectives. He teaches her his practical knowledge systematically. Now, the smell of almost ready, the sound of proper heating, the touch of correct consistency. These embodied skills are transferred through repeated exposure and guided attention. He names perceptions she is beginning to have but doesn't yet trust. You're smelling the shift in the distillate quality. Trust that. Your nose is learning faster than your conscious mind realizes. She teaches him in return, though neither would explicitly frame it that way. Her questions reveal assumptions he didn't know he was making. Her difficulties with certain operations reveal that his instructions are insufficiently clear, that he is relying on tacit knowledge he hasn't fully articulated. Teaching her forces him to become more explicit about his reasoning, which improves his own understanding. Most significantly, she teaches him about how the work appears to someone not invested in believing it must succeed. When he presents an experimental result as ambiguous, she often sees it more clearly as failure. When he describes a technique as requiring further refinement, she points out that maybe the technique doesn't work and refinement won't help. Her less ego, invested perspective serves as corrective to his motivated reasoning. One afternoon, working on a purification process he has been refining for months, she watches him perform the operation with elaborate care, controlling every variable precisely. The result is marginally better than previous attempts, but still not meeting his goals. Why not try a completely different approach, she asks. Because I'm close. A few more adjustments but you've been saying that for months. You've made the process more complex, more difficult, more time consuming, but the results have barely improved. Maybe the approach is fundamentally flawed and no amount of refinement will work. This is difficult for him to hear, not because it is rude, she has learned to offer critiques respectfully, but because it is correct. He has been incrementally adjusting a process that might be fundamentally unsuitable, committing more resources to something that should perhaps be abandoned in favor of alternatives. The sunk cost fallacy is powerful in alchemical research where years of effort can be invested in approaches that eventually prove unproductive. Her willingness to name this, to say, maybe this doesn't work, is valuable precisely because it is uncomfortable. She is providing what he needs, honest assessment, rather than what he wants, confirmation that his efforts are progressing towards success. He does try a different approach, somewhat reluctantly. The alternative method is simpler, faster, and produces marginally better results on the first attempt than his elaborate refined technique managed after months of optimization. This is simultaneously satisfying better results, and humiliating simpler method works better, meaning his complex approach was wrong from the start, meaning months were wasted, but he has learned to accept these lessons. Failure is information. Wasted effort is only fully wasted if no learning occurs. The months spent refining the wrong approach taught him valuable things, even if the approach itself was flawed, and his apprentice's contribution, forcing him to reconsider fundamental assumptions, is exactly what he needs as someone who has been working alone for too long, whose thinking has become calcified in unproductive patterns. Their collaboration also extends to the private work, the sealed gardens, the chemical clocks, the speculative investigations that have no immediate practical application. She contributes ideas here too, suggesting experiments he hadn't considered, noticing patterns he'd missed. The mold clock was her contribution. A series of experiments with different plant species in sealed vessels came from her curiosity about which types might be most sustainable. He realizes that he has been starved for intellectual companionship, for someone to think with rather than think at. The years of solitary work, while necessary for developing deep technical skill, have also narrowed his perspective. Having her as a genuine collaborator, rather than subordinate apprentice, reawakens his creativity, makes him think differently, suggests possibilities that wouldn't have occurred to him working alone. The teaching also becomes more explicit about the economic and social realities of alchemical practice. He shows her his financial ledger, explains the impossible mathematics of expenses exceeding income, discusses the pressure from patronage and the necessity of performance. She needs to understand not just the chemistry but the context in which chemistry is practiced, the forces that shape what research gets done and how results get presented. If you continue in this work, he tells her, you'll need patronage or independent wealth or an alternative income source. The research doesn't support itself. You'll need to decide what compromises you're willing to make, what you'll promise, what you'll claim, how you'll perform results even when results are ambiguous. I'm not saying this to discourage you, but you should enter it with clear eyes about the difficulties, but watching attentively, creating conditions thoughtfully. These are not trivial contributions. They're the heart of the practice, the core of what it means to investigate nature, the fundamental gesture that unites all genuine inquiry. The last experiment proceeds, the crystal grows, and the alchemist, 15 years into his practice, decades away from understanding what these investigations will eventually mean, continues the work that defines him, that consumes him, that will outlive him in forms and consequences. He cannot predict but can trust will matter in ways he'll never fully know. She asks the question he has been dreading. What about you? What will you do at the summer demonstration? He is silent for a long time. Then, I don't know. I've prepared methods for simulating transmutation, gilding techniques, substitution procedures, theatrical effects that might convince the patron that something significant is happening. But I haven't decided whether I'll use them. Part of me wants to be honest, to admit that I can't deliver what was promised, to release us both from the deception. Another part knows that honesty means losing the laboratory, ending the research, forcing you to find another situation. I'm paralyzed between integrity and necessity. Will the simulation actually work? Would the patron believe it? Maybe. Probably not long term. He is not stupid, and he'll eventually have the result tested by others who will identify the deception. At best, simulation buys a few more months of support. At worst, it is exposure as fraud with corresponding consequences. Then why not just tell him the truth? Because I don't know what the truth is. I believe transmutation as traditionally claimed is impossible, or at least far beyond current capability. But I can't prove that negative. Maybe someone else has achieved it. Maybe I'm just not skilled enough. Maybe the theory is correct, but the execution impossibly difficult. Telling the patron I can't do this might mean no one can do this, or might just mean I specifically cannot do this. Those are very different admissions. This is the heart of his crisis, uncertainty, not just about what is possible, but about what his own limitations signify. Is failure definitive evidence that something is impossible, or is it merely evidence of insufficient skill? How do you distinguish between the two when working at the edges of human knowledge? They talk through these questions without resolving them, but the conversation itself is valuable. Articulating the dilemma helps clarify it, even when clarity doesn't provide solutions, and her presence as trusted listener transforms the solitary crisis into shared challenge, making it slightly less overwhelming. As weeks pass and the summer deadline approaches, their collaboration deepens into something like partnership. They plan experiments together, analyze results together, make decisions about resource allocation together. The laboratory is becoming genuinely shared space rather than his space where she works. This sharing extends to the private doubts and speculative thoughts he has kept isolated for years. He shows her his drawings, all of them, including the private visionary images from altered consciousness states. He shares his philosophical questions about time and transformation, and whether understanding is even possible, given the limits of human perception and medieval instrumental capabilities. She responds with her own speculations, her own drawings, her own confusions and curiosities. Together, they're developing something that might be described as collaborative natural philosophy. Joint investigation where two minds working together see more than either could see alone, where different perspectives complement each other, where the sum exceeds the simple addition of parts. The master-apprentice relationship has evolved into something else, collaborative partnership, characterized by mutual respect, honest communication, shared uncertainty, and joint commitment to investigation, even when investigation doesn't guarantee the results that patronage demands. They're allies in an enterprise that might be failing, but they're failing together. Honestly learning even in failure, creating knowledge even when that knowledge is mainly negative. What doesn't work, what can't be achieved, what claims are false. The teaching that began in earnest after the break. In's resolution is teaching in both directions. He teaches her chemistry, she teaches him critical perspective. He teaches her technique, she teaches him honesty. He teaches her the embodied knowledge of 15 years' practice. She teaches him how to think freshly about problems he has been approaching the same way for too long. Together, they're becoming what the alchemist wishes the whole alchemical community could be. Honest investigators more interested in truth than in maintaining traditional claims, willing to admit failure and uncertainty, committed to evidence rather than to theory, skeptical of authority while respecting genuine expertise. It is a small community of two, working in one laboratory in one tower in Prague, not changing the whole world of natural philosophy, but at least creating a pocket of integrity within it. The summer demonstration looms closer. The patron will demand results. The alchemist still hasn't decided whether he'll perform simulation or confession, fraud or honesty. But whatever he decides, he won't decide alone. His apprentice, his colleague, will be consulted, and together they'll choose the path forward, accepting consequences as partners rather than facing them in isolation. The teaching that began in earnest has transformed into something more valuable than traditional knowledge transmission. It has become collaboration, friendship, shared intellectual adventure that will continue regardless of what happens with patronage or demonstrations or the ultimate fate of transmutation research. We return now to where we began. The alchemist in his laboratory on a particular night, candles burning, furnaces breathing, the work proceeding as it has for 15 years. But we return with full understanding of context, the economic pressure, the patron's demands, the approaching demonstration, the doubts that have accumulated like mercury in tissues, slowly and irreversibly. Tonight he conducts what may be his final major experiment, though he doesn't think of it in those terms. The patron's test is 3 weeks away. The simulated demonstrations are prepared as well as possible. The honest confession has been written and rewritten, trying to find words that admit failure without destroying all possibility of future support. But tonight, neither fraud preparation nor confession drafting is relevant. Tonight he returns to genuine investigation, pursuing a question for its own sake, rather than for any strategic purpose. The experiment is crystallization, attempting to grow a perfect crystal of copper sulfate, perfectly geometric, perfectly ordered, perfectly representative of matter's tendency toward structure. Not because perfect crystals have practical value, they don't particularly. Not because growing perfect crystals will impress the patron, it won't. But because after 15 years of forcing matter to do things, tonight he wants to create conditions and then simply observe what matter does when left to express its own nature. The setup is meticulous. He has prepared a solution saturated exactly at room temperature, strained it through fine silk to remove any particulate contamination, poured it into his cleanest glass vessel, and positioned the vessel in the most stable location in the laboratory, away from furnace heat, away from vibrating floorboards, in a corner where temperature remains constant and disturbances are minimized. At the bottom of the vessel, a tiny seed crystal, perfect in its own right, carefully selected from previous crystallization attempts. The theory, proven through hundreds of experiments, is that dissolved copper sulfate will precipitate preferentially onto this seed, growing outward layer by atomic layer, building structure that reflects the molecular geometry of the compound itself. The process requires patience measured in days. Nothing visible happens in the first hours. The solution remains clear blue. The seed crystal sits unmoving. Transformation occurs at scales too small to observe directly. But the alchemist knows that molecules are moving, encountering the seed crystal's surface, finding positions where they fit geometrically, bonding into place, adding infinitesimal thickness to the crystal's growing structure. He has no intention of monitoring continuously. That would be both impractical and counterproductive. Crystallization prefers stillness, and his presence introduces vibrations and temperature variations that disturb the process. So tonight's work is primarily setup, creating conditions as perfect as he can achieve, then stepping back, allowing the experiment to run itself, trusting that matter has its own wisdom about how to organize itself into beautiful form. But before stepping back, He sits near the vessel for an hour, just watching, even though nothing visible is happening. Watching because this is meditation as much as observation, because the hour of attention is his way of honoring the process, because after 15 years of demanding that matter answer his questions, tonight he is simply attending to matter doing what it does. His mind wanders during this watching. He thinks about all the experiments that came before, the thousands of operations performed in this space. How many were successful? How many yielded genuine new understanding? He has been keeping careful records, so he actually knows the approximate numbers. Perhaps 20% of experiments produced results he'd call successful. Another 30% produced ambiguous or partially useful results, and fully half were outright failures that taught him nothing, except that particular approaches don't work. These statistics are not encouraging for someone trying to justify 15 years of effort. Half of all work was wasted. Only 1 in 5 operations genuinely advanced understanding, but he has learned to see this differently. Failure rate is not a measure of incompetence, but evidence of exploration at a genuine frontier. If every experiment succeeded, it would mean he was only asking questions he already knew how to answer, staying safely within map territory. The high failure rate means he is pushing boundaries, attempting operations where outcomes aren't guaranteed, investigating regions where success is difficult precisely because they're genuinely unknown. This reframe helps, but only partially. The patron doesn't care about philosophical justifications for failure. The patron has invested substantial resources and wants concrete return. The summer demonstration will not be satisfied by arguments about the epistemological value of negative results. His apprentice arrives, though it is late and he didn't expect her. She sees the crystallization setup and understands immediately what he is doing. "The perfect crystal," she says softly. "Are you going to watch it grow? For an hour tonight, then periodic checks over the next week. Mostly it will grow when I'm not looking." She sits beside him, joining the vigil. For a time neither speaks, both simply present with the experiment in progress, with the slow, invisible transformation occurring molecule by molecule in the blue solution before them. Finally she asks, "If you could do it all again, the past 15 years, would you?" He considers this seriously, would he? Knowing what he knows now, that transmutation remains elusive, that patronage creates impossible pressures, that the work slowly poisons practitioners, that certainty is impossible, and doubt is constant. Would he choose this path again? Yes, he answers eventually, not because I've achieved what I hope to achieve, but because I've learned to observe carefully, to think critically, to accept uncertainty. I've learned that matter is more complex and wonderful than I imagined at 20. I've learned that investigation is valuable even when it doesn't produce the specific results you're seeking. I've learned that teaching someone else, he gestures to indicate her, is as satisfying as discovering new knowledge yourself. I've learned that perfect crystals are beautiful even when they're not gold. She nods, understanding. They sit together in companionable silence. Two people who've chosen to spend their lives watching invisible processes occur in ordinary materials, finding meaning in careful observation, creating knowledge one small experiment at a time, even when that knowledge doesn't transform lead into precious metal. After his hour of vigil, the alchemist carefully covers the crystallization vessel to protect it from dust, marks the time in his notebook, and returns to other work. The crystal will grow, or won't grow. Experiments fail sometimes even when setup seems perfect, according to its own timeline. His task now is to create conditions and trust the process, to step back and allow matter its autonomy, to accept that his role is not to control, but to facilitate, not to force, but to enable. This is perhaps his deepest understanding after 15 years. The alchemist's true power is not in dominating matter, but in creating conditions where matter can express its inherent tendencies toward organization, toward form, toward the beautiful structures it creates when given proper circumstance and left undisturbed. The great work is not accomplished through will and force, but through attention and patience, through understanding matter's nature well enough to work with it, rather than against it. The laboratory continues its quiet operation. Furnaces burning. The Athena maintains its steady heat. The mould clock adds another ring to its expanding calendar of days. The sealed garden cycling water and oxygen and light within their glass boundaries. And now, in its corner, the crystallization vessel holding its blue solution and tiny seed growing itself into perfect geometric form, according to laws older than human investigation, more fundamental than alchemical theory, more reliable than any patron's promises. This is his final major experiment, not because he has decided to stop working. That decision is still unmade, still contingent on what happens at the summer demonstration. but because it represents the culmination of his understanding that the most interesting work happens when he interferes least, that the most beautiful results emerge when matter is allowed to be itself rather than forced to become what he wants it to be. That perfection is not something achieved through violent transformation, but something revealed through patient observation of what matter already is. The crystal grows in darkness, in silence, in stillness. The alchemist returns to his other work, his other questions, his preparations for whatever crisis or resolution the summer will bring. But part of his attention remains with the growing crystal, checking it daily, watching its geometry emerge, witnessing the transition from seed to structure, from potential to actual, from invisible process to visible form. This is alchemy at its purest, transformation occurring at its own pace, following its own rules, creating beauty that human art could not improve, demonstrating that matter contains organizational principles more sophisticated than any technique the alchemist can employ. All he can do is create conditions and watch. The alchemist dies 6 years after the night we've been observing. Not dramatically. No laboratory explosion. No acute poisoning crisis. Just the cumulative damage of mercury and acids and years of breathing chemical vapors, finally overwhelming his body's capacity to repair. The tremor spreads from his hands to his entire body. His thinking becomes confused, memories unreliable. He is 53, which is not young but also not particularly old for his era, though alchemists tend to die younger than average. The cause of death is officially listed as palsy and declining faculties, which is accurate enough and obscures the specific role that his work played in his early deterioration. Before he dies, he knows his time is short. His mind is failing, but lucid moments remain. In one such moment, he tells his apprentice where to find his will. He has left her the books, the equipment he owns rather than rents, and most significantly, his notebooks, both the official experimental records and the private journals where he recorded his genuine thoughts, his doubts, and his failures honestly documented. Summono might want to burn these, he tells her, indicating the private journals. They contain admissions that could be used to discredit alchemical practice evidence, that the great work might be impossible, documentation of all my failures, but keep them. Hide them if necessary. Someone, someday might want to know the truth about what happens in a laboratory. Not the public claims, but the private reality. These books tell that truth. She promises to preserve them, though keeping that promise proves difficult. After his death, the patron claims first right to examine the laboratory's contents, searching for anything valuable, anything that might justify his 15 years of investment. He takes the gold and silver stocks, modest amounts, nothing suggesting successful transmutation. He takes some of the more impressive-looking equipment, the best alembics, the precision scales, some apparatus that look mysterious and therefore potentially valuable. He doesn't take the books. They're in Latin, in technical language, often in the alchemist's private notational systems. The patron can't read them and doesn't value them beyond their potential resale. He allows the apprentice to keep them, dismissing them as having no worth. She packs them carefully, 20 manuscripts and printed volumes, 10 experimental notebooks, 5 private journals, the entire textual record of 15 years of work, fitting into 2 wooden crates. She stores them in her family's apartment, in a dry corner where moisture won't destroy parchment, and begins the delicate task of deciding what to do with them. Some books should circulate. The experimental notebooks contain valuable practical information about crystallization, distillation, material purification. Other alchemists would benefit from reading them. She begins making copies of the most useful sections, creating a greatest hits compilation of the alchemist's best techniques and clearest observations. Other books should remain private, the journals containing his doubts and his documentation of traditional theories' failures. Publishing these would damage his reputation posthumously, and would antagonize the alchemical community that still believes in transmutation's possibility. She keeps these hidden, sharing them only with trusted colleagues who she believes will respect their contents rather than use them as ammunition. The books begin dispersing gradually. A colleague asks to borrow the notebook on metallic purification. She lends it. The colleague copies sections, shares those copies with his associates. The alchemist's techniques for distillation appear in another practitioner's manual, attributed vaguely to a Prague master without naming names. His observations about crystallization rates influence another alchemist's work, becoming integrated into that person's research without explicit credit. This is how knowledge moves in the medieval and early modern period, through informal networks, through copying and recopying, through ideas gradually separating from their originators, becoming communal property. Within 10 years of his death, the alchemist's most useful discoveries have entered the general practice of Central European alchemy, but few people know their source. The techniques are attributed to tradition, to common knowledge, to various other alchemists, who learned them second-hand or third-hand. One notebook has a particularly strange fate. It contains his work on the sealed glass gardens, the self-sustaining plant ecosystems. An Italian natural philosopher visiting Prague hears about these experiments from the apprentice, asks to see the documentation, copies it carefully. This Italian publishes a treatise 20 years later, describing similar experiments, becoming credited with discovering the principle of sealed plant systems that could later inspire terrarium development and eventually contribute to understanding of closed ecological systems. The original notebook, the source of the idea, sits in a crate in Prague, unacknowledged. The private journals remain hidden for decades. The apprentice, now an accomplished chemist in her own right, though she can never work openly under her own name and must always partner with male colleagues who take public credit, periodically reviews them, finding value in the honesty they contain. When she is struggling with doubt about her own work, reading his admissions that he doubted too provides comfort and perspective. When she is tempted to overstate the certainty of her results to satisfy financial backers, remembering his struggles with the same temptation helps her maintain integrity. She eventually shares the journal selectively with one student of her own, a nephew interested in chemistry, willing to learn from his aunt, despite the irregularity of a woman teaching. He reads them with fascination, understanding that he is encountering a rare document, genuine honesty about alchemical practice, rather than mythologized claims. These journals shape his approach to his own work. He internalizes the alchemist, skepticism, his emphasis on observation over theory, his willingness to document failure as carefully as success. When the apprentice dies, at 73, having outlived her master by 27 years, the books pass to this nephew. By now some are in poor condition, bindings broken, pages loose. He repairs what he can but recognizes that preservation requires institutional support. He donates the collection to the medical faculty at Charles University in Prague, where they re-catalogued and stored, mostly unread. For 2 centuries, the books sat in the university library. Occasionally someone examines them, a historian researching alchemical practice, a chemist curious about pre-modern techniques, a student assigned to catalogue old manuscripts. Most find them unremarkable. Some find them frustrating. The notational systems are idiosyncratic, the Latin mixed with Czech and occasional Arabic words, the handwriting difficult in places. The books are not elegant, illuminated manuscripts. They reworking documents, stained and worn, containing the daily reality of laboratory work rather than the mystical heights of alchemical philosophy. In the 18th century, as chemistry began emerging as a formal discipline distinct from alchemy, attitudes toward these old books shifted. Now they were seen as historical curiosities, examples of pre-scientific thinking, interesting for what they reveal about how people thought before proper scientific method developed. A few excerpts are published in histories of chemistry, usually to demonstrate how confused and mystical pre-modern chemical thinking was. But some chemists reading these excerpts recognize something beneath the alchemical terminology and the theoretical confusion. The books describe genuine empirical investigation. The crystallization observations are accurate. The distillation techniques are sound. The careful documentation of failure rates and experimental variables suggests a methodological sophistication that the stereotype of medieval alchemy doesn't accommodate. One page in particular draws attention, a drawing showing crystal formations in remarkable detail, accompanied by notes about growth rates and temperature dependencies. The drawing is reproduced in an 1843 treatise on crystallography, credited to anonymous Prague alchemist, circa 1590. This drawing is the Alchemist's work, specifically the perfect crystal of copper sulfate that grew over 7 days, that he documented meticulously, that represented his understanding of matter, self-organizing capacity. This one drawing, this one page surviving from 15 years of work, enters the historical record properly. It is cited, reproduced, eventually traced back to its source in the university library. Scholars begin examining the other notebooks more carefully, recognizing that they contain more sophistication than initially apparent. Several doctoral dissertations in the early 20th century analyze the Alchemist, work contextualizing it within the development of experimental chemistry, but most of the books are still never fully published. They remain primary sources that specialists consult, but that never reach general readership. The private journals especially remain obscure. They read too honest, too self-doubting, too much at odds with the romantic image of alchemy that popular imagination prefers. In the 1960s, a historian of science discovered the journals during dissertation research. She reads them with growing excitement, recognizing that she has found something rare, an honest account of research doubt, failure, and uncertainty from an era that typically produced only confident claims and mystical allegory. She writes her dissertation on the Alchemist's work, arguing that he represents an early transition towards scientific thinking, that his skepticism and empiricism were ahead of their time. Her dissertation is well received in specialist circles, but doesn't reach broader audiences. Academic work rarely does. The books remain in the university library, digitized now, accessible to anyone with internet access and knowledge of Latin, but still mostly unknown except to historians of science. One page from the private journals, however, does reach a wider public. In a 2010 exhibition at a Prague museum on the history of science, a page is displayed showing the Alchemist's honest assessment of 15 years of work. I sought gold and found methods. I sought transformation and found technique. I sought certainty and found doubt. I sought the philosopher, stone, and found philosophy. Whether this constitutes success or failure, I cannot definitively say. This passage resonates with visitors, scientists and non-scientists alike, because it captures something universal about investigation, the gap between what we seek and what we find, the way research rarely produces intended results, but often produces valuable unintended results, the difficulty of judging success when outcomes don't match goals. The books that survived tell a story different from the one the alchemist might have wanted. They don't show triumphant discovery or successful transmutation. They show something more valuable, honest engagement with difficult questions, careful observation of complex phenomena, and willingness to document failure as thoroughly as success. They show that knowledge accumulates through persistence rather than through breakthrough, that understanding emerges gradually from repeated investigation, and that doubt can be productive rather than paralyzing. Most importantly, they show that the work matters even when the ultimate goal remains unachieved. The alchemist never made gold, but he did develop techniques that others used. He did make observations that contributed to evolving understanding. He did train an apprentice who became an accomplished practitioner. He did document honestly what happens in a laboratory when someone commits 15 years to investigating matter, its behavior. This documentation, preserved across centuries in books that survived when most of his work disappeared, is perhaps the truest gold he produced. Not metallic transmutation, but intellectual contribution. Not miracle, but method. Not magic, but careful science, emerging slowly from mystical tradition. We began this journey by asking a question. What really happened in the alchemist's laboratory? Now, 20,000 words later, having followed one night of work through all its contexts, the tools and techniques, the materials and mistakes, the patronage pressures and personal doubts, the relationships and the private experiments, the breakthroughs and the frauds, we can attempt an answer. But the answer is not simple, because what really happened is not one thing but many things occurring simultaneously, sometimes contradictory, always complex. What really happened, chemistry happened. Genuine observation of matter's behavior, development of techniques that would eventually contribute to modern chemical practice, discoveries about distillation and crystallization and metallic properties. The alchemist observed carefully, documented systematically, refined procedures through trial and error. This was genuine proto-science, experimental investigation that deserves recognition as part of chemistry's history, even though it occurred before chemical theory existed to properly explain observations. What really happened? Fraud happened. Not constant, not complete, but present nonetheless. The alchemist prepared simulated demonstrations to satisfy his patron. He made claims he didn't fully believe. He maintained ambiguity about results to preserve funding. He performed with confidence he didn't feel. This was not pure evil, but pragmatic navigation of a system that demanded certainty as the price of support. Still, fraud is fraud, and honesty requires acknowledging it. What really happened? Teaching happened. Knowledge transmitted from experienced practitioner to novice. Skills developed through mentorship. collaborative investigation that produced insights neither person would have reached alone. The apprentice learned not just techniques but ways of thinking, not just chemistry but epistemology. This transmission was perhaps the most valuable product of 15 years' work, not discoveries, but the development of another practitioner who would continue investigating, teaching, and contributing. What really happened? Suffering happened. Mercury poisoning accumulates year by year, respiratory damage from chemical vapors, financial stress from expenditures exceeding income, psychological strain from maintaining a facade of confidence while experiencing doubt, physical danger from explosions and toxic exposures. The alchemist paid with his health and his life for knowledge he gained. Making bargains he didn't consciously choose about trading wellness for understanding. What really happened? Beauty happened. The sealed glass gardens grow themselves in isolation, crystals forming with geometric perfection. The satisfaction of watching a process unfold according to its own internal logic. Aesthetic appreciation for matter's tendency to organize itself into structured forms. The alchemist experienced and created beauty, finding in chemical processes patterns and forms that pleased not because they were useful but because they were beautiful. What really happened? Philosophy happened. Questions about time and transformation, about weight and substance, about whether matter has agency or merely follows laws, about whether understanding is possible, or whether all human knowledge is just approximation. The alchemist thought deeply about nature's structure, developing insights that were often correct intuitions expressed through inadequate conceptual frameworks. He was a philosopher as much as a chemist, and his speculations contributed to evolving understanding even when they couldn't be confirmed in his lifetime. What really happened? Failure happened. 15 years of work did not achieve the stated goal of transmutation. The great work remained unaccomplished. The philosopher's stone remained undiscovered. Promises made to the patron were not kept. Hope was gradually ground down by repeated negative results until doubt became dominant. The alchemist failed at what he set out to do, and that failure is an important part of the story. What really happened? Success happened. Not the success he sought, but success nonetheless. Techniques developed that others used. Knowledge created that entered common practice. One person trained who became an accomplished practitioner. Honest documentation that gave future investigators insight into research reality. Understanding advanced incrementally through accumulated small observations even though revolutionary breakthroughs never occurred. The work succeeded at things it wasn't trying to succeed at while failing at its explicit goals. What really happened? A life happened. A human being spent his adult years in a tower laboratory, pursuing questions he found compelling, creating meaning through investigation, finding identity in work, forming relationships through shared inquiry, and ultimately dying younger than he should have, because the work he loved was slowly killing him. This life mattered, not because it achieved anything historically significant, but because it was lived with dedication and honesty and curiosity about the natural world. What really happened? Exactly what happens in any research program, any investigation at the boundaries of knowledge, any attempt to understand something not yet understood. There was careful work and sloppy work, brilliant insights and foolish errors, productive avenues and dead ends, collaboration and isolation, success and failure mixed inseparably. The alchemist was not special, his work was not unique, but it was genuine, and that genuineness, the honest pursuit of understanding, despite obstacles, limitations, and inevitable disappointments, is what makes the story valuable. The question, what really happened in the alchemist laboratory, presupposes a clean answer, a simple truth that can be stated definitively. But reality is messier. Multiple truths coexist. The alchemist was both investigator and fraud, both discoverer and failure, both teacher and charlatan, both philosopher and technician. He created knowledge and created illusion. He advanced understanding and wasted time. He documented carefully and obscured deliberately. All these contradictions are simultaneously true because humans are contradictory. Investigation is complicated, and the relationship between seeking truth and needing patronage creates impossible tensions that can't be resolved cleanly. If we must give a single answer to what really happened, perhaps it is this. A person tried to understand how matter works. He used the best tools and concepts available in his era. He observed carefully and thought deeply. He succeeded partially, failed partially, and mostly existed in the ambiguous space between success and failure, where most research actually occurs. He harmed himself in the pursuit, and he contributed to collective human understanding, and both those things are true simultaneously. The laboratory in Prague, the tower with its 3 floors, its spiral staircase, its one illuminated window no longer exists. The building was demolished in the 18th century, replaced by something else, which was replaced by something else again, until the precise location where the alchemist worked is now impossible to identify with certainty. The physical space is gone, but the questions remain. How does matter transform? What forces govern chemical change? Can substances be perfected? Can knowledge be certain? These are the same questions modern chemistry asks, using different vocabulary and better tools, but fundamentally the same curiosity that drove the alchemist through thousands of nights in his laboratory, and the practices remain: careful observation, systematic variation of parameters, documentation of results, willingness to accept uncertainty, collaboration with colleagues, training of students. These practices, refined and formalized, become scientific methods, not invented by any single person but emerging gradually from the accumulated work of thousands of investigators, like the alchemist, each contributing small pieces to evolving understanding, and the human questions remain. How do you maintain integrity when survival requires compromise? How do you balance dedication to ideals with practical necessity? How do you judge success when outcomes don't match intentions? How do you find meaning in work that might ultimately be futile? These are not alchemical questions specifically. They're human questions that every investigator, every creator, every person pursuing ambitious goals encounters. What really happened in the alchemist laboratory is what really happens anywhere humans encounter the unknown. We try. We fail frequently. We succeed occasionally. We learn whether we succeed or fail. We create knowledge through patient accumulation of observations. We make mistakes. We develop techniques. We form relationships. We struggle with forces larger than ourselves. We do our best with inadequate tools and incomplete understanding. We persist because curiosity and commitment sustain us even when results don't justify the effort. The candles have burned down now. The furnaces have cooled. The vessels are empty or broken. The materials have been consumed or dispersed. The books have scattered to libraries and private collections. The alchemist himself has been dead for centuries. His body returned to the elements he spent his life investigating. His mercury and his carbon, and his oxygen redistributed to earth and air and water. His atoms entering new forms, transformation continuing endlessly. But the work remains, not as miracle or magic, not as complete success or total failure, but as genuine human effort to understand the world through careful observation, systematic investigation, and honest documentation of what was found. That effort is alchemy's true legacy, not gold from lead, but method from mystery, not transmutation of substance, but transformation of ignorance into partial understanding. Not philosopher's stone, but the philosophy that emerges from sustained attention to how matter behaves when you watch it carefully enough, long enough, patiently enough. In a modern laboratory somewhere, someone is watching a solution slowly change color, monitoring a temperature, waiting for a reaction to complete. The apparatus is different. Electronic sensors instead of hand, held thermometers, gas chromatography instead of distillation, spectroscopy instead of visual observation. The theoretical framework is different. Quantum mechanics and reaction kinetics instead of philosophical mercury and sulfur principles. But the fundamental activity is the same: a human being attending carefully to matter's transformation, documenting what happens, trying to understand why, slowly building knowledge through repeated investigation. That person is the alchemist's descendant, not genetically but intellectually, not through direct lineage but through continuity of practice. The work continues. The questions evolve. Understanding advances. And somewhere in that advancing understanding, somewhere in the accumulated knowledge of modern chemistry, are small contributions from an unnamed alchemist in a Prague tower who died young from mercury poisoning, after 15 years of investigating how crystals grow, how liquids distill, how metals behave under heat, and whether transformation at the deepest level is possible. What really happened? Everything and nothing, discovery and delusion, truth and fraud, progress and futility, beauty and poison, success and failure, knowledge and ignorance, hope and doubt, a life devoted to questions that couldn't be answered but had to be asked. What really happened? A person worked in a laboratory through a night 500 years ago, and that night was simultaneously unique and ordinary, important and trivial, meaningful and meaningless, depending on how you measure meaning. The work mattered because someone did it carefully. The work didn't matter because history barely remembers. Both are true. What really happened? You watched. You were there, brought by narrative through 5 centuries to stand in that laboratory, smell its smells, witness its experiments, understand its contradictions. And in being there, in attending to this one practitioner's work, in honoring this obscure life through patient attention. You've done what the alchemist did. You've transformed raw material, words on a page, into something else. Understanding, connection, meaning through sustained attention and willingness to sit with complexity, rather than demanding simple resolution. The alchemist would approve. Transformation through patience. Understanding through attention, meaning through the act of careful observation. This, finally, was what really happened in his laboratory. The practice of watching matter until matter revealed itself. The discipline of attending until attention became insight. The faith that sustained observation would eventually yield understanding even when understanding remained perpetually incomplete, perpetually partial, perpetually insufficient, but nonetheless real, valuable, worth the cost of a life spent seeking it. The candle flickers one final time and goes out. The night is ending. Dawn approaches. The work continues. The candle has gone out. Dawn has come to Prague, though you can't see it from where you are, safe in your own darkness, in your own bed, far from that vanished tower. The alchemist is dust now. His mercury and carbon and oxygen have scattered into the world, atoms traded and carried through 500 years, until, in some small way, they may have found their way into you. A quiet connection, closer than any name. What you've witnessed tonight, if you've witnessed it at all, was never meant to be a neat story. No villain, no victory, no shining ending. Only a person working through the night, asking questions that wouldn't be answered for centuries, building knowledge the slow way, grain by grain, note by note, mistake by mistake. And that is why it matters. Real investigation is not clean. It is patience. It is uncertainty held gently. It is beauty appearing where no one thought to look. It is failure that teaches. It is doubt that keeps the mind honest. Everything you live with now, medicine, materials, machines, the simple reliability of modern knowledge, grew from nights like this, from people who didn't know if answers existed, who tried anyway, who recorded what happened, who kept watching. You carry that inheritance. Every time you wonder why, or how, or what if, you continue the same human work, turning confusion into understanding, one careful observation at a time. So as you drift towards sleep, don't hold on to the details, distillation crystals, the silver whisper of mercury. Hold on to something simpler. Someone once cared enough to look closely, to keep going, to fail and learn and try again, to give years to a question, even knowing the question might outlive them. The laboratory is dark now. The furnaces are cold. The vessels are empty. But somewhere, in your imagination, in your dreams, the work continues. Candles burn again. Glass fogs and clears. Crystals form in silence. The night repeats itself, not as history, but as a pattern. Attention, patience, wonder. Sleep now, knowing that while you rest, someone somewhere is still watching matter transform, waiting for a color to change, a solution to settle, a reaction to complete. The questions never end. Understanding advances slowly, but it advances. The story ends here. But the true alchemy continues, not lead into gold, but curiosity into knowledge, observation into insight, and the mind quietly, gently, into something a little clearer than before. Rest now, the candle is out. Dawn has come, and you are safe.